Author's note for An Outcast of the Islands. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Peter Dann. An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. Author's note. An Outcast of the Islands is my second novel in the absolute sense of the word. Second in conception, second in execution, second, as it were, in its essence. There was no hesitation, half-formed plan, vague idea, or the vaguest reverie of anything else between it and Almayer's Folly. The only doubt I suffered from after the publication of Almayer's Folly was whether I should write another line for print. Those days, now grown so dim, had their poignant moments. Neither in my mind nor in my heart had I then given up the sea. In truth, I was clinging to it desperately, all the more desperately because, against my will, I could not help feeling that there was something changed in my relation to it. Almayer's Folly had been finished and done with. The mood itself was gone, but it had left the memory of an experience that, both in thought and emotion, was unconnected with the sea. And I suppose that part of my moral being which is rooted in consistency was badly shaken. I was a victim of contrary stresses, which produced a state of immobility. I gave myself up to indolence. Since it was impossible for me to face both ways, I had elected to face nothing. The discovery of new values in life is a very chaotic experience. There is a tremendous amount of jostling and confusion, and a momentary feeling of darkness. I let my spirit float supine over that chaos. A phrase of Edward Garnett's is, as a matter of fact, responsible for this book. The first of the friends I made for myself by my pen, it was but natural that he should be the recipient at that time of my confidences. One evening when we had dined together and he had listened to the account of my perplexities, I fear he must have been growing a little tired of them, he pointed out that there was no need to determine my future absolutely. Then he added, "You have the style, you have the temperament, why not write another?" I believe that as far as one man may wish to influence another man's life, Edward Garnett had a great desire that I should go on writing. At that time, and I may say ever afterwards, he was always very patient and gentle with me. What strikes me most, however, in the phrase quoted above, which was offered to me in a tone of detachment, is not its gentleness, but its effective wisdom. Had he said, "Why not go on writing?" it is very probable he would have scared me away from pen and ink forever. But there was nothing either to frighten one or arouse one's antagonism in the mere suggestion to write another. And thus a dead point in the revolution of my affairs was insidiously got over. The word another did it. At about 11 o'clock of a nice London night, Edward and I walked along interminable streets talking of many things, and I remember that on getting home I sat down and wrote about half a page of An Outcast of the Islands before I slept. This was committing myself definitely, I won't say to another life, but to another book. There is apparently something in my character which will not allow me to abandon for good any piece of work I have begun. I have laid aside many beginnings. I have laid them aside with sorrow, with disgust, with rage, with melancholy, and even with self-contempt. But even at the worst, I had an uneasy consciousness that I would have to go back to them. An Outcast of the Islands belongs to those novels of mine that were never laid aside, and though it brought me the qualification of exotic writer, I don't think the charge was at all justified. For the life of me, I don't see that there is the slightest exotic spirit in the conception or style of that novel. It is certainly the most tropical of my Eastern tales. The mere scenery got a great hold on me as I went on, perhaps because, I may just as well confess that, the story itself was never very near my heart. It engaged my imagination much more than my affection. As to my regard for Willems, it was but the regard one cannot help having for one's own creation. Obviously, I could not be indifferent to a man on whose head I had brought so much evil simply by imagining him such as he appears in the novel, and that too on a very slight foundation. The man who suggested Willems to me was not particularly interesting in himself. My interest was aroused by his dependent position, his strange, dubious status of a mistrusted, disliked, worn-out European living on the reluctant toleration of that settlement hidden in the heart of the forest land up that sombre stream which our ship was the only white men's ship to visit. With his hollow, clean-shaved cheeks, a heavy grey moustache, and eyes without any expression whatsoever, clad always in a spotless sleeping suit, much befrogged in front, which left his lean neck wholly uncovered, and with his bare feet in a pair of straw slippers, he wandered silently amongst the houses in daylight, almost as dumb as an animal, and apparently much more homeless. I don't know what he did with himself at night. He must have had a place, a hut, a palm-leaf shed, some sort of hovel where he kept his razor and his change of sleeping suits. An air of futile mystery hung over him, something not exactly dark, but obviously ugly. The only definite statement I could extract from anybody was that it was he who had brought the Arabs into the river. That must have happened many years before. But how did he bring them into the river? He could hardly have done it in his arms like a lot of kittens. I knew that Almayer founded the chronology of all his misfortunes on the date of that fateful advent, and yet the very first time we dined with Almayer, there was Willems sitting at table with us in the manner of a skeleton at the feast, obviously shunned by everybody, never addressed by anyone, and for all recognition of his existence getting now and then from Almayer a venomous glance which I observed with great surprise. In the course of the whole evening he ventured one single remark which I didn't catch because his articulation was imperfect, as of a man who had forgotten how to speak. I was the only person who seemed aware of the sound. Willems subsided. Presently he retired, pointedly unnoticed, into the forest, maybe. Its immensity was there, within 300 yards of the veranda, ready to swallow up anything. Almayer, conversing with my captain, did not stop talking while he glared angrily at the retreating back. "Didn't that fellow bring the Arabs into the river?" Nevertheless, Willems turned up next morning on Almayer's veranda. From the bridge of the steamer I could see plainly these two breakfasting together, tete-a-tete, and I suppose in dead silence, one with his air of being no longer interested in this world, and the other raising his eyes now and then with intense dislike. It was clear that in those days Willems lived on Almayer's charity. Yet, on returning 2 months later to Zambia, I heard that he had gone on an expedition up the river in charge of a steam launch belonging to the Arabs to make some discovery or other. On account of the strange reluctance that everyone manifested to talk about Willems, it was impossible for me to get at the rights of that transaction. Moreover, I was a newcomer, the youngest of the company, and I suspect not judged quite fit as yet for a full confidence. I was not much concerned about that exclusion. The faint suggestion of plots and mysteries pertaining to all matters touching Almayer's affairs amused me vastly. Almayer was obviously much affected. I believe he missed Willems immensely. He wore an air of sinister preoccupation and talked confidentially with my captain. I would catch only snatches of mumbled sentences. Then one morning, as I came along the deck to take my place at the breakfast table, Almayer checked himself in his low-toned discourse. My captain's face was perfectly impenetrable. There was a moment of profound silence, and then, as if unable to contain himself, Almayer burst out in a loud, vicious tone. "Oh, one thing's certain. If he finds anything worth having up there, they will poison him like a dog." Disconnected though it was, that phrase, as food for thought, was distinctly worth hearing. We left the river 3 days afterwards, and I never returned to Zambia. But whatever happened to the protagonist of my Willems, nobody can deny that I have recorded for him a less squalid fate. J.C. 1919. End of author's note. Part 1, Chapter 1 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Dann. Part 1, Chapter 1. When he stepped off the straight and narrow path of his peculiar honesty, it was with an inward assertion of unflinching resolve to fall back again into the monotonous but safe stride of virtue as soon as his little excursion into the wayside quagmires had produced the desired effect. It was going to be a short episode, a sentence in brackets, so to speak, in the flowing tale of his life, a thing of no moment, to be done unwillingly, yet neatly, and to be quickly forgotten. He imagined that he could go on afterwards looking at the sunshine, enjoying the shade, breathing in the perfume of flowers in the small garden before his house. He fancied that nothing would be changed, that he would be able, as heretofore, to tyrannize good-humouredly over his half-caste wife, to notice with tender contempt his pale yellow child, to patronize loftily his dark-skinned brother-in-law who loved pink neckties and wore patent leather boots on his little feet and was so humble before the white husband of the lucky sister. Those were the delights of his life, and he was unable to conceive that the moral significance of any act of his could interfere with the very nature of things, could dim the light of the sun, could destroy the perfume of the flowers, the submission of his wife, the smile of his child, the awestruck respect of Leonard de Souza and of all the de Souza family. That family's admiration was the great luxury of his life. It rounded and completed his existence in a perpetual assurance of unquestionable superiority. He loved to breathe the coarse incense they offered before the shrine of the successful white man, the white man that had done them the honour to marry their daughter, sister, cousin, the rising man, sure to climb very high, the confidential clerk of Hudick and Company. They were a numerous and an unclean crowd, living in ruined bamboo houses, surrounded by neglected compounds, on the outskirts of Macassar. He kept them at arm's length, and perhaps even further off, having no illusions as to their worth. They were a half-caste lazy lot, and he saw them as they were, ragged, lean, unwashed, undersized men of various ages, shuffling about aimlessly in slippers. Motionless old women who looked like monstrous bags of pink calico stuffed with shapeless lumps of fat and deposited askew upon decaying rattan chairs in shady corners of dusty verandas. Young women, slim and yellow, big-eyed, long-haired, moving languidly amongst the dirt and rubbish of their dwellings as if every step they took was going to be their very last. He heard their shrill quarrellings, the squallings of their children, the gruntings of their pigs. He smelt the odours of the heaps of garbage in their courtyards, and he was greatly disgusted. But he fed and clothed that shabby multitude, those degenerate descendants of Portuguese conquerors. He was their providence. He kept them singing his praises in the midst of their laziness, of their dirt, of their immense and hopeless squalor, and he was greatly delighted. They wanted much, but he could give them all they wanted without ruining himself. In exchange, he had their silent fear, their loquacious love, their noisy veneration. It is a fine thing to be a providence, and to be told so on every day of one's life. It gives one a feeling of enormously remote superiority, and Willems revelled in it. He did not analyse the state of his mind, but probably his greatest delight lay in the unexpressed but intimate conviction that, should he close his hand, all those admiring human beings would starve. His munificence had demoralised them. An easy task. Since he descended amongst them and married Joanna, they had lost the little aptitude and strength for work they might have had to put forth under the stress of extreme necessity. They lived now by the grace of his will. This was power. Willems loved it. In another, and perhaps a lower plane, his days did not want for their less complex but more obvious pleasures. He liked the simple games of skill, billiards, also games not so simple and calling for quite another kind of skill, poker. He had been the aptest pupil of a steady-eyed, sententious American who had drifted mysteriously into Macassar from the wastes of the Pacific, and after knocking about for a time in the eddies of town life, had drifted out enigmatically into the sunny solitudes of the Indian Ocean. The memory of the Californian stranger was perpetuated in the game of poker, which became popular in the capital of Celebes from that time, and in a powerful cocktail, the recipe for which is transmitted, in the Kwangtung dialect, from head boy to head boy of the Chinese servants in the Sunda Hotel even to this day. Willems was a connoisseur in the drink and an adept at the game. Of those accomplishments he was moderately proud. Of the confidence reposed in him by Hudig, the master, he was boastfully and obtrusively proud. This arose from his great benevolence and from an exalted sense of his duty to himself and the world at large. He experienced that irresistible impulse to impart information which is inseparable from gross ignorance. There is always some one thing which the ignorant man knows, and that thing is the only thing worth knowing. It fills the ignorant man's universe. Willems knew all about himself. On the day when, with many misgivings, he ran away from a Dutch East Indiaman in Samarang roads, he had commenced that study of himself, of his own ways, of his own abilities, of those fate-compelling qualities of his which led him towards that lucrative position which he now filled. Being of a modest and diffident nature, his successes amazed, almost frightened him, and ended, as he got over the succeeding shocks and surprise, by making him ferociously conceited. He believed in his genius and in his knowledge of the world. Others should know of it also, for their own good and for his greater glory. All those friendly men who slapped him on the back and greeted him noisily should have the benefit of his example. For that he must talk. He talked to them conscientiously. In the afternoon he expounded his theory of success over the little tables, dipping now and then his moustache in the crushed ice of the cocktails. In the evening he would often hold forth, cue in hand, to a young listener across the billiard table. The billiard balls stood still, as if listening also, under the vivid brilliance of the shaded oil lamps hung low over the cloth, while away in the shadows of the big room the Chinaman marker would lean wearily against the wall, the blank mask of his face looking pale under the mahogany marking board. His eyelids dropped in the drowsy fatigue of late hours and in the buzzing monotony of the unintelligible stream of words poured out by the white man. In a sudden pause of the talk, the game would recommence with a sharp click and go on for a time in the flowing soft whir and the subdued thuds as the balls rolled zigzagging towards the inevitably successful cannon. Through the big windows and the open doors, the salt dampness of the sea, the vague smell of mould and flowers from the garden of the hotel drifted in and mingled with the odour of lamp oil, growing heavier as the night advanced. The players' heads dived into the light as they bent down for the stroke, springing back again smartly into the greenish gloom of broad lampshades. The clock ticked methodically. The unmoved Chinaman continuously repeated the score in a lifeless voice, like a big talking doll, and Willems would win the game. With a remark that it was getting late and that he was a married man, he would say a patronizing good night and step out into the long, empty street. At that hour its white dust was like a dazzling streak of moonlight where the eye sought repose in the dimmer gleam of rare oil lamps. Willems walked homewards, following the line of walls overtopped by the luxuriant vegetation of the front gardens. The houses right and left were hidden behind the black masses of flowering shrubs. Willems had the street to himself. He would walk in the middle, his shadow gliding obsequiously before him. He looked down on it complacently, the shadow of a successful man. He would be slightly dizzy with the cocktails and with the intoxication of his own glory. As he often told people, he came east 14 years ago, a cabin boy, a small boy. His shadow must have been very small at that time. He thought with a smile that he was not aware then he had anything, even a shadow which he dared call his own. And now he was looking at the shadow of the confidential clerk of Hudig and Company going home. How glorious! How good was life for those that were on the winning side! He had won the game of life, also the game of billiards. He walked faster, jingling his winnings, and thinking of the white stone days that had marked the path of his existence. He thought of the trip to Lombok for ponies, that first important transaction confided to him by Hudig. Then he reviewed the more important affairs, the quiet deal in opium, the illegal traffic in gunpowder, the great affair of smuggled firearms, the difficult business of the Rajah of Gok. He carried that last through by sheer pluck. He had bearded the savage old ruler in his council room. He had bribed him with a gilt glass coach, which, rumours said, was used as a hen coop now. He had over-persuaded him. He had bested him in every way. That was the way to get on. He disapproved of the elementary dishonesty that dips the hand in the cash box, but one could evade the laws and push the principles of trade to their furthest consequences. Some call that cheating. Those are the fools, the weak, the contemptible. The wise, the strong, the respected have no scruples. Where there are scruples there can be no power. On that text he preached often to the young men. It was his doctrine, and he himself was a shining example of its truth. Night after night he went home thus, after a day of toil and pleasure, drunk with the sound of his own voice, celebrating his own prosperity. On his 30th birthday he went home thus. He had spent in good company a nice, noisy evening, and as he walked along the empty street, the feeling of his own greatness grew upon him, lifted him above the white dust of the road, and filled him with exultation and regrets. He had not done himself justice over there in the hotel. He had not talked enough about himself. He had not impressed his hearers enough. Never mind, some other time. Now he would go home and make his wife get up and listen to him. Why should she not get up and mix a cocktail for him and listen patiently? Just so, she shall. If he wanted, he could make all the D'Souza family get up. He had only to say a word, and they would all come and sit silently in their night vestments on the hard, cold ground of his compound and listen, as long as he wished to go on explaining to them from the top of the stairs how great and good he was. They would. However, his wife would do for tonight. His wife. He winced inwardly. A dismal woman with startled eyes and dolorously drooping mouth that would listen to him in pained wonder and mute stillness. She was used to those night discourses now. She had rebelled once at the beginning. Only once. Now, while he sprawled in the long chair and drank and talked, she would stand at the further end of the table, her hands resting on the edge, her frightened eyes watching his lips, without a sound, without a stir, hardly breathing, till he dismissed her with a contemptuous, "Go to bed, dummy." She would draw a long breath then and trail out of the room, relieved but unmoved. Nothing could startle her, make her scold or make her cry. She did not complain, she did not rebel. That first difference of theirs was decisive. Too decisive, thought Willems discontentedly. It had frightened the soul out of her body, apparently. A dismal woman. A damn business altogether. What the devil did he want to go and saddle himself? Well, he wanted a home, and the match seemed to please Hudig, and Hudig gave him the bungalow, that flower-bowered house to which he was wending his way in the cool moonlight. And he had the worship of the D'Souza tribe. A man of his stamp could carry off anything, do anything, aspire to anything. In another 5 years those white people who attended the Sunday card parties of the governor would accept him, half-caste wife and all. Hooray! He saw his shadow dart forward and wave a hat as big as a rum barrel at the end of an arm several yards long. Who shouted hooray? He smiled shamefacedly to himself, and pushing his hands deeper into his pockets, walked faster with a suddenly grave face. Behind him, to the left, a cigar end glowed in the gateway of Mr. Vink's front yard. Leaning against one of the brick pillars, Mr. Vink, the cashier of Hudig and Company, smoked the last cheroot of the evening. Amongst the shadows of the trimmed bushes, Mrs. Vink crunched slowly with measured steps the gravel of the circular path before the house. "There's Willems going home on foot, and drunk, I fancy," said Mr. Vink over his shoulder. "I saw him jump and wave his hat." The crunching of the gravel stopped. "Horrid man," said Mrs. Vinck calmly. "I have heard he beats his wife." "Oh, no, my dear, no," muttered absently Mr. Vinck with a vague gesture. The aspect of Willems as a wife-beater presented to him no interest. How women do misjudge! If Willems wanted to torture his wife, he would have recourse to less primitive methods. Mr. Vinck knew Willems well, and believed him to be very able, very smart, objectionably so. As he took the last quick draws at the stump of his cheroot, Mr. Vinck reflected that the confidence accorded by Hudig to Willems was open, under the circumstances, to loyal criticism from Hudig's cashier. "He is becoming dangerous. He knows too much. He will have to be got rid of," said Mr. Vinck aloud. But Mrs. Vinck had gone in already, and after shaking his head he threw away his cheroot and followed her slowly. Willems walked on homeward, weaving the splendid web of his future. The road to greatness lay plainly before his eyes, straight and shining, without any obstacle that he could see. He had stepped off the path of honesty, as he understood it, but he would soon regain it, never to leave it any more. It was a very small matter. He would soon put it right again. Meantime, his duty was not to be found out, and he trusted in his skill, in his luck, in his well-established reputation that would disarm suspicion if anybody dared to suspect. But nobody would dare. True, he was conscious of a slight deterioration. He had appropriated temporarily some of Hudig's money, a deplorable necessity. But he judged himself with the indulgence that should be extended to the weaknesses of genius. He would make reparation, and all would be as before. Nobody would be the loser for it, and he would go on unchecked towards the brilliant goal of his ambition. Hudig's partner. Before going up the steps of his house, he stood for a while, his feet well apart, chin in hand, contemplating mentally Hudig's future partner. A glorious occupation. He saw him quite safe, solid as the hills, deep as an abyss, discreet as the grave. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Chapter 2. The sea, perhaps because of its saltness, roughens the outside, but keeps sweet the kernel of its servant's soul. The old sea, the sea of many years ago, whose servants were devoted slaves, and went from youth to age or to a sudden grave, without needing to open the book of life, because they could look at eternity reflected on the element that gave the life and dealt the death. Like a beautiful and unscrupulous woman, the sea of the past was glorious in its smiles, irresistible in its anger, capricious, enticing, illogical, irresponsible, a thing to love, a thing to fear. It cast a spell, it gave joy, it lulled gently into boundless faith. Then, with quick and causeless anger, it killed. But its cruelty was redeemed by the charm of its inscrutable mystery, by the immensity of its promise, by the supreme witchery of its possible favour. Strong men with childlike hearts were faithful to it, were content to live by its grace, to die by its will. That was the sea before the time when the French mind set the Egyptian muscle in motion and produced a dismal but profitable ditch. Then a great pall of smoke sent out by countless steamboats was spread over the restless mirror of the infinite. The hand of the engineer tore down the veil of the terrible beauty in order that greedy and faithless landlubbers might pocket dividends. The mystery was destroyed. Like all mysteries, it lived only in the hearts of its worshippers. The hearts changed, the men changed. The once loving and devoted servants went out armed with fire and iron, and conquering the fear of their own hearts, became a calculating crowd of cold and exacting masters. The sea of the past was an incomparably beautiful mistress, with inscrutable face, with cruel and promising eyes. The sea of today is a used-up drudge, wrinkled and defaced by the churned-up wakes of brutal propellers, robbed of the enslaving charm of its vastness, stripped of its beauty, of its mystery, and of its promise. Tom Lingard was a master, a lover, a servant of the sea. The sea took him young, fashioned him body and soul, gave him his fierce aspect, his loud voice, his fearless eyes, his stupidly guileless heart. Generously it gave him his absurd faith in himself, his universal love of creation, his wide indulgence, his contemptuous severity, his straightforward simplicity of motive and honesty of aim. Having made him what he was, womanlike, the sea served him humbly and let him bask unharmed in the sunshine of its terribly uncertain favour. Tom Lingard grew rich on the sea and by the sea. He loved it with the ardent affection of a lover. He made light of it with the assurance of perfect mastery. He feared it with the wise fear of a brave man, and he took liberty with it as a spoiled child might do with a paternal and good-natured ogre. He was grateful to it with the gratitude of an honest heart. His greatest pride lay in his profound conviction of its faithfulness, in the deep sense of his unerring knowledge of its treachery. The little brig Flash was the instrument of Lingard's fortune. They came north together, both young, out of an Australian port, and after a very few years there was not a white man in the islands, from Palembang to Ternate, from Umbawa to Palawan, that did not know Captain Tom and his lucky craft. He was liked for his reckless generosity, for his unswerving honesty, and at first was a little feared on account of his violent temper. Very soon, however, they found him out, and the word went round that Captain Tom's fury was less dangerous than many a man's smile. He prospered greatly. After his first and successful fight with the sea robbers, when he rescued, as rumour had it, the yacht of some bigwig from home, somewhere down Carimata way, his great popularity began. As years went on, it grew apace. Always visiting out-of-the-way places of that part of the world, always in search of new markets for his cargoes, not so much for profit as for the pleasure of finding them, he soon became known to the Malays, and by his successful recklessness in several encounters with pirates established the terror of his name. Those white men with whom he had business, and who naturally were on the lookout for his weaknesses, could easily see that it was enough to give him his Malay title to flatter him greatly. So when there was anything to be gained by it, and sometimes out of pure and unprofitable good nature, they would drop the ceremonious Captain Lingard and address him half seriously as Raja Laut, the King of the Sea. He carried the name bravely on his broad shoulders. He had carried it many years already, when the boy Willems ran barefooted on the deck of the ship Cosmopolite IV in Samarang Roads, looking with innocent eyes on the strange shore, and objurgating his immediate surroundings with blasphemous lips, while his childish brain worked upon the heroic idea of running away. From the poop of the Flash, Lingard saw in the early morning the Dutch ship get lumberingly under way, bound for the eastern ports. Very late in the evening of the same day he stood on the quay of the landing canal, ready to go on board of his brig. The night was starry and clear. The little custom-house building was shut up, and as the gharry that brought him down disappeared up the long avenue of dusty trees leading to the town, Lingard thought himself alone on the quay. He roused up his sleeping boat crew and stood waiting for them to get ready, when he felt a tug at his coat, and a thin voice said very distinctly, "English, Captain." Lingard turned round quickly, and what seemed to be a very lean boy jumped back with commendable activity. "Who are you? Where do you spring from?" asked Lingard in startled surprise. From a safe distance the boy pointed toward a cargo lighter moored to the quay. "Been hiding there, have you?" said Lingard. "Well, what do you want? Speak out, confound you. You did not come here to scare me to death for fun, did you?" The boy tried to explain in imperfect English, but very soon Lingard interrupted him. "I see," he exclaimed. "You ran away from the big ship that sailed this morning. Or why don't you go to your countrymen here?" "Ship gone only a little way, to Surabaya. Make me go back to the ship," explained the boy. "Best thing for you," affirmed Lingard with conviction. "No," retorted the boy. "Me want stop here. Not want to go home. Get money here. Home no good." "This beats all my going a fishing," commented the astonished Lingard. "It's money you want? Well, well. And you are not afraid to run away, you bag of bones, you?" The boy intimated that he was frightened of nothing but of being sent back to the ship. Lingard looked at him in meditative silence. "Come closer," he said at last. He took the boy by the chin and, turning up his face, gave him a searching look. "How old are you?" 17? There's not much of you for 17. Are you hungry?" "A little." "Will you come with me in that brig there?" The boy moved without a word towards the boat and scrambled into the bows. "Knows his place," muttered Lingard to himself as he stepped heavily into the stern sheets and took up the yoke lines. "Give way there!" The Malay boat crew lay back together, and the gig sprang away from the quay, heading towards the brig's riding light. Such was the beginning of Willem's career. Lingard learned in half an hour all that there was of Willem's commonplace story. Father, outdoor clerk of some shipbroker in Rotterdam. Mother dead. The boy quick in learning, but idle in school. The straitened circumstances in the house, filled with small brothers and sisters, sufficiently clothed and fed, but otherwise running wild, while the disconsolate widower tramped about all day in a shabby overcoat and imperfect boots on the muddy quays, and in the evening piloted wearily the half-intoxicated foreign skippers amongst the places of cheap delights, returning home late, sick with too much smoking and drinking for company's sake with these men who expected such attentions in the way of business. Then the offer of the good-natured captain of Cosmopoliet 4, who was pleased to do something for the patient and obliging fellow. Young Willem's great joy, his still greater disappointment with the sea, that looked so charming from afar, but proved so hard and exacting on closer acquaintance, and then this running away by a sudden impulse. The boy was hopelessly at variance with the spirit of the sea. He had an instinctive contempt for the honest simplicity of that work which led to nothing he cared for. Lingard soon found this out. He offered to send him home in an English ship, but the boy begged hard to be permitted to remain. He wrote a beautiful hand, became soon perfect in English, was quick at figures, and Lingard made him useful in that way. As he grew older, his trading instincts developed themselves astonishingly, and Lingard left him often to trade in one island or another, while he himself made an intermediate trip to some out-of-the-way place. On Willem's expressing a wish to that effect, Lingard let him enter Hudig's service. He felt a little sore at that abandonment, because he had attached himself, in a way, to his protégé. Still, he was proud of him, and spoke up for him loyally. At first it was, "Smart boy that, never make a seaman though." Then, when Willems was helping in the trading, he referred to him as "that clever young fellow." Later, when Willems became the confidential agent of Hudig, employed in many a delicate affair, the simple-hearted old seaman would point an admiring finger at his back and whisper to whoever stood near at the moment, "Long-headed chap that, deuced long-headed chap. Look at him, confidential man of old Hudig. I picked him up in a ditch, you may say, like a starved cat, skin and bone, 'pon my word I did. And now he knows more than I do about island trading. Fact, I'm not joking, more than I do," he would repeat seriously, with innocent pride in his honest eyes. From the safe elevation of his commercial successes, Willems patronised Lingard. He had a liking for his benefactor, not unmixed with some disdain for the crude directness of the old fellow's methods of conduct. There were, however, certain sides of Lingard's character for which Willems felt a qualified respect. The talkative seaman knew how to be silent on certain matters that to Willems were very interesting. Besides, Lingard was rich, and that in itself was enough to compel Willems' unwilling admiration. In his confidential chats with Hudig, Willems generally alluded to the benevolent Englishman as the lucky old fool, in a very distinct tone of vexation. Hudig would grunt an unqualified assent, and then the two would look at each other in a sudden immobility of pupils, fixed by a stare of unexpressed thought. "You can't find out where he gets all that India rubber, eh, Willems?" Hudig would ask at last, turning away and bending over the papers on his desk. "No, Mr. Hudig, not yet, but I am trying," was Willem's invariable reply, delivered with a ring of regretful deprecation. "Try, always try. You may try. You think yourself clever, perhaps," rumbled on Hudig without looking up. "I have been trading with him 20, 30 years now, the old fox, and I have tried. Bah!" He stretched out a short, podgy leg and contemplated the bare instep and the grass slipper hanging by the toes. "You can't make him drunk," he would add, after a pause of stertorous breathing. "No, Mr. Hudig, I can't, really," protested Willems earnestly. "Well, don't try. I know him. Don't try," advised the master, and bending again over his desk, his staring bloodshot eyes close to the paper, he would go on tracing laboriously with his thick fingers the slim, unsteady letters of his correspondence, while Willems waited respectfully for his further good pleasure before asking, with great deference, "Any orders, Mr. Hudig?" "Yes. Go to Bunhin yourself and see the dollars of that payment counted and packed, and have them put on board the mail-boat for Ternate. She's due here this afternoon." "Yes, Mr. Hudig." "And look here, if the boat is late, leave the case in Bunhin's go-down till tomorrow. Seal it up, 8 seals as usual. Don't take it away till the boat is here." "No, Mr. Hudig." "And don't forget about these opium cases. It's for tonight. Use my own boatmen. Tranship them from the Caroline to the Arab bark," went on the master in his hoarse undertone. "And don't you come to me with another story of a case dropped overboard like last time," he added with sudden ferocity, looking up at his confidential clerk. "No, Mr. Hudig, I will take care." "That's all. Tell that pig as you go out that if he doesn't make the punker go a little better, I will break every bone in his body," finished up Hudig, wiping his purple face with a red silk handkerchief nearly as big as a counterpane. Noiselessly Willems went out, shutting carefully behind him the little green door through which he passed to the warehouse. Hudig, pen in hand, listened to him bullying the punker boy with profane violence, born of unbounded zeal for the master's comfort, before he returned to his writing amid the rustling of papers fluttering in the wind sent down by the punker that waved in wide sweeps above his head. Willems would nod familiarly to Mr. Vink, who had his desk close to the little door of the private office, and marched down the warehouse with an important air. Mr. Vink, extreme dislike lurking in every wrinkle of his gentlemanly countenance, would follow with his eyes the white figure flitting in the gloom amongst the piles of bales and cases, till it passed out through the big archway into the glare of the street. End of Part 1, Chapter 2. Part 1, Chapter 3 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Chapter 3. The opportunity and the temptation were too much for Willems, and under the pressure of sudden necessity he abused that trust which was his pride, the perpetual sign of his cleverness, and a load too heavy for him to carry. A run of bad luck at cards, the failure of a small speculation undertaken on his own account, an unexpected demand for money from one or another member of the D'Souza family, and almost before he was well aware of it, he was off the path of his peculiar honesty. It was such a faint and ill-defined track that it took him some time to find out how far he had strayed amongst the brambles of the dangerous wilderness he had been skirting for so many years, without any other guide than his own convenience and that doctrine of success which he had found for himself in the Book of Life, in those interesting chapters that the devil had been permitted to write in it, to test the sharpness of men's eyesight and the steadfastness of their hearts. For one short, dark and solitary moment he was dismayed. But he had that courage that will not scale heights, yet will wade bravely through the mud, if there be no other road. He applied himself to the task of restitution and devoted himself to the duty of not being found out. On his 30th birthday he had almost accomplished the task, and the duty had been faithfully and cleverly performed. He saw himself safe. Again he could look hopefully towards the goal of his legitimate ambition. Nobody would dare to suspect him, and in a few days there would be nothing to suspect. He was elated. He did not know that his prosperity had touched then its high water mark, and that the tide was already on the turn. 2 days afterwards he knew. Mr. Vink, hearing the rattle of the door handle, jumped up from his desk, where he had been tremulously listening to the loud voices in the private office, and buried his face in the big safe with nervous haste. For the last time Willems passed through the little green door leading to Hudig's sanctum, which, during the past half-hour, might have been taken, from the fiendish noise within, for the cavern of some wild beast. Willem's troubled eyes took in the quick impression of men and things as he came out from the place of his humiliation. He saw the scared expression of the punka boy, the Chinaman tellers sitting on their heels with unmovable faces turned up blankly towards him, while their arrested hands hovered over the little piles of bright guilders ranged on the floor. Mr. Vink's shoulder blades with the fleshy rims of 2 red ears above. He saw the long avenue of gin cases stretching from where he stood to the arched doorway, beyond which he would be able to breathe, perhaps. A thin rope's end lay across his path, and he saw it distinctly, yet stumbled heavily over it as if it had been a bar of iron. Then he found himself in the street at last, but could not find air enough to fill his lungs. He walked towards his home, gasping. As the sound of Hudig's insults that lingered in his ears grew fainter by the lapse of time, the feeling of shame was replaced slowly by a passion of anger against himself, and still more against the stupid concourse of circumstances that had driven him into his idiotic indiscretion. Idiotic indiscretion, that is how he defined his guilt to himself. Could there be anything worse from the point of view of his undeniable cleverness? What a fatal aberration of an acute mind! He did not recognize himself there. He must have been mad. That's it, a sudden gust of madness. And now the work of long years was destroyed utterly. What would become of him? Before he could answer that question, he found himself in the garden before his house, Hudig's wedding gift. He looked at it with a vague surprise to find it there. His past was so utterly gone from him that the dwelling which belonged to it appeared to him incongruous, standing there intact, neat and cheerful in the sunshine of the hot afternoon. The house was a pretty little structure, all doors and windows, surrounded on all sides by the deep veranda supported on slender columns clothed in the green foliage of creepers, which also fringed the overhanging eaves of the high-pitched roof. Slowly Willems mounted the double steps that led to the veranda. He paused at every step. He must tell his wife. He felt frightened at the prospect, and his alarm dismayed him. Frightened to face her? Nothing could give him a better measure of the greatness of the change around him and in him. Another man, and another life, with the faith in himself gone. He could not be worth much if he was afraid to face that woman. He dared not enter the house through the open door of the dining-room, but stood irresolute by the little work-table, where trailed a white piece of calico with a needle stuck in it, as if the work had been left hurriedly. The pink-crested cockatoo started on his appearance into clumsy activity and began to climb laboriously up and down his perch, calling "Joanna!" with indistinct loudness and a persistent screech that prolonged the last syllable of the name as if in a peal of insane laughter. The screen in the doorway moved gently once or twice in the breeze, and each time Willems started slightly, expecting his wife, but he never lifted his eyes, although straining his ears for the sound of her footsteps. Gradually he lost himself in his thoughts, in the endless speculation as to the manner in which she would receive his news and his orders. In this preoccupation he almost forgot the fear of her presence. No doubt she will cry, she will lament, she will be helpless and frightened and passive as ever. and he would have to drag that limp weight on and on through the darkness of a spoiled life. Horrible. Of course he could not abandon her and the child to certain misery or possible starvation. The wife and the child of Willems the successful, the smart, Willems the and what was Willems now? Willems the... He strangled the half-born thought and cleared his throat to stifle a groan. Won't they talk tonight in the billiard room? His world where he had been first, all those men to whom he had been so superciliously condescending. Won't they talk with surprise and affected regret and grave faces and wise nods? Some of them owed him money, but he never pressed anybody, not he. Willems, the prince of good fellows, they called him, and now they will rejoice, no doubt, at his downfall. A crowd of imbeciles. In his abasement he was yet aware of his superiority over those fellows who were merely honest or simply not found out yet. A crowd of imbeciles. He shook his fist at the evoked image of his friends, and the startled parrot fluttered its wings and shrieked in desperate fright. In a short glance upwards, Willem saw his wife come round the corner of the house. He lowered his eyelids quickly and waited silently till she came near and stood on the other side of the little table. He would not look at her face, but he could see the red dressing gown he knew so well. She trailed through life in that red dressing gown with its row of dirty blue bows down the front, stained and hooked on awry, a torn flounce at the bottom following her like a snake as she moved languidly about, with her hair negligently caught up and a tangled wisp straggling untidily down her back. His gaze travelled upward from bow to bow, noticing those that hung only by a thread, but it did not go beyond her chin. He looked at her lean throat, at the obtrusive collarbone visible in the disarray of the upper part of her attire. He saw the thin arm and the bony hand clasping the child she carried, and he felt an immense distaste for those encumbrances of his life. He waited for her to say something, but as he felt her eyes rest on him in unbroken silence, he sighed and began to speak. It was a hard task. He spoke slowly, lingering amongst the memories of this early life in his reluctance to confess that this was the end of it and the beginning of a less splendid existence. In his conviction of having made her happiness in the full satisfaction of all material wants, he never doubted for a moment that she was ready to keep him company on no matter how hard and stony a road. He was not elated by this certitude. He had married her to please Hudig, and the greatness of his sacrifice ought to have made her happy without any further exertion on his part. She had years of glory as Willem's wife, and years of comfort, of loyal care, and of such tenderness as she deserved. He had guarded her carefully from any bodily hurt, and of any other suffering he had no conception. The assertion of his superiority was only another benefit conferred on her. All this was a matter of course, but he told her all this so as to bring vividly before her the greatness of her loss. She was so dull of understanding that she would not grasp it else. And now it was at an end. They would have to go, leave this house, leave this island, go far away, where he was unknown. To the English Straits Settlements, perhaps. He would find an opening there for his abilities, and juster men to deal with than old Hudig. He laughed bitterly. "You have the money I left at home this morning, Joanna?" he asked. "We will want it all now." As he spoke those words he thought he was a fine fellow. Nothing knew that. Still he surpassed there his own expectations. Hang it all, there are sacred things in life after all. The marriage tie was one of them, and he was not the man to break it. The solidity of his principles caused him great satisfaction, but he did not care to look at his wife for all that. He waited for her to speak. Then he would have to console her, tell her not to be a crying fool, to get ready to go. Go where? How? When? He shook his head. They must leave at once. That was the principal thing. He felt a sudden need to hurry up his departure. "Well, Joanna," he said a little impatiently, "don't stand there in a trance. Do you hear? We must." He looked up at his wife, and whatever he was going to add remained unspoken. She was staring at him with her big, slanting eyes that seemed to him twice their natural size. The child, its dirty little face pressed to its mother's shoulder, was sleeping peacefully. The deep silence of the house was not broken, but rather accentuated by the low mutter of the cockatoo, now very still on its perch. As Willems was looking at Joanna, her upper lip was drawn up on one side, giving to her melancholy face a vicious expression altogether new to his experience. He stepped back in surprise. "Oh, you great man," she said distinctly, but in a voice that was hardly above a whisper. Those words, and still more her tone, stunned him as if somebody had fired a gun close to his ear. He stared back at her stupidly. "Oh, you great man," she repeated slowly, glancing right and left as if meditating a sudden escape. "And you think I am going to starve with you? You are nobody now. You think my mamma and Leonard would let me go away? And with you? With you?" she repeated scornfully, raising her voice, which woke up the child and caused it to whimper feebly. "Joanna," exclaimed Willems, "do not speak to me. I have heard what I have waited for all these years. You are less than dirt, you that have wiped your feet on me. I have waited for this. I am not afraid now. I do not want you. Do not come near me." "Ha ha ha!" she screamed shrilly as he held out his hand in an entreating gesture. "Ha! Keep off me! Keep off me! Keep off!" She backed away, looking at him with eyes both angry and frightened. Willems stared motionless in dumb amazement at the mystery of anger and revolt in the head of his wife. Why? What had he ever done to her? This was the day of injustice indeed. First Hudig, and now his wife. He felt a terror at this hate that had lived stealthily so near him for years. He tried to speak, but she shrieked again, and it was like a needle through his heart. Again he raised his hand. "Help!" called Mrs. Willems in a piercing voice. "Help!" "Be quiet, you fool!" shouted Willems, trying to drown the noise of his wife and child in his own angry accents, and rattling violently the little zinc table in his exasperation. From under the house, where there were bathrooms and a tool closet, appeared Leonard, a rusty iron bar in his hand. He called threateningly from the bottom of the stairs. "Do not hurt her, Mr. Willems. You are a savage, not at all like we whites." "You too?" said the bewildered Willems. "I haven't touched her. Is this a madhouse?" He moved towards the stairs, and Leonard dropped the bar with a clang and made for the gate of the compound. Willems turned back to his wife. "So you expected this," he said. "It is a conspiracy. Who's that sobbing and groaning in the room? Some more of your precious family, eh?" She was more calm now, and putting hastily the crying child in the big chair, walked toward him with sudden fearlessness. "My mother," she said, "my mother, who came to defend me from you, man from nowhere, a vagabond." "You did not call me a vagabond when you hung around my neck before we were married," said Willems contemptuously. "You took good care that I should not hang around your neck after we were," she answered, clenching her hands and putting her face close to his. "You boasted while I suffered and said nothing. What has become of your greatness, of our greatness you were always speaking about? Now I am going to live on the charity of your master. Yes, that is true. He sent Leonard to tell me so. And you will go and boast somewhere else and starve. So, I can breathe now. This house is mine." "Enough," said Willems slowly, with an arresting gesture. She leapt back, the fright again in her eyes, snatched up the child, pressed it to her breast, and, falling into a chair, drummed insanely with her heels on the resounding floor of the veranda. "For the first time in your life you make me happy. You were a stone round my neck, you understand. I did not mean to tell you that as long as you lived, but you made me. Now, before I pass this gate, you shall be gone from my mind. You made it very easy. I thank you." He turned and went down the steps without giving her a glance, while she sat upright and quiet, with wide-open eyes, the child crying querulously in her arms. At the gate he came suddenly upon Leonard, who had been dodging about there and failed to get out of the way in time. "Do not be brutal, Mr. Willems," said Leonard hurriedly. "It is unbecoming between white men with all those natives looking on." Leonard's legs trembled very much, and his voice wavered between high and low tones without any attempt at control on his part. "Restrain your improper violence," he went on, mumbling rapidly. "I am a respectable man of very good family, while you... It is regrettable. They all say so." "What?" thundered Willems. He felt a sudden impulse of mad anger, and before he knew what had happened, he was looking at Leonard de Souza rolling in the dust at his feet. He stepped over his prostrate brother-in-law and tore blindly down the street, everybody making way for the frantic white man. When he came to himself, he was beyond the outskirts of the town, stumbling on the hard and cracked earth of reaped rice fields. How did he get there? It was dark. He must get back. As he walked towards the town slowly, his mind reviewed the events of the day, and he felt a sense of bitter loneliness. His wife had turned him out of his own house. He had assaulted brutally his brother-in-law, a member of the de Souza family, of that band of his worshippers. He did. Well, no, it was some other man. Another man was coming back. A man without a past, without a future, yet full of pain and shame and anger. He stopped and looked round. A dog or two glided across the empty street and rushed past him with a frightened snarl. He was now in the midst of the Malay quarter, whose bamboo houses, hidden in the verdure of the little gardens, were dark and silent. Men, women and children slept in there. Human beings. Would he ever sleep? And where? He felt as if he was the outcast of all mankind, and as he looked hopelessly round before resuming his weary march, it seemed to him that the world was bigger, the night more vast and more black, but he went on doggedly with his head down, as if pushing his way through some thick brambles. Then suddenly he felt planks under his feet, and looking up saw the red light at the end of the jetty. He walked quite to the end and stood leaning against the post under the lamp, looking at the roadstead where two vessels at anchor swayed their slender rigging amongst the stars. The end of the jetty, and here, in one step more, the end of life, the end of everything. Better so. What else could he do? Nothing ever comes back. He saw it clearly. The respect and admiration of them all, the old habits and old affections, finished abruptly in the clear perception of the cause of his disgrace. He saw all this, and for a time he came out of himself, out of his selfishness, out of the constant preoccupation of his interests and his desires, out of the temple of self and the concentration of personal thought. His thoughts now wandered home. Standing in the tepid stillness of a starry tropical night, he felt the breath of the bitter east wind. He saw the high and narrow fronts of tall houses under the gloom of a clouded sky, and on muddy quays he saw the shabby, high-shouldered figure, the patient, faded face of the weary man earning bread for the children that waited for him in a dingy home. It was miserable, miserable, but it would never come back. What was there in common between these things and Willems the clever, Willems the successful? He had cut himself adrift from that home many years ago. Better for him then, better for them now. All this was gone, never to come back again, and suddenly he shivered, seeing himself alone in the presence of unknown and terrible dangers. For the first time in his life he felt afraid of the future, because he had lost his faith, the faith in his own success, and he had destroyed it foolishly with his own hands. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Chapter 4. His meditation, which resembled slow drifting into suicide, was interrupted by Lingard, who, with a loud "I've got you at last," dropped his hand heavily on Willem's shoulder. This time it was the old seaman himself going out of his way to pick up the uninteresting waif. all that was left of that sudden and sordid shipwreck. To Willems, the rough, friendly voice was a quick and fleeting relief, followed by a sharper pang of anger and unavailing regret. That voice carried him back to the beginning of his promising career, the end of which was very visible now from the jetty where they both stood. He shook himself free from the friendly grasp, saying with ready bitterness, "It's all your fault. Give me a push now, do, and send me over. I've been standing here waiting for help. You're the man of all men. You helped me at the beginning. You ought to have a hand in the end." "I have better use for you than to throw you to the fishes," said Lingard seriously, taking Willems by the arm and forcing him gently to walk up the jetty. "I've been buzzing over this town like a blue-bottle fly, looking for you high and low. I have heard a lot. I will tell you what, Willems, you are no saint, that's a fact. And you have not been over-wise either. I am not throwing stones," he added hastily, as Willems made an effort to get away. "But I am not going to mince matters. Never could. You keep quiet while I talk, can't you?" With a gesture of resignation and a half-stifled groan, Willems submitted to the stronger will, and the two men paced slowly up and down the resounding planks, while Lingard disclosed to Willems the exact manner of his undoing. After the first shock, Willems lost the faculty of surprise in the overpowering feeling of indignation. So it was Vink and Leonard who had served him so. They had watched him, tracked his misdeeds, reported them to Hudig. They had bribed obscure Chinamen, wormed out confidences from tipsy skippers, got at various boatmen, and had pieced out in that way the story of his irregularities. The blackness of this dark intrigue filled him with horror. He could understand Vink. There was no love lost between them. But Leonard! "Why, Captain Lingard," he burst out, "the fellow licked my boots." Yes, said Lingard testily. "We know that, and you did your best to cram your boot down his throat. No man likes that, my boy." "I was always giving money to all that hungry lot," went on Willems passionately. "Always my hand in my pocket. They never had to ask twice." "Just so. Your generosity frightened them. They asked themselves where all that came from, and concluded that it was safer to throw you overboard. After all, Hudig is a much greater man than you, my friend, and they have a claim on him also." "What do you mean, Captain Lingard?" "What do I mean?" repeated Lingard slowly. "Why, you're not going to make me believe you did not know your wife was Hudig's daughter. Come now." Willems stopped suddenly and swayed about. "Ah, I understand," he gasped. "I never heard. Lately I thought there was... But no, I never guessed." "Oh, you simpleton," said Lingard pityingly. "'Pon my word," he muttered to himself, "I don't believe this fellow knew. Well, steady now. Pull yourself together. What's wrong there? She is a good wife to you?" "Excellent wife," said Willems in a dreary voice, looking over the black and scintillating water. "Very well then," went on Lingard with increasing friendliness. "Nothing wrong there. But did you really think that Hudig was marrying you off and giving you a house and I don't know what out of love for you?" "I had served him well," answered Willems. "How well you know yourself, through thick and thin. No matter what work and what risk, I was always there, always ready." How well he saw the greatness of his work and the immensity of that injustice which was his reward. She was that man's daughter. In the light of this disclosure, the facts of the last 5 years of his life stood clearly revealed in their full meaning. He had spoken first to Joanna at the gate of their dwelling as he went to his work, in the brilliant flush of the early morning, when women and flowers are charming even to the dullest eyes. A most respectable family, 2 women and a young man, were his next-door neighbours. Nobody ever came to their little house but the priest, a native from the Spanish islands, now and then. The young man Leonard he had met in town, and was flattered by the little fellow's immense respect for the great Willems. He let him bring chairs, call the waiters, chalk his cues when playing billiards, express his admiration in choice words. He even condescended to listen patiently to Leonard's allusions to "our beloved father," a man of official position, a government agent in Koti, where he died of cholera, alas, a victim to duty, like a good Catholic and a good man. It sounded very respectable, and Willems approved of those feeling references. Moreover, he prided himself upon having no colour prejudices and no racial antipathies. He consented to drink curacao one afternoon on the veranda of Mrs. de Souza's house. He remembered Joanna that day swinging in a hammock. She was untidy even then, he remembered, and that was the only impression he carried away from that visit. He had no time for love in those glorious days, no time even for a passing fancy, but gradually he fell into the habit of calling almost every day at that little house, where he was greeted by Mrs. de Souza's shrill voice screaming for Joanna to come and entertain the gentleman from Hudik and Company. And then the sudden and unexpected visit of the priest. He remembered the man's flat yellow face, his thin legs, his propitiatory smile, his beaming black eyes, his conciliating manner, his veiled hints which he did not understand at the time. How he wondered what the man wanted, and how unceremoniously he got rid of him. And then came vividly into his recollection the morning when he met again that fellow coming out of Hudik's office, and how he was amused at the incongruous visit. And that morning with Hudik, who would ever forget it? Would he ever forget his surprise as the master, instead of plunging at once into business, looked at him thoughtfully before turning with a furtive smile to the papers on his desk? He could hear him now, his nose in the paper before him, dropping astonishing words in the intervals of wheezy breathing. "Heard said, called there often. Most respectable ladies. Knew the father very well. Estimable. Best thing for a young man. Settled down. Personally very glad to hear. Thing arranged. Suitable recognition of valuable services. Best thing to do." And he believed. What credulity! What an ass! Hudik knew the father, rather, and so did everybody else, all except himself. How proud he had been of Hudik's benevolent interest in his fate! How proud he was when invited by Hudik to stay with him at his little house in the country, where he could meet men of official position, as a friend. Vink had been green with envy. Oh, yes, he had believed in the best thing and took the girl like a gift of fortune. How he boasted to Hudik of being free from prejudices. The old scoundrel must have been laughing in his sleeve at his fool of a confidential clerk. He took the girl, guessing nothing. How could he? There had been a father of some kind to the common knowledge. Men knew him, spoke about him, a lank man of hopelessly mixed descent, but otherwise apparently unobjectionable. The shady relations came out afterward, but with his freedom from prejudices he did not mind them, because, with their humble dependence, they completed his triumphant life. Taken in. Hudik had found an easy way to provide for the begging crowd. He had shifted the burden of his youthful vagaries onto the shoulders of his confidential clerk, and while he worked for the master had cheated him, had stolen his very self from him. He was married. He belonged to that woman, no matter what she might do, had sworn for all his life, thrown himself away. And that man dared this very morning to call him a thief. Damnation! "Let go, Lingard," he shouted, trying to get away by a sudden jerk from the watchful old seaman. "Let me go and kill that—" "No, you don't," panted Lingard, hanging on manfully. "You want to kill, do you? You lunatic. I've got you now. Be quiet, I say." They struggled violently, Lingard forcing Willems slowly towards the guardrail. Under their feet the jetty sounded like a drum in the quiet night. On the shore end the native caretaker of the wharf watched the combat, squatting behind the safe shelter of some big cases. The next day he informed his friends with calm satisfaction that 2 drunken white men had fought on the jetty. It had been a great fight. They fought without arms, like wild beasts, after the manner of white men. No, nobody was killed, or there would have been trouble and a report to make. How could he know why they fought? White men have no reason when they are like that. Just as Lingard was beginning to fear that he would be unable to restrain much longer the violence of the younger man, he felt Willem's muscles relaxing and took advantage of his opportunity to pin him by a last effort to the rail. They both panted heavily, speechless, their faces very close. "All right," muttered Willems at last. "Don't break my neck over this infernal rail. I will be quiet." "Now you are reasonable," said Lingard, much relieved. "What made you fly into that passion?" he asked, leading him back to the end of the jetty, and still holding him prudently with one hand. He fumbled with the other for his whistle and blew a shrill and prolonged blast. Over the smooth water of the roadstead came in answer a faint cry from one of the ships at anchor. "My boat will be here directly," said Lingard. "Think of what you're going to do. I sail tonight." "What is there for me to do except one thing?" said Willems gloomily. "Look here," said Lingard. "I picked you up as a boy and consider myself responsible for you in a way. You took your life into your own hands many years ago, but still—" He paused, listening, till he heard the regular grind of the oars in the rowlocks of the approaching boat, then went on again. "I have made it all right with Hudig. You owe him nothing now. Go back to your wife. She's a good woman. Go back to her." "Why, Captain Lingard," exclaimed Willem, "It was most affecting," went on Lingard without heeding him. "I went to your house to look for you, and there I saw her despair. It was heartbreaking. She called for you. She entreated me to find you. She spoke wildly, poor woman, as if all this was her fault." Willems listened amazed. The blind old idiot! How queerly he misunderstood. But if it was true, if it was even true, the very idea of seeing her filled his soul with intense loathing. He did not break his oath, but he would not go back to her. Let hers be the sin of that separation, of the sacred bond broken. He revelled in the extreme purity of his heart, and he would not go back to her. Let her come back to him. He had the comfortable conviction that he would never see her again, and that through her own fault only. In this conviction he told himself solemnly that if she would come to him, he would receive her with generous forgiveness, because such was the praiseworthy solidity of his principles. But he hesitated whether he would or would not disclose to Lingard the revolting completeness of his humiliation. Turned out of his house, and by his wife, that woman who hardly dared to breathe in his presence yesterday. He remained perplexed and silent. No, he lacked the courage to tell the ignoble story. As the boat of the brig appeared suddenly on the black water close to the jetty, Lingard broke the painful silence. "I always thought," he said sadly, "I always thought you were somewhat heartless, Willems, and apt to cast adrift those that thought most of you. I appeal to what is best in you. Do not abandon that woman." "I have not abandoned her," answered Willems quickly, with conscious truthfulness. "Why should I? As you so justly observe, she has been a good wife to me, a very good, quiet, obedient, loving wife, and I love her as much as she loves me, every bit. But as to going back now to that place where to walk again amongst those men who yesterday were ready to crawl before me, and then feel on my back the sting of their pitying or satisfied smiles, no, I can't. I would rather hide from them at the bottom of the sea," he went on with resolute energy. "I don't think, Captain Lingard," he added more quietly, "I don't think that you realise what my position was there." In a wide sweep of his hand he took in the sleeping shore from north to south, as if wishing it a proud and threatening good-bye. For a short moment he forgot his downfall in the recollection of his brilliant triumphs. Amongst the men of his class and occupation who slept in those dark houses, he had been indeed the first. "It is hard," muttered Lingard pensively, "but whose the fault? Whose the fault?" "Captain Lingard," cried Willems under the sudden impulse of a felicitous inspiration, "if you leave me here on this jetty, it's murder. I shall never return to that place alive, wife or no wife. You may just as well cut my throat at once." The old seaman started. "Don't try to frighten me, Willems," he said with great severity, and paused. Above the accents of Willem's brazen despair he heard, with considerable uneasiness, the whisper of his own absurd conscience. He meditated for a while with an irresolute air. I could tell you to go and drown yourself and be damned to you, he said, with an unsuccessful assumption of brutality in his manner. But I won't. We're responsible for one another, worse luck. I'm almost ashamed of myself, but I can understand your dirty pride. I can, by... He broke off with a loud sigh and walked briskly to the steps, at the bottom of which lay his boat, rising and falling gently on the slight and invisible swell. "Below there! Got a lamp in the boat? Well, light it and bring it up, one of you. Hurry now!" He tore out a page of his pocket-book, moistened his pencil with great energy, and waited, stamping his feet impatiently. "I will see this thing through," he muttered to himself, "and I will have it all square and ship-shape, see if I don't. Are you going to bring that lamp, you son of a crippled mud-turtle? I'm waiting." The gleam of the light on the paper placated his professional anger, and he wrote rapidly, the final dash of his signature curling the paper up in a triangular tear. "Take this to the White Twan's house. I will send the boat back for you in half an hour." The coxswain raised his lamp deliberately to Willem's face. "This Twan? Da, I know." "Quick then," said Lingard, taking the lamp from him, and the man went off at a run. "Gussie, mem, to the lady herself," called Lingard after him. Then, when the man disappeared, he turned to Willems. "I've written to your wife," he said. "If you do not return for good, you do not go back to that house only for another parting. You must come as you stand. I won't have that poor woman tormented. I will see to it that you are not separated for long. Trust me." Willem shivered, then smiled in the darkness. "No fear of that," he muttered enigmatically. "I trust you implicitly, Captain Lingard," he added in a louder tone. Lingard led the way down the steps, swinging the lamp and speaking over his shoulder. "It is the second time, Willems, I take you in hand. Mind, it is the last. The second time, and the only difference between then and now is that you were barefooted then and have boots now. In 14 years, with all your smartness. A poor result that, a very poor result." He stood for a while on the lowest platform of the steps, the light of the lamp falling on the upturned face of the stroke-oar, who held the gunwale of the boat close alongside, ready for the captain to step in. "You see," he went on argumentatively, fumbling about the top of the lamp, "you got yourself so crooked amongst those longshore quill-drivers that you could not run clear in any way. That's what comes of such talk as yours, and of such a life. A man sees so much falsehood that he begins to lie to himself." "Bah," he said in disgust. "There's only one place for an honest man. The sea, my boy, the sea. But you never would. Didn't think there was enough money in it. And now, look." He blew the light out and, stepping into the boat, stretched quickly his hand towards Willems with friendly care. Willem sat by him in silence, and the boat shoved off, sweeping in a wide circle towards the brig. "Your compassion is all for my wife, Captain Lingard," said Willems moodily. "Do you think I am so very happy?" "No, no," said Lingard heartily. "Not a word more shall pass my lips. I had to speak my mind once, seeing that I knew you from a child, so to speak. And now I shall forget. But you are young yet. Life is very long," he went on with unconscious sadness. "Let this be a lesson to you." He laid his hand affectionately on Willem's shoulder, and they both sat silent till the boat came alongside the ship's ladder. When on board, Lingard gave orders to his mate, and leading Willems on the poop, sat on the breech of one of the brass 6-pounders with which his vessel was armed. The boat went off again to bring back the messenger. As soon as it was seen returning, dark forms appeared on the brig's spars. Then the sails fell in festoons with a swish of their heavy folds, and hung motionless under the yards in the dead calm of the clear and dewy night. From the forward end came the clink of the windlass, and soon afterwards the hail of the chief mate, informing Lingard that the cable was hove short. "Hold on, everything," hailed back Lingard. "We must wait for the land breeze before we let go our hold of the ground." He approached Willems, who sat on the skylight, his body bent down, his head low, and his hands hanging listlessly between his knees. "I'm going to take you to Sambir," he said. "You've never heard of the place, have you?" Well, it's up that river of mine about which people talk so much and know so little. I found out the entrance for a ship of Flash's size. It isn't easy. You'll see. I'll show you. You've been at sea long enough to take an interest. Pity you didn't stick to it. Well, I'm going there. I have my own trading post in the place. Almayer is my partner. You knew him when he was at Hudig's. Oh, he lives there as happy as a king. Do you see, I have them all in my pocket. The Rajah is an old friend of mine. My word is law, and I am the only trader. No other white man but Almayer had ever been in that settlement. You'll live quietly there till I come back from my next cruise to the westward. We shall see then what can be done for you. Never fear, I have no doubt my secret will be safe with you. Keep mum about my river when you get amongst the traders again. There's many would give their ears for the knowledge of it. I'll tell you something. That's where I get my gutter and rattans. Simply inexhaustible, my boy. While Lingard spoke, Willems looked up quickly, but soon his head fell on his breast in the discouraging certitude that the knowledge he and Hudig had wished for so much had come to him too late. He sat in a listless attitude. You will help Almayer in his trading if you have a heart for it, continued Lingard, just to kill time till I come back for you. Only 6 weeks or so. Over their heads the damp sails fluttered noisily in the first faint puff of the breeze. Then, as the airs freshened, the brig tended to the wind, and the silenced canvas lay quietly aback. The mate spoke with low distinctness from the shadows of the quarter-deck. There's the breeze. Which way do you want to cast her, Captain Lingard? Lingard's eyes, that had been fixed aloft, glanced down at the dejected figure of the man sitting on the skylight. He seemed to hesitate for a minute. To the northward, he answered testily, as if annoyed at his own fleeting thought. And bear a hand there. Every puff of wind is worth money in these seas. He remained motionless, listening to the rattle of blocks and the creaking of trusses as the head yards were hauled round. Sail was made on the ship, and the windlass manned again, while he stood still, lost in thought. He only roused himself when a barefooted sea canny glided past him silently on his way to the wheel. Put the helm a port, hard over, he said in his harsh sea voice to the man whose face appeared suddenly out of the darkness in the circle of light thrown upwards from the binnacle lamps. The anchor was secured, the yards trimmed, and the brig began to move out of the roadstead. The sea woke up under the push of the sharp cutwater and whispered softly to the gliding craft in that tender and rippling murmur in which it speaks sometimes to those it nurses and loves. Lingard stood by the taffrail listening with a pleased smile till the Flash began to draw close to the only other vessel in the anchorage. Here, Willems, he said, calling him to his side. Do you see that bark there? That's an Arab vessel. White men have mostly given up the game, but this fellow drops in my wake often and lives in hopes of cutting me out in that settlement. Not while I live, I trust. You see, Willems, I brought prosperity to that place. I composed their quarrels and saw them grow under my eyes. There's peace and happiness there. I am more master there than His Dutch Excellency down in Batavia ever will be when some day a lazy man-of-war blunders at last against the river. I mean to keep the Arabs out of it with their lies and their intrigues. I shall keep the venomous breed out if it costs me my fortune. The Flash drew quietly abreast of the bark and was beginning to drop at astern when a white figure started up on the poop of the Arab vessel, and a voice called out, "Greeting to the Rajah Laut!" "To you greeting," answered Lingard after a moment of hesitating surprise. Then he turned to Willems with a grim smile. "That's Abdullah's voice," he said. "Mighty civil all of a sudden, isn't he? I wonder what it means. Just like his impudence. No matter. His civility or his impudence are all one to me. I know that this fellow will be under way and after me like a shot. I don't care. I have the heels of anything that floats in these seas," he added, while his proud and loving glance ran over and rested fondly amongst the brig's lofty and graceful spars. End of Part 1, Chapter 4. Part 1, Chapter 5 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Chapter 5. "It was the writing on his forehead," said Babalatchi, adding a couple of small sticks to the little fire by which he was squatting, and without looking at Lakamba, who lay down, supported on his elbow on the other side of the embers. "It was written when he was born that he should end his life in darkness, and now he is like a man walking in a black night, with his eyes open, yet seeing not. I knew him well when he had slaves, and many wives, and much merchandise, and trading prows, and prows for fighting. Aye, yeah. He was a great fighter in the days before the breath of the Merciful put out the light in his eyes. He was a pilgrim, and had many virtues. He was brave, his hand was open, and he was a great robber. For many years he led the men that drank blood on the sea, first in prayer and first in fight. Have I not stood behind him when his face was turned to the west? Have I not watched by his side ships with high masts burning in a straight flame on the calm water? Have I not followed him on dark nights amongst sleeping men that woke up only to die? His sword was swifter than the fire from heaven, and struck before it flashed. Aye, Tuan, those were the days, and that was a leader, and I myself was younger. And in those days there were not so many fireships with guns that deal fiery death from afar. Over the hill and over the forest, O Tuan Lakamba, they dropped whistling fireballs into the creek where our prows took refuge, and where they dared not follow men who had arms in their hands." He shook his head with mournful regret, and threw another handful of fuel on the fire. The burst of clear flame lit up his broad, dark, and pock-marked face, where the big lips, stained with beetle juice, looked like a deep and bleeding gash of a fresh wound. The reflection of the firelight gleamed brightly in his solitary eye, lending it for a moment a fierce animation that died out altogether with the short-lived flame. With quick touches of his bare hands he raked the embers into a heap, then wiping the warm ash on his waistcloth, his only garment, he clasped his thin legs with his entwined fingers and rested his chin on his drawn-up knees. Lakamba stirred slightly without changing his position or taking his eyes off the glowing coals, on which they had been fixed in dreamy immobility. "Yes," went on Babalatchi, in a low monotone, as if pursuing aloud a train of thought that had its beginning in the silent contemplation of the unstable nature of earthly greatness. "Yes, he has been rich and strong, and now he lives on alms, old, feeble, blind, and without companions but for his daughter. The Raja Patalolo gives him rice, and the pale woman, his daughter, cooks it for him, for he has no slave." "I saw her from afar," muttered Lakamba disparagingly, "a she-dog with white teeth like a woman of the Orang Putti." "Right, right," assented Babalatchi, "but you have not seen her near. Her mother was a woman from the west, a Baghdadi woman with veiled face. Now she goes uncovered like our women do, for she is poor, and he is blind, and nobody ever comes near them unless to ask for a charm or a blessing, and depart quickly for fear of his anger and of the Raja's hand. You have not been on that side of the river?" "Not for a long time, if I go." "True, true," interrupted Babalatchi soothingly, "but I go alone, for your good, and look, and listen. When the time comes, when we both go together towards the Raja's kampong, it will be to enter and to remain." Lakamba sat up and looked at Babalatchi gloomily. "This is good talk once, twice. When it is heard too often it becomes foolish, like the prattle of children." "Many, many times have I seen the cloudy sky, and have heard the wind of the rainy season," said Babalatchi impressively. "And where is your wisdom? It must be with the wind and the clouds of seasons past, for I do not hear it in your talk." "Those are the words of the ungrateful," shouted Babalatchi with sudden exasperation. "Verily, our only refuge is with the One, the Mighty, the redresser of—" "Peace, peace," growled the startled Lakamba. "It is but a friend's talk." Babalatchi subsided into his former attitude, muttering to himself. After a while he went on again in a louder voice. Since the Rajah Laut left, another white man here in Zambia, the daughter of the blind Omar el-Badawi, has spoken to other ears than mine. Would a white man listen to a beggar's daughter? Said Lakamba doubtingly. Aye, I have seen. And what did you see? Oh, one-eyed one, exclaimed Lakamba contemptuously. I have seen the strange white man walking on the narrow path before the sun could dry the drops of dew on the bushes, and I have heard the whisper of his voice when he spoke through the smoke of the morning fire to that woman with big eyes and a pale skin. Woman in body, but in heart a man. She knows no fear and no shame. I have heard her voice too. He nodded twice at Lakamba sagaciously, and gave himself up to silent musing, his solitary eye fixed immovably upon the straight wall of forest on the opposite bank. Lakamba lay silent, staring vacantly. Under them Lingard's own river rippled softly against the piles supporting the bamboo platform of the little watch-house before which they were lying. Behind the house the ground rose in a gentle swell of a low hill cleared of the big timber, but thickly overgrown with the grass and bushes, now withered and burnt up in the long drought of the dry season. This old rice clearing, which had been several years lying fallow, was framed on three sides by the impenetrable and tangled growth of the untouched forest, and on the fourth came down to the muddy river bank. There was not a breath of wind on the land or river, but high above, in the transparent sky, little clouds rushed past the moon, now appearing in her diffused rays with the brilliance of silver, now obscuring her face with the blackness of ebony. Far away in the middle of the river a fish would leap now and then with a short splash, the very loudness of which measured the profundity of the overpowering silence that swallowed up the sharp sound suddenly. Lakamba dozed uneasily off, but the wakeful Babalatchi sat thinking deeply, sighing from time to time and slapping himself over his naked torso incessantly in a vain endeavour to keep off an occasional and wandering mosquito that, rising as high as the platform above the swarms of the riverside, would settle with a ping of triumph on the unexpected victim. The moon, pursuing her silent and toilsome path, attained her highest elevation, and chasing the shadow of the roof-eaves from Lakamba's face, seemed to hang arrested over their heads. Babalatchi revived the fire and woke up his companion, who sat up yawning and shivering discontentedly. Babalatchi spoke again in a voice which was like the murmur of a brook that runs over the stones, low, monotonous, persistent, irresistible in its power to wear out and to destroy the hardest obstacles. Lakamba listened, silent but interested. They were Malay adventurers, ambitious men of that place and time, the Bohemians of their race. In the early days of the settlement, before the ruler Patalolo had shaken off his allegiance to the Sultan of Koti, Lakamba appeared in the river with two small trading vessels. He was disappointed to find already some semblance of organisation amongst the settlers of various races who recognised the unobtrusive sway of old Patolo, and he was not politic enough to conceal his disappointment. He declared himself to be a man from the East, from those parts where no white man ruled, and to be of an oppressed race, but of a princely family. And truly enough, he had all the gifts of an exiled prince. He was discontented, ungrateful, turbulent, a man full of envy and ready for intrigue, with brave words and empty promises forever on his lips. He was obstinate, but his will was made up of short impulses that never lasted long enough to carry him to the goal of his ambition. Received coldly by the suspicious Patalolo, he persisted, permission or no permission, in clearing the ground on a good spot some 14 miles down the river from Zambia, and built himself a house there, which he fortified by a high palisade. As he had many followers and seemed very reckless, the old Rajah did not think it prudent at the time to interfere with him by force. Once settled, he began to intrigue. The quarrels of Patalolo with the Sultan of Koti was of his fomenting, but failed to produce the result he expected, because the Sultan could not back him up effectively at such a great distance. Disappointed in that scheme, he promptly organised an outbreak of the Bugis settlers, and besieged the old Rajah and his stockade with much noisy valour and a fair chance of success. But Lingard then appeared on the scene with the armed brig, and the old seaman's hairy forefinger, shaken menacingly in his face, quelled his martial ardour. No man cared to encounter the Rajah out, and Lakamba, with momentary resignation, subsided into a half-cultivator, half-trader, and nursed in his fortified house his wrath and his ambition, keeping it for use on a more propitious occasion. Still faithful to his character of a prince pretender, he would not recognise the constituted authorities, answering sulkily the Rajah's messenger, who claimed the tribute for the cultivated fields, that the Rajah had better come and take it himself. By Lingard's advice he was left alone, notwithstanding his rebellious mood, and for many days he lived undisturbed amongst his wives and retainers, cherishing that persistent and causeless hope of better times, the possession of which seems to be the universal privilege of exiled greatness. But the passing days brought no change. The hope grew faint, and the hot ambition burnt itself out, leaving only a feeble and expiring spark amongst a heap of dull and tepid ashes of indolent acquiescence with the decrees of fate, till Babalatchi fanned it again into a bright flame. Babalatchi had blundered upon the river while in search of a safe refuge for his disreputable head. He was a vagabond of the seas, a true orang lout, living by rapine and plunder of coasts and ships in his prosperous days, earning his living by honest and irksome toil when the days of adversity were upon him. So, although at times leading the Sulu rovers, he had also served as serang of country ships, and in that wise had visited the distant seas, beheld the glories of Bombay, the might of the Mascati Sultan, had even struggled in a pious throng for the privilege of touching with his lips the sacred stone of the holy city. He gathered experience and wisdom in many lands, and after attaching himself to Omar el-Badavi, he affected great piety, as became a pilgrim, although unable to read the inspired words of the Prophet. He was brave and bloodthirsty without any affection, and he hated the white men who interfered with the manly pursuits of throat-cutting, kidnapping, slave-dealing, and fire-raising that were the only possible occupation for a true man of the sea. He found favour in the eyes of his chief, the fearless Omar el-Badavi, the leader of the Brunei rovers, whom he followed with unquestioning loyalty through the long years of successful depredation. And when that long career of murder, robbery, and violence received its first serious check at the hands of white men, he stood faithfully by his chief, looking steadily at the bursting shells, was undismayed by the flames of the burning stronghold, by the death of his companions, by the shrieks of their women, the wailing of their children, by the sudden ruin and destruction of all that he deemed indispensable to a happy and glorious existence. The beaten ground between the houses was slippery with blood, and the dark mangroves of the muddy creeks were full of sighs of the dying men who were stricken down before they could see their enemy. They died helplessly, for into the tangled forest there was no escape, and their swift prows, in which they had so often scoured the coast and the seas, now wedged together in the narrow creek, were burning fiercely. Babalatchi, with a clear perception of the coming end, devoted all his energies to saving, if it was but only one of them. He succeeded in time. When the end came and the explosion of the stored powder barrels, he was ready to look for his chief. He found him half dead and totally blinded, with nobody near him but his daughter Aissa. The sons had fallen earlier in the day, as became men of their courage. Helped by the girl with a steadfast heart, Babalatchi carried Omar on board the light prow and succeeded in escaping, but with very few companions only. As they hauled their craft into the network of dark and silent creeks, they could hear the cheering of the crews of the man-of-war boats dashing to the attack of the rovers' village. Aissa, sitting on the high after-deck, her father's blackened and bleeding head in her lap, looked up with fearless eyes at Babalatchi. They shall find only smoke, blood, and dead men and women mad with fear there, but nothing else living," she said mournfully. Babalatchi, pressing with his right hand the deep gash on his shoulder, answered sadly, "They are very strong. When we fight with them, we can only die. Yet," he added menacingly, "some of us still live. Some of us still live." For a short time he dreamt of vengeance, but his dream was dispelled by the cold reception of the Sultan of Sulu, with whom they sought refuge at first, and who gave them only a contemptuous and grudging hospitality. While Omar, nursed by Isa, was recovering from his wounds, Babalatchi attended industriously before the exalted presence that had extended to them the hand of protection. For all that, when Babalatchi spoke into the Sultan's ear certain proposals of a great and profitable raid, this was to sweep the islands from Ternate to Achin, the Sultan was very angry. "I know you, you men from the west," he exclaimed angrily. "Your words are poison in our rulers' ears. Your talk is of fire and murder and booty. But on our heads falls the vengeance of the blood you drink. Begone." There was nothing to be done. Times were changed, so changed that when a Spanish frigate appeared before the island and a demand was sent to the Sultan to deliver Omar and his companions, Babalatchi was not surprised to hear that they were going to be made the victims of political expediency. But from that sane appreciation of danger to tame submission was a very long step. And then began Omar's second flight. It began arms in hand, for the little band had to fight in the night on the beach for the possession of the small canoes in which those that survived got away at last. The story of that escape lives in the hearts of brave men even to this day. They talk of Babalatchi and of the strong woman who carried her blind father through the surf under the fire of the warship from the north. The companions of that piratical and sunless Annise are dead now, but their ghosts wander over the waters and the islands at night, after the manner of ghosts, and haunt the fires by which sit armed men, as is meet for the spirits of fearless warriors who died in battle. There they may hear the story of their own deeds, of their own courage, suffering, and death, on the lips of living men. That story is told in many places. On the cool mats in breezy verandas of Rajahs' houses it is alluded to disdainfully by impassive statesmen, but amongst armed men that throng the courtyards it is a tale which stills the murmur of voices and the tinkle of anklets, arrests the passage of the Siri vessel, and fixes the eyes in absorbed gaze. They talk of the fight, of the fearless woman, of the wise man, of long suffering on the thirsty sea in leaky canoes, of those who died. Many died. A few survived. The chief, the woman, and another one who became great. There was no hint of incipient greatness in Babalatchi's unostentatious arrival in Zambia. He came with Omar and Isa in a small prow loaded with green coconuts, and claimed the ownership of both vessel and cargo. How it came to pass that Babalatchi, fleeing for his life in a small canoe, managed to end his hazardous journey in a vessel full of a valuable commodity is one of those secrets of the sea that baffle the most searching inquiry. In truth, nobody inquired much. There were rumours of a missing trading prau belonging to Manado, but they were vague and remained mysterious. Babalatchi told a story which, it must be said in justice to Patalolo's knowledge of the world, was not believed. When the Rajah ventured to state his doubts, Babalatchi asked him in tones of calm remonstrance whether he could reasonably suppose that two oldish men, who had only one eye amongst them, and a young woman, were likely to gain possession of anything whatever by violence. Charity was a virtue recommended by the Prophet. There were charitable people, and their hand was open to the deserving. Patalolo wagged his aged head doubtingly, and Babalatchi withdrew with a shocked mien and put himself forthwith under Lacamba's protection. The two men who completed the prau's crew followed him into that magnate's campong. The blind Omar, with Isa, remained under the care of the Rajah, and the Rajah confiscated the cargo. The prau, hauled up on the mud bank at the junction of the two branches of the Pantai, rotted in the rain, warped in the sun, fell to pieces and gradually vanished into the smoke of household fires of the settlement. Only a forgotten plank and a rib or two, sticking neglected in the shiny ooze for a long time, served to remind Babalatchi during many months that he was a stranger in the land. Otherwise he felt perfectly at home in Lakamba's establishment, where his peculiar position and influence were quickly recognized, and soon submitted to even by the women. He had all a true vagabond's pliability to circumstances and adaptiveness to momentary surroundings. In his readiness to learn from experience that contempt for early principles so necessary to a true statesman, he equalled the most successful politician of any age, and he had enough persuasiveness and firmness of purpose to acquire a complete mastery over Lakamba's vacillating mind, where there was nothing stable but an all-pervading discontent. He kept the discontent alive. He rekindled the expiring ambition. He moderated the poor exile's not unnatural impatience to attain a high and lucrative position. He, the man of violence, deprecated the use of force, for he had a clear comprehension of the difficult situation. From the same cause he, the hater of white men, would to some extent admit the eventual expediency of Dutch protection. But nothing should be done in a hurry. Whatever his master Makamba might think, there was no use in poisoning old Patalolo, he maintained. It could be done, of course, but what then? As long as Lingard's influence was paramount, as long as Almayer, Lingard's representative, was the only great trader of the settlement, it was not worth Lakamba's while, even if it had been possible, to grasp the rule of the young state. Killing Almayer and Lingard was so difficult and so risky that it might be dismissed as impracticable. What was wanted was an alliance, somebody to set up against the white men's influence, and somebody who, while favourable to Lakamba, would at the same time be a person of good standing with the Dutch authorities. A rich and considered trader was wanted. Such a person, once firmly established in Sambia, would help them to oust the old Rajah, to remove him from power or from life if there was no other way. Then it would be time to apply to the Orang Blanda for a flag, for a recognition of their meritorious services, for that protection which would make them safe forever. The word of a rich and loyal trader would mean something with the ruler down in Batavia. The first thing to do was to find such an ally, and to induce him to settle in Sambia. A white trader would not do. A white man would not fall in with their ideas, would not be trustworthy. The man they wanted should be rich, unscrupulous, have many followers, and be a well-known personality in the islands. Such a man might be found amongst the Arab traders. Lingard's jealousy, said Babalatchi, kept all traders out of the river. Some were afraid, and some did not know how to get there. Others ignored the very existence of Sambia. A good many did not think it worth their while to run the risk of Lingard's enmity for the doubtful advantage of trade with a comparatively unknown settlement. The great majority were undesirable or untrustworthy, and Babalatchi mentioned regretfully the men he had known in his young days, wealthy, resolute, courageous, reckless, ready for any enterprise. But why lament the past and speak about the dead? There is one man living, great, not far off. Such was Babalatchi's line of policy laid before his ambitious protector. Lakamba assented, his only objection being that it was very slow work. In his extreme desire to grasp dollars and power, the unintellectual exile was ready to throw himself into the arms of any wandering cutthroat whose help could be secured, and Babalatchi experienced great difficulty in restraining him from unconsidered violence. It would not do to let it be seen that they had any hand in introducing the new element into the social and political life of Sambia. There was always a possibility of failure, and in that case Lingard's vengeance would be swift and certain. No risk should be run. They must wait. Meantime, he pervaded the settlement, squatting in the course of each day by many household fires, testing the public temper and public opinion, and always talking about his impending departure. At night he would often take Lakamba's smallest canoe and depart silently to pay mysterious visits to his old chief on the other side of the river. Omar lived in odour of sanctity under the wing of Patalolo. Between the bamboo fence enclosing the house of the Rajah and the wild forest, there was a banana plantation, and on its further edge stood 2 little houses built on low piles under a few precious fruit trees that grew on the banks of a clear brook, which, bubbling up behind the house, ran in its short and rapid course down to the big river. Along the brook a narrow path led through the dense second growth of a neglected clearing to the banana plantation, and to the houses in it which the Rajah had given for residence to Omar. The Rajah was greatly impressed by Omar's ostentatious piety, by his oracular wisdom, by his many misfortunes, by the solemn fortitude with which he bore his affliction. Often the old ruler of Sambir would visit informally the blind Arab and listen gravely to his talk during the hot hours of an afternoon. In the night Babalatchi would call and interrupt Omar's repose, unrebuked. Aissa, standing silently at the door of one of the huts, could see the 2 old friends as they sat very still by the fire in the middle of the beaten ground between the 2 houses, talking in an indistinct murmur far into the night. She could not hear their words, but she watched the 2 formless shadows curiously. Finally Babalatchi would rise, and, taking her father by the wrist, would lead him back to the house, arrange his mats for him, and go out quietly. Instead of going away, Babalatchi, unconscious of Aissa's eyes, often sat again by the fire, in a long and deep meditation. Aissa looked with respect on that wise and brave man she was accustomed to see at her father's side as long as she could remember, sitting alone and thoughtful in the silent night by the dying fire, his body motionless and his mind wandering in the land of memories, or, who knows, perhaps groping for a road in the waste spaces of the uncertain future. Babalatchi noted the arrival of Willems with alarm at this new accession to the white men's strength. Afterwards he changed his opinion. He met Willems one night on the path leading to Omar's house, and noticed later on, with only a moderate surprise, that the blind Arab did not seem to be aware of the new white man's visits to the neighbourhood of his dwelling. Once, coming unexpectedly in the daytime, Babalatchi fancied he could see the gleam of a white jacket in the bushes on the other side of the brook. That day he watched Aissa pensively as she moved about preparing the evening rice. But after a while he went hurriedly away before sunset, refusing Omar's hospitable invitation in the name of Allah to share their meal. That same evening he startled Lakamba by announcing that the time had come at last to make the first move in their long-deferred game. Lakamba asked excitedly for explanation. Babalatchi shook his head and pointed to the flitting shadows of moving women and to the vague forms of men sitting by the evening fires in the courtyard. Not a word would he speak here, he declared. But when the whole household was reposing, Babalatchi and Lakamba passed silent amongst the sleeping groups to the riverside, and taking a canoe, paddled off stealthily on their way to the dilapidated guard hut in the old rice clearing. There they were safe from all eyes and ears, and could account, if need be, for their excursion by the wish to kill a deer, the spot being well known as the drinking place of all kinds of game. In the seclusion of its quiet solitude, Babalatchi explained his plan to the attentive Lakamba. His idea was to make use of Willems for the destruction of Lingard's influence. "I know the white men, Tuan," he said in conclusion. "In many lands have I seen them, always the slaves of their desires, always ready to give up their strength and their reason into the hands of some woman. The fate of the believers is written by the hand of the Mighty One, but they who worship many gods are thrown into the world with smooth foreheads for any woman's hand to mark their destruction there. Let one white man destroy another. The will of the Most High is that they should be fools. They know how to keep faith with their enemies, but towards each other they know only deception. I have seen. He stretched himself full length before the fire and closed his eye in real or simulated sleep. Lakamba, not quite convinced, sat for a long time with his gaze riveted on the dull embers. As the night advanced, a slight white mist rose from the river, and the declining moon, bowed over the tops of the forest, seemed to seek the repose of the earth, like a wayward and wandering lover who returns at last to lay his tired and silent head on his beloved's breast. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Part 1, Chapter 6 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Chapter 6. "Lend me your gun, Almayer," said Willems across the table, on which a smoky lamp shone redly above the disorder of a finished meal. "I have a mind to go and look for a deer when the moon rises tonight." Almayer, sitting sideways to the table, his elbow pushed amongst the dirty plates, his chin on his breast and his legs stretched stiffly out, kept his eyes steadily on the toes of his grass slippers, and laughed abruptly. "You might say yes or no instead of making that unpleasant noise," remarked Willems with calm irritation. "If I believed one word of what you say, I would," answered Almayer without changing his attitude, and speaking slowly, with pauses, as if dropping his words on the floor. "As it is, what's the use? You know where the gun is. You may take it or leave it. Gun, deer, bosh, hunt deer. Ha! It's a gazelle you are after, my honoured guest. You want gold anklets and silk sarongs for that game, my mighty hunter. And you won't get those for the asking, I promise you. All day among the natives, a fine help you are to me." "You shouldn't drink so much, Almayer," said Willems, disguising his fury under an affected drawl. "You have no head, never had as far as I can remember, in the old days in Macassar. You drink too much." "I drink my own," retorted Almayer, lifting his head quickly and darting an angry glance at Willems. Those two specimens of the superior race glared at each other savagely for a minute, then turned away their heads at the same moment, as if by previous arrangement, and both got up. Almayer kicked off his slippers and scrambled into his hammock, which hung between two wooden columns of the veranda so as to catch every rare breeze of the dry season, and Willems, after standing irresolutely by the table for a short time, walked without a word down the steps of the house and over the courtyard towards the little wooden jetty, where several small canoes and a couple of big white whaleboats were made fast, tugging at their short painters and bumping together in the swift current of the river. He jumped into the smallest canoe, balancing himself clumsily, slipped the rattan painter, and gave an unnecessary and violent shove which nearly sent him heading overboard. By the time he regained his balance, the canoe had drifted some 50 yards down the river. He knelt in the bottom of his little craft and fought the current with long sweeps of the paddle. Almayer sat up in his hammock, grasping his feet and peering over the river with parted lips, till he made out the shadowy form of man and canoe as they struggled past the jetty again. "I thought you would go," he shouted. "Won't you take the gun, hey?" he yelled, straining his voice. Then he fell back in his hammock and laughed to himself feebly till he fell asleep. On the river, Willems, his eyes fixed intently ahead, swept his paddle right and left, unheeding the words that reached him faintly. It was now 3 months since Lingard had landed Willems in Sambir and had departed hurriedly, leaving him in Almayer's care. The two white men did not get on well together. Almayer, remembering the time when they both served Hudig, and when the superior Willems treated him with offensive condescension, felt a great dislike towards his guest. He was also jealous of Lingard's favour. Almayer had married a Malay girl, whom the old seaman had adopted in one of his accesses of unreasoning benevolence, and as the marriage was not a happy one from a domestic point of view, he looked to Lingard's fortune for compensation in his matrimonial unhappiness. The appearance of that man, who seemed to have a claim of some sort upon Lingard, filled him with considerable uneasiness, the more so because the old seaman did not choose to acquaint the husband of his adopted daughter with Willem's history, or to confide to him his intentions as to that individual's future fate. Suspicious from the first, Almayer discouraged Willem's attempts to help him in his trading, and then when Willems drew back he made, with characteristic perverseness, a grievance of his unconcern.
From cold civility in their relations, the two men drifted into silent hostility, then into outspoken enmity, and both wished ardently for Lingard's return and the end of a situation that grew more intolerable from day to day. The time dragged slowly. Willems watched the succeeding sunrises, wondering dismally whether before the evening some change would occur in the deadly dullness of his life. He missed the commercial activity of that existence which seemed to him far off, irreparably lost, buried out of sight under the ruins of his past success, now gone from him beyond the possibility of redemption. He mooned disconsolately about Almayer's courtyard, watching from afar with uninterested eyes the up-country canoes discharging gutter or rattans and loading rice or European goods on the little wharf of Lingard and Company. Big as was the extent of ground owned by Almayer, Willems yet felt that there was not enough room for him inside those neat fences. The man who, during long years, became accustomed to think of himself as indispensable to others, felt a bitter and savage rage at the cruel consciousness of his superfluity, of his uselessness, at the cold hostility visible in every look of the only white man in this barbarous corner of the world. He gnashed his teeth when he thought of the wasted days, of the life thrown away in the unwilling company of that peevish and suspicious fool. He heard the reproach of his idleness in the murmur of the river, in the unceasing whisper of the great forests. Round him everything stirred, moved, swept by in a rush, the earth under his feet and the heavens above his head. The very savages around him strove, struggled, fought, worked, if only to prolong a miserable existence, but they lived, and it was only himself that seemed to be left outside the scheme of creation in a hopeless immobility, filled with tormenting anger and with ever-stinging regret. He took to wandering about the settlement. The afterwards flourishing Sambir was born in a swamp and passed its youth in malodorous mud. The houses crowded the bank, and, as if to get away from the unhealthy shore, stepped boldly into the river, shooting over it in a close row of bamboo platforms elevated on high piles, amongst which the current below spoke in a soft and unceasing plaint of murmuring eddies. There was only one path in the whole town, and it ran at the back of the houses, along the succession of blackened circular patches that marked the place of the household fires. On the other side, the virgin forest bordered the path, coming close to it, as if to provoke impudently any passer-by to the solution of the gloomy problem of its depths. Nobody would accept the deceptive challenge. There were only a few feeble attempts at a clearing here and there, but the ground was low, and the river, retiring after its yearly floods, left on each a gradually diminishing mud-hole, where the imported buffaloes of the Bugis settlers wallowed happily during the heat of the day. When Willems walked on the path, the indolent men stretched on the shady side of the houses looked at him with calm curiosity. The women, busy round the cooking fires, would send after him wandering and timid glances, while the children would only look once and then run away, yelling with fright at the horrible appearance of the man with a red and white face. These manifestations of childish disgust and fear stung Willems with a sense of absurd humiliation. He sought in his walks the comparative solitude of the rudimentary clearings, but the very buffaloes snorted with alarm at his sight, scrambled lumberingly out of the cool mud, and stared wildly in a compact herd at him as he tried to slink unperceived along the edge of the forest. One day, at some unguarded and sudden movement of his, the whole herd stampeded down the path, scattered the fires, sent the women flying with shrill cries, and left a track of smashed pots, trampled rice, overturned children, and a crowd of angry men brandishing sticks in loud-voiced pursuit. The innocent cause of that disturbance ran shamefacedly the gauntlet of black looks and unfriendly remarks, and hastily sought refuge in Almayer's campong. After that he left the settlement alone. Later, when the enforced confinement grew irksome, Willems took one of Almayer's many canoes and crossed the main branch of the Pantai in search of some solitary spot where he could hide his discouragement and his weariness. He skirted in his little craft the wall of tangled verdure, keeping in the dead water close to the bank where the spreading nipa palms nodded their broad leaves over his head as if in contemptuous pity of the wandering outcast. Here and there he could see the beginnings of chopped-out pathways, and with the fixed idea of getting out of sight of the busy river, he would land and follow the narrow and winding path, only to find that it led nowhere, ending abruptly in the discouragement of thorny thickets. He would go back slowly, with a bitter sense of unreasonable disappointment and sadness, oppressed by the hot smell of earth, dampness and decay in that forest which seemed to push him mercilessly back into the glittering sunshine of the river. And he would recommence paddling with tired arms, to seek another opening, to find another deception. As he paddled up to the point where the Rajah's stockade came down to the river, the nipas were left behind, rattling their leaves over the brown water, and the big trees would appear on the bank, tall, strong, indifferent in the immense solidity of their life, which endures for ages, to that short and fleeting life in the heart of the man who crept painfully amongst their shadows in search of a refuge from the unceasing reproach of his thoughts. Amongst their smooth trunks a clear brook meandered for a time in twining lacets before it made up its mind to take a leap into the hurrying river over the edge of the steep bank. There was also a pathway there, and it seemed frequented. Willems landed, and following the capricious promise of the track, soon found himself in a comparatively clear space, where the confused tracery of sunlight fell through the branches and the foliage overhead, and lay on the stream that shone in an easy curve like a bright sword blade dropped amongst the long and feathery grass. Further on the path continued, narrowed again in the thick undergrowth. At the end of the first turning, Willem saw a flash of white and colour, a gleam of gold like a sun-ray lost in shadow, and a vision of blackness darker than the deepest shade of the forest. He stopped, surprised, and fancied he had heard light footsteps, growing lighter, ceasing. He looked around. The grass on the bank of the stream trembled, and a tremulous path of its shivering silver-grey tops ran from the water to the beginning of the thicket. And yet there was not a breath of wind. Somebody kind passed there. He looked pensive while the tremor died out in a quick tremble under his eyes, and the grass stood high, unstirring, with drooping heads in the warm and motionless air. He hurried on, driven by a suddenly awakened curiosity, and entered the narrow way between the bushes. At the next turn of the path he caught again the glimpse of coloured stuff and of a woman's black hair before him. He hastened his pace, and came in full view of the object of his pursuit. The woman, who was carrying 2 bamboo vessels full of water, heard his footsteps, stopped, and putting the bamboo down, half turned to look back. Willems also stood still for a minute, then walked steadily on with a firm tread, while the woman moved aside to let him pass. He kept his eyes fixed straight before him, yet almost unconsciously he took in every detail of the tall and graceful figure. As he approached her, the woman tossed her head slightly back, and with a free gesture of her strong round arm caught up the mass of loose black hair and brought it over her shoulder and across the lower part of her face. The next moment he was passing her close, walking rigidly like a man in a trance. He heard her rapid breathing, and he felt the touch of a look darted at him from half-open eyes. It touched his brain and his heart together. It seemed to him to be something loud and stirring like a shout, silent and penetrating like an inspiration. The momentum of his motion carried him past her, but an invisible force made up of surprise and curiosity and desire spun him round as soon as he had passed. She had taken up her burden already, with the intention of pursuing her path. His sudden movement arrested her at the first step, and again she stood straight, slim, expectant, with a readiness to dart away suggested in the light immobility of her pose. High above, the branches of the trees met in a transparent shimmer of waving green mist, through which the rain of yellow rays descended upon her head, streamed in glints down her black tresses, shone with the changing glow of liquid metal on her face, and lost itself in vanishing sparks in the sombre depths of her eyes that, wide open now, with enlarged pupils, looked steadily at the man in her path. And Willem stared at her, charmed with the charm that carries with it a sense of irreparable loss, tingling with that feeling which begins like a caress and ends in a blow. in that sudden hurt of a new emotion making its way into a human heart, with the brusque stirring of sleeping sensations awakening suddenly to the rush of new hopes, new fears, new desires, and to the flight of one's old self. She moved a step forward and again halted. A breath of wind that came through the trees, but in Willem's fancy seemed to be driven by her moving figure, rippled in a hot wave round his body and scorched his face in a burning touch. He drew it in with a long breath, the last long breath of a soldier before the rush of battle, of a lover before he takes in his arms the adored woman, the breath that gives courage to confront the menace of death or the storm of passion. Who was she? Where did she come from? Wonderingly, he took his eyes off her face to look round at the serried trees of the forest that stood big and still and straight, as if watching him and her breathlessly. He had been baffled, repelled, almost frightened by the intensity of that tropical life which wants the sunshine but works in gloom, which seems to be all grace of colour and form, all brilliance, all smiles, but is only the blossoming of the dead, whose mystery holds the promise of joy and beauty, yet contains nothing but poison and decay. He had been frightened by the vague perception of danger before, but now, as he looked at that life again, his eyes seemed able to pierce the fantastic veil of creepers and leaves, to look past the solid trunks, to see through the forbidding gloom, and the mystery was disclosed, enchanting, subduing, beautiful. He looked at the woman. Through the checkered light between them she appeared to him with the impalpable distinctness of a dream. The very spirit of that land of mysterious forests standing before him like an apparition behind a transparent veil, a veil woven of sunbeams and shadows. She had approached him still nearer. He felt a strange impatience within him at her advance. Confused thoughts rushed through his head, disordered, shapeless, stunning. Then he heard his own voice asking, "Who are you?" "I am the daughter of the blind Omar," she answered in a low but steady tone. "And you," she went on a little louder, "you are the white trader, the great man of this place." "Yes," said Willems, holding her eyes with his in a sense of extreme effort. "Yes, I am white." Then he added, feeling as if he spoke about some other man, "But I am the outcast of my people." She listened to him gravely. Through the mesh of scattered hair, her face looked like the face of a golden statue with living eyes. The heavy eyelids dropped slightly, and from between the long eyelashes she sent out a sidelong look, hard, keen, and narrow like the gleam of sharp steel. Her lips were firm and composed in a graceful curve, but the distended nostrils, the upward poise of the half-averted head, gave to her whole person the expression of a wild and resentful defiance. A shadow passed over Willem's face. He put his hand over his lips as if to keep back the words that wanted to come out in a surge of impulsive necessity, the outcome of dominant thought that rushes from the heart to the brain and must be spoken in the face of doubt, of danger, of fear, of destruction itself. "You are beautiful," he whispered. She looked at him again with a glance that, running in one quick flash of her eyes over his sunburnt features, his broad shoulders, his straight, tall, motionless figure, rested at last on the ground at his feet. Then she smiled. In the sombre beauty of her face, that smile was like the first ray of light on a stormy daybreak that darts evanescent and pale through the gloomy clouds, the forerunner of sunrise and of thunder. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 1, Chapter 7. There are in our lives short periods which hold no place in memory, but only as the recollection of a feeling. There is no remembrance of gesture, of action, of any outward manifestation of life. Those are lost in the unearthly brilliance or in the unearthly gloom of such moments. We are absorbed in contemplation of that something within our bodies which rejoices or suffers, while the body goes on breathing, instinctively runs away, or, not less instinctively, fights, perhaps dies. But death in such a moment is the privilege of the fortunate. It is a high and rare favour, a supreme grace. Willems never remembered how and when he parted from Aisa. He caught himself drinking the muddy water out of the hollow of his hand while his canoe was drifting in midstream past the last houses of Sambir. With his returning wits came the fear of something unknown that had taken possession of his heart, of something inarticulate and masterful which could not speak and would be obeyed. His first impulse was that of revolt. He would never go back there, never. He looked round slowly at the brilliance of things in the deadly sunshine and took up his paddle. How changed everything seemed. The river was broader, the sky was higher. How fast the canoe flew under the strokes of his paddle. Since when had he acquired the strength of 2 men or more? He looked up and down the reach at the forests of the bank with a confused notion that with one sweep of his hand he could tumble all these trees into the stream. His face felt burning. He drank again and shuddered with a depraved sense of pleasure at the aftertaste of slime in the water. It was late when he reached Ormar's house, but he crossed the dark and uneven courtyard, walking lightly in the radiance of some light of his own, invisible to other eyes. His host's sulky greeting jarred him like a sudden fall down a great height. He took his place at the table opposite Ormar and tried to speak cheerfully to his gloomy companion, but when the meal was ended and they sat smoking in silence, he felt an abrupt discouragement, a lassitude in all his limbs, a sense of immense sadness as after some great and irreparable loss. The darkness of the night entered his heart, bringing with it doubt and hesitation and dull anger with himself and all the world. He had an impulse to shout horrible curses, to quarrel with Ormar, to do something violent. Quite without any immediate provocation, he thought he would like to assault the wretched, sulky beast. He glanced at him ferociously from under his eyebrows. The unconscious Ormar smoked thoughtfully, planning tomorrow's work, probably. The man's composure seemed to Willems an unpardonable insult. Why didn't that idiot talk tonight when he wanted him to? On other nights he was ready enough to chatter, and such dull nonsense too. And Willems, trying hard to repress his own senseless rage, looked fixedly through the thick tobacco smoke at the stained tablecloth. They retired early, as usual, but in the middle of the night Willems leapt out of his hammock with a stifled execration and ran down the steps into the courtyard. The 2 night watchmen, who sat by a little fire talking together in a monotonous undertone, lifted their heads to look wonderingly at the discomposed features of the white man as he crossed the circle of light thrown out by their fire. He disappeared in the darkness, and then came back again, passing them close, but with no sign of consciousness of their presence on his face. Backwards and forwards he paced, muttering to himself, and the 2 Malays, after a short consultation in whispers, left the fire quietly, not thinking it safe to remain in the vicinity of a white man who behaved in such a strange manner. They retired round the corner of the go-down, and watched Willems curiously through the night, till the short daybreak was followed by the sudden blaze of the rising sun, and Ormar's establishment woke up to life and work. As soon as he could get away unnoticed in the bustle of the busy riverside, Willems crossed the river on his way to the place where he had met Aisa. He threw himself down in the grass by the side of the brook and listened for the sound of her footsteps. The brilliant light of day fell through the irregular opening in the high branches of the trees and streamed down, softened among the shadows of big trunks. Here and there a narrow sunbeam touched the rugged bark of a tree with a golden splash, sparkled on the leaping water of the brook, or rested on a leaf that stood out, shimmering and distinct, on the monotonous background of sombre green tints. The clear gap of blue above his head was crossed by the quick flight of white rice-birds whose wings flashed in the sunlight, while through it the heat poured down from the sky, clung about the steaming earth, rolled among the trees, and wrapped up Willems in the soft and odorous folds of air heavy with the faint scent of blossoms and with the acrid smell of decaying life. and in that atmosphere of nature's workshop, Willems felt soothed and lulled into forgetfulness of his past, into indifference as to his future. The recollections of his triumphs, of his wrongs, and of his ambition vanished in that warmth which seemed to melt all regrets, all hopes, all anger, all strength out of his heart. And he lay there dreamily contented in the tepid and perfumed shelter, thinking of Aissa's eyes, recalling the sound of her voice, the quiver of her lips, her frowns and her smile. She came, of course. To her he was something new, unknown and strange. He was bigger, stronger than any man she had seen before, and altogether different from all those she knew. He was of the victorious race. With a vivid remembrance of the great catastrophe of her life, he appeared to her with all the fascination of a great and dangerous thing, of a terror vanquished, surmounted, made a plaything of. They spoke with just such a deep voice, those victorious men. They looked with just such hard blue eyes at their enemies. And she made that voice speak softly to her. Those eyes looked tenderly at her face. He was indeed a man. She could not understand all he told her of his life, but the fragments she understood she made up for herself into a story of a man great amongst his own people, valorous and unfortunate, an undaunted fugitive, dreaming of vengeance against his enemies. He had all the attractiveness of the vague and the unknown, of the unforeseen and of the sudden, of a being strong, dangerous, alive and human, ready to be enslaved. She felt that he was ready. She felt it with the unerring intuition of a primitive woman confronted by a simple impulse. Day after day, when they met and she stood a little way off, listening to his words, holding him with her look, the undefined terror of the new conquest became faint and blurred like the memory of a dream, and the certitude grew distinct and convincing and visible to the eyes like some material thing in full sunlight. It was a deep joy, a great pride, a tangible sweetness that seemed to leave the taste of honey on her lips. He lay stretched at her feet without moving, for he knew from experience how a slight movement of his could frighten her away in those first days of their intercourse. He lay very quiet, with all the ardour of his desire ringing in his voice and shining in his eyes, while his body was still, like death itself. And he looked at her, standing above him, her head lost in the shadow of broad and graceful leaves that touched her cheek, while the slender spikes of pale green orchid streamed down from among the boughs and mingled with the black hair that framed her face, as if all those plants claimed her for their own, the animated and brilliant flower of all that exuberant life which, born in gloom, struggles forever towards the sunshine. Every day she came a little nearer. He watched her slow progress, the gradual taming of that woman by the words of his love. It was the monotonous song of praise and desire that, commencing at creation, wraps up the world like an atmosphere, and shall end only in the end of all things, when there are no lips to sing and no ears to hear. He told her that she was beautiful and desirable, and he repeated it again and again. For when he told her that, he had said all there was within him. He had expressed his only thought, his only feeling. And he watched the startled look of wonder and mistrust vanish from her face with the passing days. Her eyes soften, the smile dwell longer and longer on her lips, a smile as of one charmed by a delightful dream, with a slight exultation of intoxicating triumph lurking in its dawning tenderness. And while she was near, there was nothing in the whole world for that idle man but her look and her smile. Nothing in the past, nothing in the future, and in the present only the luminous fact of her existence. But in the sudden darkness of her going, he would be left weak and helpless, as though despoiled violently of all that was himself. He who had lived all his life with no preoccupation but that of his own career, contemptuously indifferent to all feminine influence, full of scorn for men that would submit to it, if ever so little, he, so strong, so superior even in his errors, realized at last that his very individuality was snatched from within himself by the hand of a woman. Where was the assurance and pride of his cleverness, the belief in success, the anger of failure, the wish to retrieve his fortune, the certitude of his ability to accomplish it yet? Gone. All gone. All that had been a man within him was gone, and there remained only the trouble of his heart, that heart which had become a contemptible thing, which could be fluttered by a look or a smile, tormented by a word, soothed by a promise. When the longed-for day came at last, when she sank on the grass by his side and with a quick gesture took his hand in hers, he sat up suddenly with the movement and look of a man awakened by the crash of his own falling house. All his blood, all his sensations, all his life seemed to rush into that hand, leaving him without strength, in a cold shiver, in the sudden clamminess and collapse as of a deadly gunshot wound. He flung her hand away brutally, like something burning, and sat motionless, his head fallen forward, staring on the ground and catching his breath in painful gasps. His impulse of fear and apparent horror did not dismay her in the least. Her face was grave, and her eyes looked seriously at him. Her fingers touched the hair of his temple, ran in a light caress down his cheek, twisted gently the end of his long moustache, and while he sat in the tremor of that contact, she ran off with startling fleetness and disappeared in a peal of clear laughter in the stir of grass, in the nod of young twigs growing over the path, leaving behind only a vanishing trail of motion and sound. He scrambled to his feet slowly and painfully, like a man with a burden on his shoulders, and walked towards the riverside. He hugged to his breast the recollection of his fear and of his delight, but told himself seriously, over and over again, that this must be the end of that adventure. After shoving off his canoe into the stream, he lifted his eyes to the bank and gazed at it long and steadily, as if taking his last look at a place of charming memories. He marched up to Almayer's house with the concentrated expression and the determined step of a man who had just taken a momentous resolution. His face was set and rigid. His gestures and movements were guarded and slow. He was keeping a tight hand on himself, a very tight hand. He had a vivid illusion, as vivid as reality almost, of being in charge of a slippery prisoner. He sat opposite Almayer during that dinner, which was their last meal together, with a perfectly calm face, and within him a growing terror of escape from his own self. Now and then he would grasp the edge of the table and set his teeth hard in a sudden wave of acute despair, like one who, falling down a smooth and rapid declivity that ends in a precipice, digs his fingernails into the yielding surface and feels himself slipping helplessly to inevitable destruction. Then, abruptly, came a relaxation of his muscles, the giving way of his will. Something seemed to snap in his head, and that wish, that idea, kept back during all those hours, darted into his brain with the heat and noise of a conflagration. He must see her at once, go now, tonight. He had the raging regret of the lost hour, of every passing moment. There was no thought of resistance now. Yet, with the instinctive fear of the irrevocable, with the innate falseness of the human heart, he wanted to keep open the way of retreat. He had never absented himself during the night. What did Almayer know? What would Almayer think? Better ask him for the gun. A moonlight night. Look for deer. A colourable pretext. He would lie to Almayer. What did it matter? He lied to himself every minute of his life. And for what? For a woman. And such. Almayer's answer showed him that deception was useless. Everything gets to be known, even in this place. Well, he did not care. Cared for nothing but for the lost seconds. What if he should suddenly die? Die before he saw her? Die before he could... As, with the sound of Almayer's laughter in his ears, he urged his canoe in a slanting course across the rapid current, he tried to tell himself that he could return at any moment. He would just go and look at the place where they used to meet, at the tree under which he lay when she took his hand, at the spot where she sat by his side. Just go there and then return, nothing more. But when his little skiff touched the bank, he leapt out, forgetting the painter, and the canoe hung for a moment amongst the bushes and then swung out of sight before he had time to dash into the water and secure it. He was thunderstruck at first. Now he could not go back unless he called up the Rajah's people to get a boat and rowers, and the way to Patalolo's kampong led past Aisa's house. He went up the path with the eager eyes and reluctant steps of a man pursuing a phantom, and when he found himself at a place where a narrow track branched off to the left towards Omar's clearing, he stood still, with a look of strained attention on his face, as if listening to a far-off voice, the voice of his fate. It was a sound inarticulate, but full of meaning, and following it there came a rending and tearing within his breast. He twisted his fingers together, and the joints of his hands and arms cracked. On his forehead the perspiration stood out in small pearly drops. He looked round wildly. Above the shapeless darkness of the forest undergrowth rose the tree-tops with their high boughs and leaves standing out black on the pale sky, like fragments of night floating on moonbeams. Under his feet warm steam rose from the heated earth. Round him there was a great silence. He was looking round for help. This silence, this immobility of his surroundings seemed to him a cold rebuke, a stern refusal, a cruel unconcern. There was no safety outside of himself, and in himself there was no refuge. There was only the image of that woman. He had a sudden moment of lucidity, of that cruel lucidity that comes once in life to the most benighted. He seemed to see what went on within him, and was horrified at the strange sight. He, a white man whose worst fault till then had been a little want of judgment and too much confidence in the rectitude of his kind, that woman was a complete savage, and he tried to tell himself that the thing was of no consequence. It was a vain effort. The novelty of the sensations he had never experienced before in the slightest degree, yet had despised on hearsay from his safe position of a civilized man, destroyed his courage. He was disappointed with himself. He seemed to be surrendering to a wild creature the unstained purity of his life, of his race, of his civilization. He had a notion of being lost amongst shapeless things that were dangerous and ghastly. He struggled with the sense of certain defeat, lost his footing, fell back into the darkness. With a faint cry and an upward throw of his arms, he gave up as a tired swimmer gives up, because the swamped craft is gone from under his feet, because the night is dark and the shore is far, because death is better than strife. End of Part 1, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 1 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Chapter 1. The light and heat fell upon the settlement, the clearings, and the river, as if flung down by an angry hand. The land lay silent, still, and brilliant under the avalanche of burning rays that had destroyed all sound and all motion, had buried all shadows, had choked every breath. No living thing dared to affront the serenity of this cloudless sky, dared to revolt against the oppression of this glorious and cruel sunshine. Strength and resolution, body and mind alike were helpless, and tried to hide before the rush of the fire from heaven. Only the frail butterflies, the fearless children of the sun, the capricious tyrants of the flowers, fluttered audaciously in the open, and their minute shadows hovered in swarms over the drooping blossoms, ran lightly on the withering grass, or glided on the dry and cracked earth. No voice was heard in this hot noontide but the faint murmur of the river that hurried on in swirls and eddies, its sparkling wavelets chasing each other in their joyous course to the sheltering depths, to the cool refuge of the sea. Omar had dismissed his workmen for the midday rest, and, his little daughter on his shoulder, ran quickly across the courtyard, making for the shade of the veranda of his house. He laid the sleepy child on the seat of the big rocking chair, on a pillow which he took out of his own hammock, and stood for a while looking down at her with tender and pensive eyes. The child, tired and hot, moved uneasily, sighed, and looked up at him with the veiled look of sleepy fatigue. He picked up from the floor a broken palm leaf fan and began fanning gently the flushed little face. Her eyelids fluttered, and Almayer smiled. A responsive smile brightened for a second her heavy eyes, broke with a dimple the soft outline of her cheek. Then the eyelids dropped suddenly. She drew a long breath through the parted lips, and was in a deep sleep before the fleeting smile could vanish from her face. Almayer moved lightly off, took one of the wooden armchairs, and placing it close to the balustrade of the veranda, sat down with a sigh of relief. He spread his elbows on the top rail, and resting his chin on his clasped hands, looked absently at the river, at the dance of sunlight on the flowing water. Gradually the forest of the further bank became smaller, as if sinking below the level of the river. The outlines wavered, grew thin, dissolved in the air. Before his eyes there was now only a space of undulating blue, one big empty sky, growing dark at times. Where was the sunshine? He felt soothed and happy, as if some gentle and invisible hand had removed from his soul the burden of his body. In another second he seemed to float out into a cool brightness where there was no such thing as memory or pain. Delicious. His eyes closed, opened, closed again. Almayer! With a sudden jerk of his whole body he sat up, grasping the front rail with both his hands, and blinked stupidly. What's that?" he muttered, looking round vaguely. "Here, down here, Almayer." Half rising in his chair, Almayer looked over the rail at the foot of the veranda, and fell back with a low whistle of astonishment. "A ghost, by heavens!" he exclaimed softly to himself. "Will you listen to me?" went on the husky voice from the courtyard. "May I come up, Almayer?" Almayer stood up and leant over the rail. "Don't you dare," he said in a voice subdued but distinct. "Don't you dare. The child sleeps here, and I don't want to hear you, or speak to you either." "You must listen to me. It's something important." "Not to me, surely." "Yes, to you. Very important." "You're always a humbug," said Almayer after a short silence, in an indulgent tone. "Always. I remember the old days. Some fellows used to say there was no one like you for smartness, but you never took me in. Not quite. I never quite believed in you, Mr. Willems." "I admit your superior intelligence," retorted Willems with scornful impatience from below. "Listening to me would be a further proof of it. You will be sorry if you don't." "Oh, you funny fellow," said Almayer banteringly. "Well, come up. Don't make a noise, but come up. You'll catch a sunstroke down there and die on my doorstep, perhaps. I don't want any tragedy here. Come on." Before he finished speaking, Willem's head appeared above the level of the floor. Then his shoulders rose gradually, and he stood at last before Almayer, a masquerading spectre of the once so very confidential clerk of the richest merchant in the islands. His jacket was soiled and torn. Below the waist he was clothed in a worn-out and faded sarong. He flung off his hat, uncovering his long tangled hair that stuck in wisps on his perspiring forehead and straggled over his eyes, which glittered deep down in the sockets like the last sparks among the black embers of a burnt-out fire. An unclean beard grew out of the caverns of his sunburnt cheeks. The hand he put out towards Almayer was very unsteady. The once firm mouth had the telltale droop of mental suffering and physical exhaustion. He was barefooted. Almayer surveyed him with leisurely composure. "Well," he said at last, without taking the extended hand which dropped slowly along Willem's body. "I am come," began Willems. "So I see," interrupted Almayer. "You might have spared me this treat without making me unhappy. You have been away 5 weeks, if I am not mistaken. I got on very well without you, and now you are here, you are not pretty to look at." "Let me speak, will you?" exclaimed Willems. "Don't shout like this. Do you think yourself in the forest with your friends? This is a civilized man's house, a white man's. Understand?" "I am come," began Willems again. "I am come for your good and mine." "You look as if you had come for a good feed," chimed in the irrepressible Allmeyer, while Willems waved his hand in a discouraged gesture. "Don't they give you enough to eat?" went on Allmeyer in a tone of easy banter. "What am I to call them? Those new relations of yours? That old blind scoundrel must be delighted with your company. You know he was the greatest thief and murderer of these seas. Say, do you exchange confidences? Tell me, Willems, did you kill somebody in Macassar, or did you only steal something?" "It is not true," exclaimed Willems hotly. "I only borrowed. They all lied. Shh, shh," hissed Allmeyer warningly, with a look at the sleeping child. "So you did steal," he went on with repressed exultation. "I thought there was something of the kind. And now here you steal again." For the first time Willems raised his eyes to Allmeyer's face. "Oh, I don't mean from me. I haven't missed anything," said Allmeyer with mocking haste. "But that girl, hey, you stole her. You did not pay the old fellow? She is no good to him now, is she?" "Stop that, Allmeyer." Something in Willem's tone caused Allmeyer to pause. He looked narrowly at the man before him and could not help being shocked at his appearance. "Allmeyer," went on Willems, "listen to me. If you are a human being, you will. I suffer horribly, and for your sake." Allmeyer lifted his eyebrows. "Indeed? How? But you are raving," he added negligently. "Ah, you don't know," whispered Willems. "She is gone." "Gone," he repeated with tears in his voice. "Gone 2 days ago." "No," exclaimed the surprised Allmeyer. "Gone? I haven't heard that news yet." He burst into a subdued laugh. "How funny! Had enough of you already. You know it's not flattering for you, my superior countryman." Willems, as if not hearing him, leaned against one of the columns of the roof and looked over the river. "At first," he whispered dreamily, "my life was like a vision of heaven or hell. I didn't know which. Since you went, I know what perdition means, what darkness is. I know what it is to be torn to pieces alive. That's how I feel." "You may come and live with me again," said Allmeyer coldly. "After all, Lingard, whom I call my father and respect as such, left you under my care. You pleased yourself by going away. Very good. Now you want to come back. Be it so. I am no friend of yours. I act for Captain Lingard." "Come back," repeated Willems passionately. "Come back to you, and abandon her? Do you think I am mad? Without her? Man, what are you made of? To think that she moves, lives, breathes out of my sight. I am jealous of the wind that fans her, of the air she breathes, of the earth that receives the caress of her foot, of the sun that looks at her now, while I haven't seen her for 2 days. 2 days!" The intensity of Willem's feeling moved Allmeyer somewhat, but he affected to yawn elaborately. "You do bore me," he muttered. "Why don't you go after her instead of coming here?" "Why, indeed? Don't you know where she is? She can't be very far. No native craft has left this river for the last fortnight." "No, not very far, and I will tell you where she is. She is in Lakamba's campong." And Willems fixed his eyes steadily on Allmeyer's face. "Phew, Patalolo never sent to let me know. Strange," said Allmeyer thoughtfully. "Are you afraid of that lot?" he added, after a short pause. "I, afraid? Then is it the case of your dignity which prevents you from following her there, my high-minded friend?" asked Allmeyer with mock solicitude. "How noble of you!" There was a short silence. Then Willem said quietly, "You're a fool. I should like to kick you." "No fear," answered Allmeyer carelessly. "You are too weak for that. You look starved." "I don't think I've eaten anything for the last 2 days. Perhaps more. I don't remember." "It does not matter. I am full of live embers," said Willems gloomily. "Look," and he bared an arm covered with fresh scars. "I've been biting myself to forget in that pain the fire that hurts me there." He struck his breast violently with his fist, reeled under his own blow, fell into a chair that stood near, and closed his eyes slowly. Disgusting exhibition, said Allmeyer loftily. What could father ever see in you? You are as estimable as a heap of garbage. You talk like that, you who sold your soul for a few guilders, muttered Willems wearily, without opening his eyes. Not so, few, said Allmeyer with instinctive readiness, and stopped, confused for a moment. He recovered himself quickly, however, and went on. But you have thrown yours away for nothing, flung it under the feet of a damned savage woman who has made you already the thing you are, and will kill you very soon, one way or another, with her love or with her hate. You spoke just now about guilders. You meant Lingard's money, I suppose. Well, whatever I have sold, and for whatever price, I never meant you of all people, to spoil my bargain. I feel pretty safe, though. Even father, even Captain Lingard would not touch you now with a pair of tongs, not with a 10-foot pole. He spoke excitedly, all in one breath, and ceasing suddenly, glared at Willems, and breathed hard through his nose in sulky resentment. Willems looked at him steadily for a moment, then got up. Allmeyer, he said resolutely, I want to become a trader in this place. Allmeyer shrugged his shoulders. Yes, and you shall set me up. I want a house and trade goods, perhaps a little money. I ask you for it. Anything else you want? Perhaps this coat? And here Allmeyer unbuttoned his jacket. Or my house? Or my boots? After all, it's natural, went on Willems, without paying any attention to Allmeyer. It's natural that she should expect the advantages which... And then I could shut up that old wretch, and then... He paused. His face brightened with the soft light of dreamy enthusiasm, and turned his eyes upwards. With his gaunt figure and dilapidated appearance, he looked like some ascetic dweller in a wilderness, finding the reward of a self-denying life in a vision of dazzling glory. He went on in an impassioned murmur. And then I would have her all to myself, away from her people, all to myself, under my own influence, to fashion, to mould, to adore, to soften, to... Oh, delight! And then away to some distant place where, far from all she knew, I would be all the world to her, all the world to her. His face changed suddenly. His eyes wandered for a while, and then became steady all at once. I would repay every cent, of course, he said, in a business-like tone, with something of his old assurance, of his old belief in himself in it. Every cent. I need not interfere with your business. I shall cut out the small native traders. I have ideas, but never mind that now. And Captain Lingard would approve, I feel sure. After all, it's a loan, and I shall be at hand. Safe thing for you. Ah, Captain Lingard would approve. He would... Allmeyer choked. The notion of Lingard doing something for Willems enraged him. His face was purple. He spluttered insulting words. Willems looked at him coolly. I assure you, Allmeyer, he said gently, that I have good grounds for my demand. Your cursed impudence! Believe me, Allmeyer, your position here is not so safe as you may think. An unscrupulous rival here would destroy your trade in a year. It would be ruin. Now Lingard's long absence gives courage to certain individuals. You know, I have heard much lately. They made proposals to me. You are very much alone here, even Patalolo. Damn Patalolo, I am master in this place. But Allmeyer, don't you see? Yes, I see, a mysterious ass, interrupted Allmeyer violently. What is the meaning of your veiled threats? Don't you think I know something also? They have been intriguing for years, and nothing has happened. The Arabs have been hanging about outside this river for years, and I am still the only trader here, the master here. Do you bring me a declaration of war? Then it's from yourself only. I know all my other enemies. I ought to knock you on the head. You are not worth powder and shot, though. You ought to be destroyed with a stick, like a snake. Allmeyer's voice woke up the little girl, who sat up on the pillow with a sharp cry. He rushed over to the chair, caught up the child in his arms, walked back blindly, stumbled against Willem's hat which lay on the floor, and kicked it furiously down the steps. "Clear out of this! Clear out!" he shouted. Willems made an attempt to speak, but Almayer howled him down. "Take yourself off! Don't you see you've frightened the child, you scarecrow?" "No, no, dear," he went on to his little daughter soothingly, while Willems walked down the steps slowly. "No, don't cry. See, bad man going away. Look, he is afraid of your papa. Nasty bad man. Never come back again. He shall live in the woods and never come near my little girl. If he comes, papa will kill him. So." He struck his fist on the rail of the balustrade to show how he would kill Willems, and perching the consoled child on his shoulder, held her with one hand, while he pointed towards the retreating figure of his visitor. "Look how he runs away, dearest," he said coaxingly. "Isn't he funny? Call pig after him, dearest. Call after him." The seriousness of her face vanished into dimples. Under the long eyelashes, glistening with recent tears, her big eyes sparkled and danced with fun. She took firm hold of Almayer's hair with one hand, while she waved the other joyously, and called out with all her might, in a clear note, soft and distinct like the pipe of a bird, "Pig! Pig! Pig!" End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Chapter 2. A sigh under the flaming blue, a shiver of the sleeping sea, a cool breath as if a door had been swung open upon the frozen spaces of the universe, and with a stir of leaves, with a nod of boughs, with the tremble of slender branches, the sea breeze struck the coast, rushed up the river, swept round the broad reaches, and, travelling on in a soft ripple of darkening water, in the whisper of branches, in the rustle of leaves of the awakened forests. It fanned in Lacumba's campong the dull red of expiring embers into a pale brilliance, and under its touch the slender, upright spirals of smoke that rose from every glowing heap swayed, wavered, and, eddying down, filled the twilight of clustered shade trees with the aromatic scent of the burning wood. The men who had been dozing in the shade during the hot hours of the afternoon woke up, and the silence of the big courtyard was broken by the hesitating murmur of yet sleepy voices, by coughs and yawns, with now and then a burst of laughter, a loud hail, a name or a joke sent out in a soft drawl. Small groups squatted round the little fires, and the monotonous undertone of talk filled the enclosure. The talk of barbarians, persistent, steady, repeating itself in the soft syllables, in musical tones of the never-ending discourses of those men of the forests and the sea, who can talk most of the day and all the night, who never exhaust a subject, never seem able to thresh a matter out, to whom that talk is poetry and painting and music, all art, all history, their only accomplishment, their only superiority, their only amusement. The talk of campfires, which speaks of bravery and cunning, of strange events and of far countries, of the news of yesterday and the news of tomorrow. The talk about the dead and the living, about those who fought and those who loved. Lacumba came out on the platform before his own house and sat down, perspiring, half asleep and sulky, in a wooden armchair under the shade of the overhanging eaves. Through the darkness of the doorway he could hear the soft warbling of his womenkind, busy round the looms where they were weaving the checkered pattern of his gala sarongs. Right and left of him on the flexible bamboo floor, those of his followers to whom their distinguished birth, long devotion, or faithful service had given the privilege of using the chief's house, were sleeping on mats, or just sat up rubbing their eyes, while the more wakeful had mustered enough energy to draw a chessboard with red clay on a fine mat, and were now meditating silently over their moves. Above the prostrate forms of the players, who lay face downward, supported on elbow, the soles of their feet waving irresolutely about in the absorbed meditation of the game, there towered here and there the straight figure of an attentive spectator, looking down with dispassionate but profound interest. On the edge of the platform a row of high-heeled leather sandals stood ranged carefully in a level line, and against the rough wooden rail leaned the slender shafts of the spears belonging to these gentlemen, the broad blades of dulled steel looking very black in the reddening light of approaching sunset. A boy of about 12, the personal attendant of Lakamba, squatted at his master's feet and held up towards him a silver siri box. Slowly Lakamba took the box, opened it, and tearing off a piece of green leaf, deposited in it a pinch of lime, a morsel of gambia, a small bit of areca nut, and wrapped up the whole with a dexterous twist. He paused, morsel in hand, seemed to miss something, turned his head from side to side slowly, like a man with a stiff neck, and ejaculated in an ill-humoured bass, "Mbabalachi!" The players glanced up quickly and looked down again directly. Those men who were standing stirred uneasily, as if prodded by the sound of the chief's voice. The one nearest to Lakamba repeated the call after a while, over the rail into the courtyard. There was a movement of upturned faces below by the fires, and the cry trailed over the enclosure in sing-song tones. The thumping of wooden pestles husking the evening rice stopped for a moment, and Babalachi's name rang afresh shrilly on women's lips in various keys. A voice far off shouted something. Another, nearer, repeated it. There was a short hubbub which died out with extreme suddenness. The first crier turned to Lakamba, saying indolently, "He is with the blind Omar." Lakamba's lips moved inaudibly. The man who had just spoken was again deeply absorbed in the game going on at his feet, and the chief, as if he had forgotten all about it already, sat with a stolid face amongst his silent followers, leaning back squarely in his chair, his hands on the arms of his seat, his knees apart, his big bloodshot eyes blinking solemnly, as if dazzled by the noble vacuity of his thoughts. Babalachi had gone to see old Omar late in the afternoon. The delicate manipulation of the ancient pirate's susceptibilities, the skilful management of Aisa's violent impulses engrossed him to the exclusion of every other business, interfered with his regular attendance upon his chief and protector, even disturbed his sleep for the last 3 nights. That day when he left his own bamboo hut, which stood amongst others in Lakamba's campong, his heart was heavy with anxiety and with doubt as to the success of his intrigue. He walked slowly, with his usual air of detachment from his surroundings, as if unaware that many sleepy eyes watched from all parts of the courtyard his progress towards a small gate at its upper end. That gate gave access to a separate enclosure, in which a rather large house built of planks had been prepared by Lakamba's orders for the reception of Omar and Aisa. It was a superior kind of habitation, which Lakamba intended for the dwelling of his chief adviser, whose abilities were worth that honour, he thought. But after the consultation in the deserted clearing, when Babalachi had disclosed his plan, they both had agreed that the new house should be used at first to shelter Omar and Aisa after they had been persuaded to leave the Rajah's place, or had been kidnapped from there, as the case might be. Babalachi did not mind in the least the putting off of his own occupation of the house of honour, because it had many advantages for the quiet working out of his plans. It had a certain seclusion, having an enclosure of its own, and that enclosure communicated also with Lakamba's private courtyard at the back of his residence, a place set apart for the female household of the chief. The only communication with the river was through the great front courtyard, always full of armed men and watchful eyes. Behind the whole group of buildings there stretched the level ground of rice clearings, which in their turn were closed in by the wall of untouched forest, with undergrowth so thick and tangled that nothing but a bullet, and that fired at pretty close range, could penetrate any distance there. Babalachi slipped quietly through the little gate, and closing it, tied up carefully the rattan fastenings. Before the house there was a square space of ground, beaten hard into the level smoothness of asphalt. A big buttressed tree, a giant left there on purpose during the process of clearing the land, roofed in the clear space with a high canopy of gnarled boughs and thick sombre leaves. To the right, and some small distance away from the large house, a little hut of reeds, covered with mats, had been put up for the special convenience of Omar, who, being blind and infirm, had some difficulty in ascending the steep plankway that led to the more substantial dwelling, which was built on low posts and had an uncovered veranda. Close by the trunk of the tree, and facing the doorway of the hut, the household fire glowed in a small handful of embers in the midst of a large circle of white ashes. An old woman, some humble relation of one of Lakamba's wives who had been ordered to attend on Aisa, was squatting over the fire, and lifted up her bleared eyes to gaze at Babalatchi in an uninterested manner as he advanced rapidly across the courtyard. Babalatchi took in the courtyard with a keen glance of his solitary eye, and without looking down at the old woman, muttered a question. Silently, the woman stretched a tremulous and emaciated arm towards the hut. Babalatchi made a few steps towards the doorway, but stopped outside in the sunlight. "Oh, Tuan Omar Besa, it is I, Babalatchi." Within the hut there was a feeble groan, a fit of coughing, and an indistinct murmur in the broken tones of a vague plaint. Encouraged evidently by those signs of dismal life within, Babalatchi entered the hut, and after some time came out leading with rigid carefulness the blind Omar, who followed with both his hands on his guide's shoulders. There was a rude seat under the tree, and there Babalatchi led his old chief, who sat down with a sigh of relief and leaned wearily against the rugged trunk. The rays of the setting sun, darting under the spreading branches, rested on the white-robed figure sitting with head thrown back in stiff dignity, on the thin hands moving uneasily, and on the stolid face with its eyelids dropped over the destroyed eyeballs, a face set into the immobility of a plaster cast, yellowed by age. "Is the sun near its setting?" asked Omar in a dull voice. "Very near," answered Babalatchi. "Where am I? Why have I not been taken away from the place which I knew, where I, blind, could move without fear? It is like black night to those who see, and the sun is near its setting, and I have not heard the sound of her footsteps since the morning. Twice a strange hand has given me my food today. Why? Why? Where is she?" "She is near," said Babalatchi. "And he?" went on Omar, with sudden eagerness and a drop in his voice. "Where is he?" "Not here. Not here," he repeated, turning his head from side to side as if in deliberate attempt to see. "No, he is not here now," said Babalatchi soothingly. Then, after a pause, he added very low, "But he shall soon return." "Return? Oh, crafty one! Will he return? I have cursed him 3 times, exclaimed Omar with weak violence. "He is, no doubt, accursed," assented Babalatchi in a conciliating manner, "and yet he will be here before very long, I know." "You are crafty and faithless. I have made you great. You were dirt under my feet, less than dirt," said Omar with tremulous energy. "I have fought by your side many times," said Babalatchi calmly. "Why did he come?" went on Omar. "Did you send him? Why did he come to defile the air I breathe, to mock at my fate, to poison her mind and steal her body? She has grown hard of heart to me, hard and merciless and stealthy, like rocks that tear a ship's life out under the smooth sea." He drew a long breath, struggled with his anger, then broke down suddenly. "I have been hungry," he continued in a whimpering tone. "Often I have been very hungry, and cold, and neglected, and nobody near me. She has often forgotten me, and my sons are dead, and that man is an infidel and a dog. Why did he come? Did you show him the way?" "He found the way himself, O leader of the brave," said Babalatchi sadly. "I only saw a way for their destruction and our own greatness. And if I saw aright, then you shall never suffer from hunger any more. There shall be peace for us, and glory, and riches." "And I shall die tomorrow," murmured Omar bitterly. "Who knows? Those things have been written since the beginning of the world," whispered Babalatchi thoughtfully. "Do not let him come back," exclaimed Omar. "Neither can he escape his fate," went on Babalatchi. "He shall come back, and the power of men we always hated, you and I, shall crumble into dust in our hand." Then he added with enthusiasm, "They shall fight amongst themselves and perish both." "And you shall see all this while I—" "True," murmured Babalatchi regretfully. "To you life is darkness." "No, flame!" exclaimed the old Arab, half rising, then falling back in his seat. "The flame of that last day, I see it yet, the last thing I saw, and I hear the noise of the rent earth where they all died. And I live to be the plaything of a crafty one, he added with inconsequential peevishness. You are my master still, said Babalatchi humbly. You are very wise, and in your wisdom you shall speak to Syed Abdullah when he comes here. You shall speak to him as I advised, I, your servant, the man who fought at your right hand for many years. I have heard by a messenger that the Syed Abdullah is coming tonight, perhaps late, for those things must be done secretly, lest the white man, the trader up the river, should know of them. But he will be here. There has been a surat delivered to Lakamba. In it, Syed Abdullah says he will leave his ship, which is anchored outside the river, at the hour of noon today. He will be here before daylight, if Allah wills. He spoke with his eye fixed on the ground, and did not become aware of Aissa's presence till he lifted his head when he ceased speaking. She had approached so quietly that even Omar did not hear her footsteps, and she stood now looking at them with troubled eyes and parted lips, as if she was going to speak, but at Babalatchi's entreating gesture she remained silent. Omar sat absorbed in thought. "Ay, wah, even so," he said at last in a weak voice. "I am to speak your wisdom, O Babalatchi. Tell him to trust the white man. I do not understand. I am old and blind and weak. I do not understand. I am very cold," he continued in a lower tone, moving his shoulders uneasily. He ceased, then went on rambling in a faint whisper. "They are the sons of witches, and their father is Satan the Stoned. Sons of witches, sons of witches." After a short silence, he asked suddenly in a firmer tone, "How many white men are there here, O crafty one?" "There are 2 here, 2 white men to fight one another," answered Babalatchi with alacrity. "And how many will be left then? How many? Tell me, you who are wise." "The downfall of an enemy is the consolation of the unfortunate," said Babalatchi sententiously. "They are on every sea. Only the wisdom of the Most High knows their number, but you shall know that some of them suffer." "Tell me, Babalatchi, will they die? Will they both die?" asked Omar in sudden agitation. Aissa made a movement. Babalatchi held up a warning hand. "They shall surely die," he said steadily, looking at the girl with unflinching eye. "Ay, wah, but die soon, so that I can pass my hand over their faces when Allah has made them stiff." "If such is their fate and yours," answered Babalatchi without hesitation, "God is great." A violent fit of coughing doubled Omar up, and he rocked himself to and fro, wheezing and moaning in turns, while Babalatchi and the girl looked at him in silence. Then he leant back against the tree, exhausted. "I am alone, I am alone," he wailed feebly, groping vaguely about with his trembling hands. "Is there anybody near me? Is there anybody? I am afraid of this strange place." "I am by your side, O leader of the brave," said Babalatchi, touching his shoulder lightly. "Always by your side, as in the days when we both were young, as in the time when we both went with arms in our hands." "Has there been such a time, Babalatchi?" said Omar wildly. "I have forgotten. And now when I die there will be no man, no fearless man to speak of his father's bravery. There was a woman, and she has forsaken me for an infidel dog. The hand of the compassionate is heavy on my head. Oh, my calamity! Oh, my shame!" He calmed down after a while and asked quietly, "Is the sun set, Babalatchi?" "It is now as low as the highest tree I can see from here," answered Babalatchi. "It is the time of prayer," said Omar, attempting to get up. Dutifully, Babalatchi helped his old chief to rise, and they walked slowly towards the hut. Omar waited outside while Babalatchi went in and came out directly, dragging after him the old Arab's praying carpet. Out of a brass vessel he poured the water of ablution on Omar's outstretched hands, and eased him carefully down into a kneeling posture, for the venerable robber was far too infirm to be able to stand. Then, as Omar droned out the first words and made the first bow towards the holy city, Babalatchi stepped noiselessly towards Aisa, who did not move all the time. Aisa looked steadily at the one-eyed sage, who was approaching her slowly and with a great show of deference. For a moment they stood facing each other in silence. Babalatchi appeared embarrassed. With a sudden and quick gesture she caught hold of his arm, and with the other hand pointed towards the sinking red disk that glowed rayless through the floating mists of the evening.
"The third sunset, the last, and he is not here," she whispered. "What have you done, man without faith? What have you done, man without faith? What have you done?"
"Indeed, I have kept my word," murmured Babalatchi earnestly. "This morning Bulangi went with a canoe to look for him. He is a strange man, but our friend, and shall keep close to him and watch him without ostentation. And at the 3rd hour of the day I have sent another canoe with 4 rowers. Indeed, the man you long for, O daughter of Omar, may come when he likes."
"But he is not here. I waited for him yesterday, today. Tomorrow I shall go."
"Not alive," muttered Babalatchi to himself. "And do you doubt your power?" he went on in a louder tone. "You that to him are more beautiful than an Uri of the 7th heaven? He is your slave."
"A slave does run away sometimes," she said gloomily, "and then the master must go and seek him out."
"And do you want to live and die a beggar?" asked Babalatchi impatiently.
"I care not," she exclaimed, wringing her hands, and the black pupils of her wide-open eyes darted wildly here and there like petrels before the storm.
"Shh, shh," hissed Babalatchi with a glance towards Omar. "Do you think, O girl, that he himself would live like a beggar, even with you?"
"He is great," she said ardently. "He despises you all. He despises you all. He is indeed a man."
"You know that best," muttered Babalatchi with a fugitive smile. "But remember, woman with the strong heart, that to him now you must be to him like the great sea to thirsty men, a never-ceasing torment and a madness."
He ceased, and they stood in silence, both looking at the ground, and for a time nothing was heard above the crackling of the fire but the intoning of Omar, glorifying the God, his God, and the faith, his faith. Then Babalatchi cocked his head on one side and appeared to listen intently to the hum of voices in the big courtyard. The dull noise swelled into distinct shouts, then into a great tumult of voices, dying away, recommencing, growing louder, to cease again abruptly. And in those short pauses the shrill vociferations of women rushed up, as if released, towards the quiet heaven. Aisa and Babalatchi started, but the latter gripped in his turn the girl's arm and restrained her with a strong grasp. "Wait," he whispered. The little door in the heavy stockade which separated Lakamba's private ground from Omar's enclosure swung back quickly, and the noble exile appeared with disturbed mien and a naked short sword in his hand. His turban was half unrolled, and the end trailed on the ground behind him. His jacket was open. He breathed thickly for a moment before he spoke.
"He came in Bulangi's boat," he said, "and walked quietly till he was in my presence, when the senseless fury of white men caused him to rush upon me. I have been in great danger," went on the ambitious nobleman in an aggrieved tone. "Do you hear that, Babalatchi? That eater of swine aimed a blow at my face with his unclean fist. He tried to rush amongst my household. 6 men are holding him now."
A fresh outburst of yells stopped Lakamba's discourse.
Angry voices shouted, "Hold him! Beat him down! Strike at his head!"
Then the clamour ceased with sudden completeness, as if strangled by a mighty hand, and after a second of surprising silence the voice of Willems was heard alone, howling maledictions in Malay, in Dutch, and in English.
"Listen," said Lakamba, speaking with unsteady lips. "He blasphemes his God. His speech is like the raving of a mad dog. Can we hold him forever? He must be killed."
"Fool," muttered Babalatchi, looking up at Aisa, who stood with set teeth, with gleaming eyes and distended nostrils, yet obedient to the touch of his restraining hand.
"It is the 3rd day, and I have kept my promise," he said to her, speaking very low. "Remember," he added warningly, "like the sea to the thirsty. And now," he said aloud, releasing her and stepping back, "go, fearless daughter, go." Like an arrow, rapid and silent, she flew down the enclosure and disappeared through the gate of the courtyard. Lakamba and Babalatchi looked after her. They heard the renewed tumult, the girl's clear voice calling out, "Let him go!" Then, after a pause in the din no longer than half the human breath, the name of Aissa rang in a shout, loud, discordant and piercing, which sent through them an involuntary shudder. Old Omar collapsed on his carpet and moaned feebly. Lakamba stared with gloomy contempt in the direction of the inhuman sound, but Babalatchi, forcing a smile, pushed his distinguished protector through the narrow gate in the stockade, followed him, and closed it quickly. The old woman, who had been most of the time kneeling by the fire, now rose, glanced round fearfully, and crouched, hiding behind the tree. The gate of the great courtyard flew open with a great clatter before a frantic kick, and Willems darted in, carrying Aissa in his arms. He rushed up the enclosure like a tornado, pressing the girl to his breast, her arms round his neck, her head hanging back over his arm, her eyes closed and her long hair nearly touching the ground. They appeared for a second in the glare of the fire, then, with immense strides, he dashed up the planks and disappeared with his burden in the doorway of the big house. Inside and outside the enclosure there was silence. Omar lay supporting himself on his elbow, his terrified face with its closed eyes giving him the appearance of a man tormented by a nightmare. "What is it? Help! Help me to rise!" he called out faintly. The old hag, still crouching in the shadow, stared with bleared eyes at the doorway of the big house and took no notice of his call. He listened for a while, then his arm gave way, and with a deep sigh of discouragement he let himself fall on the carpet. The boughs of the tree nodded and trembled in the unsteady currents of the light wind. A leaf fluttered down slowly from some high branch and rested on the ground, immobile, as if resting forever in the glow of the fire. But soon it stirred, then soared suddenly and flew, spinning and turning before the breath of the perfumed breeze, driven helplessly into the dark night that had closed over the land. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Chapter 3. For upwards of 40 years Abdullah had walked in the way of his Lord. Son of the rich Sayyid Salem bin Sali, the great Mohammedan trader of the Straits, he went forth at the age of 17 on his first commercial expedition as his father's representative on board a pilgrim ship chartered by the wealthy Arab to convey a crowd of pious Malays to the holy shrine. That was in the days when steam was not in those seas, or at least not so much as now. The voyage was long, and the young man's eyes were open to the wonders of many lands. Allah had made it his fate to become a pilgrim very early in life. This was a great favour of heaven, and it could not have been bestowed upon a man who prized it more, or who made himself more worthy of it by the unswerving piety of his heart and by the religious solemnity of his demeanour. Later on it became clear that the book of his destiny contained the programme of a wandering life. He visited Bombay and Calcutta, looked in at the Persian Gulf, beheld in due course the high and barren coasts of the Gulf of Suez, and this was the limit of his wanderings westward. He was then 27, and the writings on his forehead decreed that the time had come for him to return to the Straits and take from his dying father's hands the many threads of a business that was spread all over the archipelago, from Sumatra to New Guinea, from Batavia to Palawan. Very soon his ability, his will, strong to obstinacy, his wisdom beyond his years, caused him to be recognized as the head of a family whose members and connections were found in every part of those seas. An uncle here, a brother there, a father-in-law in Batavia, another in Palembang, husbands of numerous sisters, cousins innumerable scattered north, south, east and west. In every place where there was trade, the great family lay like a network over the islands. They lent money to princes, influenced the council rooms, faced, if need be, with peaceful intrepidity the white rulers who held the land and the sea under the edge of sharp swords. and they all paid great deference to Abdullah, listened to his advice, entered into his plans, because he was wise, pious, and fortunate. He bore himself with a humility becoming a believer, who never forgets, even for one moment of his waking life, that he is the servant of the Most High. He was largely charitable, because the charitable man is the friend of Allah, and when he walked out of his house, built of stone just outside the town of Penang, on his way to his godowns in the port, he had often to snatch his hand away sharply from under the lips of men of his race and creed, and often he had to murmur deprecating words, or even to rebuke with severity those who attempted to touch his knees with their fingertips in gratitude or supplication. He was very handsome, and carried his small head high with meek gravity. His lofty brow, straight nose, narrow, dark face with its chiselled delicacy of feature, gave him an aristocratic appearance which proclaimed his pure descent. His beard was trimmed close and to a rounded point. His large brown eyes looked out steadily with a sweetness that was belied by the expression of his thin-lipped mouth. His aspect was serene. He had a belief in his own prosperity which nothing could shake. Restless, like all his people, he very seldom dwelt for many days together in his splendid house in Penang. Owner of ships, he was often on board one or another of them, traversing in all directions the field of his operations. In every port he had a household, his own or that of a relation, to hail his advent with demonstrative joy. In every port there were rich and influential men eager to see him. There was business to talk over, there were important letters to read, an immense correspondence, enclosed in silk envelopes, a correspondence which had nothing to do with the infidels of colonial post offices, but came into his hands by devious yet safe ways. It was left for him by taciturn nakodas of native trading craft, or was delivered with profound salams by travel-stained and weary men who would withdraw from his presence, calling upon Allah to bless the generous giver of splendid rewards. And the news was always good, and all his attempts always succeeded, and in his ears there rang always a chorus of admiration, of gratitude, of humble entreaties. A fortunate man! And his felicity was so complete that the good genii who ordered the stars at his birth had not neglected, by a refinement of benevolence strange in such primitive beings, to provide him with a desire difficult to attain, and with an enemy hard to overcome. The envy of Lingard's political and commercial successes, and the wish to get the best of him in every way, became Abdullah's mania, the paramount interest of his life, the salt of his existence. For the last few months he had been receiving mysterious messages from Sambir urging him to decisive action. He had found the river a couple of years ago, and had been anchored more than once off that estuary where the, till then, rapid Pantai, spreading slowly over the lowlands, seemed to hesitate before it flows gently through 20 outlets over a maze of mud-flats, sandbanks and reefs into the expectant sea. He had never attempted the entrance, however, because men of his race, although brave and adventurous travellers, lack the true seaman-like instincts, and he was afraid of getting wrecked. He could not bear the idea of the Rajah Laut being able to boast that Abdullah bin Selim, like other and lesser men, had also come to grief when trying to wrest his secret from him. Meantime he returned encouraging answers to his unknown friends in Sambir, and waited for his opportunity, in the calm certitude of ultimate triumph. Such was the man whom Lakamba and Babalatchi expected to see for the first time on the night of Willem's return to Aisa. Babalatchi, who had been tormented for 3 days by the fear of having overreached himself in his little plot, now, feeling sure of his white man, felt light-hearted and happy as he superintended the preparations in the courtyard for Abdullah's reception. Halfway between Lakamba's house and the river, a pile of dry wood was made ready for the torch that would set fire to it at the moment of Abdullah's landing. Between this and the house, again, there was, ranged in a semicircle, a set of low bamboo frames, and on those were piled all the carpets and cushions of Lakamba's household. It had been decided that the reception was to take place in the open air, and that it should be made impressive by the great number of Lakamba's retainers, who, clad in clean white, with their red sarongs gathered round their waists, chopper at side and lance in hand, were moving about the compound, or gathering into small knots, discussed eagerly the coming ceremony. 2 little fires burnt brightly on the water's edge on each side of the landing place. A small heap of damar gum torches lay by each, and between them Babalatchi strolled backwards and forwards, stopping often with his face to the river and his head on one side, listening to the sounds that came from the darkness over the water. There was no moon, and the night was very clear overhead, but after the afternoon breeze had expired in fitful puffs, the vapours hung thickening over the glancing surface of the Pantai, and clung to the shore, hiding from view the middle of the stream. A cry in the mist, then another, and before Babalatchi could answer, 2 little canoes dashed up to the landing place, and 2 of the principal citizens of Sambir, Daoud Saamin and Hamet Ba Sohan, who had been confidentially invited to meet Abdullah, landed quickly, and after greeting Babalatchi, walked up the dark courtyard towards the house. The little stir caused by their arrival soon subsided, and another silent hour dragged its slow length while Babalatchi tramped up and down between the fires, his face growing more anxious with every passing moment. At last there was heard a loud hail from down the river. At a call from Babalatchi, men ran down to the riverside and, snatching the torches, thrust them into the fires, then waved them above their heads till they burst into a flame. The smoke ascended in thick, wispy streams and hung in a ruddy cloud above the glare that lit up the courtyard and flashed over the water, showing 3 long canoes manned by many paddlers lying a little off, the men in them lifting their paddles on high and dipping them down together in an easy stroke that kept the small flotilla motionless in the strong current, exactly abreast of the landing place. A man stood up in the largest craft and called out, "Sayyid Abdallah bin Selim is here." Babalatchi answered aloud in a formal tone, "Allah gladdens our hearts, come to the land." Abdallah landed first, steadying himself by the help of Babalatchi's extended hand. In the short moment of his passing from the boat to the shore, they exchanged sharp glances and a few rapid words. "Who are you?" "Babalatchi, the friend of Omar, the protector of Lakamba." "You wrote?" "My words were written, O giver of alms." And then Abdallah walked with composed face between the 2 lines of men holding torches, and met Lakamba in front of the big fire that was crackling itself up into a great blaze. For a moment they stood with clasped hands, invoking peace upon each other's head. Then Lakamba, still holding his honoured guest by the hand, led him round the fire to the prepared seats. Babalatchi followed close behind his protector. Abdallah was accompanied by 2 Arabs. He, like his companions, was dressed in a white robe of starched muslin, which fell in stiff folds straight from the neck. It was buttoned from the throat halfway down with a close row of very small gold buttons. Round the tight sleeves there was a narrow braid of gold lace. On his shaven head he wore a small skull cap of plaited grass. He was shod in patent leather slippers over his naked feet. A rosary of heavy wooden beads hung by a round turn from his right wrist. He sat down slowly in the place of honour, and dropping his slippers, tucked up his legs under him decorously. The improvised divan was arranged in a wide semicircle, of which the point most distant from the fire, some 10 yards, was also the nearest to Lakamba's dwelling. As soon as the principal personages were seated, the veranda of the house was filled silently by the muffled-up forms of Lakamba's female belongings. They crowded close to the rail and looked down, whispering faintly. Below, the formal exchange of compliments went on for some time between Lakamba and Abdallah, who sat side by side. Babalatchi squatted humbly at his protector's feet, with nothing but a thin mat between himself and the hard ground. Then there was a pause. Abdallah glanced round with an expectant manner, and after a while Babalatchi, who had been sitting very still in a pensive attitude, seemed to rouse himself with an effort, and began to speak in gentle and persuasive tones. He described in flowing sentences the first beginnings of Sambir, the dispute of the present ruler Patalolo with the Sultan of Koti, the consequent troubles, ending with the rising of Bugis settlers under the leadership of Lakamba. At different points of the narrative he would turn for confirmation to Saim and Baason, who sat listening eagerly, and assented together with a "Betul, betul," "Right, right," ejaculated in a fervent undertone. Warming up with his subject as the narrative proceeded, Babalatchi went on to relate the facts connected with Lingard's action at the critical period of those internal dissensions. He spoke in a restrained voice still, but with a growing energy of indignation. What was he, that man of fierce aspect, to keep all the world away from them? Was he a government? Who made him ruler? He took possession of Patalolo's mind and made his heart hard. He put severe words into his mouth and caused his hand to strike right and left. That unbeliever kept the faithful panting under the weight of his senseless oppression. They had to trade with him, accept such goods as he would give, such credit as he would accord, and he exacted payment every year. "Very true," exclaimed Saamin and Baason together. Babalatchi glanced at them approvingly and turned to Abdallah. "Listen to those men, O protector of the oppressed," he exclaimed. "What could we do? A man must trade. There was nobody else." Saamin got up, staff in hand, and spoke to Abdallah with ponderous courtesy, emphasizing his words by the solemn flourishes of his right arm. "It is so. We are weary of paying our debts to that white man here, who is the son of the Raja Laut. That white man, may the grave of his mother be defiled, is not content to hold us all in his hand with a cruel grasp. He seeks to cause our very death. He trades with the Dyaks of the forest, who are no better than monkeys. He buys from them gutter and rattans, while we starve. Only 2 days ago I went to him and said, 'Tuan Olma,' even so we must speak politely to that friend of Satan. 'Tuan Olma, I have such and such goods to sell. Will you buy?' And he spoke thus, because those white men have no understanding of any courtesy. He spoke to me as if I were a slave. 'Doubt, you are a lucky man.' Remark, O first among the believers, that by those words he could have brought misfortune on my head. 'You are a lucky man to have anything in these hard times. Bring your goods quickly, and I shall receive them in payment of what you owe me from last year.' And he laughed and struck me on the shoulder with his open hand. May Jahannam be his lot." "We will fight him," said young Baason crisply. "We shall fight if there is help and a leader. Tuan Abdullah, will you come among us?" Abdullah did not answer at once. His lips moved in an inaudible whisper, and the beads passed through his fingers with a dry click. All waited in respectful silence. "I shall come if my ship can enter this river," said Abdullah at last in a solemn tone. "It can, Tuan," exclaimed Babalatchi. "There is a white man here who—" "I want to see Omar el-Badavi and that white man you wrote about," interrupted Abdullah. Babalatchi got to his feet quickly, and there was a general move. The women on the veranda hurried indoors, and from the crowd that had kept discreetly in the distant parts of the courtyard, a couple of men ran with armfuls of dry fuel, which they cast upon the fire. One of them, at a sign from Babalatchi, approached, and after getting his orders, went towards the little gate and entered Omar's enclosure. While waiting for his return, Lakamba, Abdallah, and Babalatchi talked together in low tones. Saamin sat by himself chewing betel nuts sleepily with a slight and indolent motion of his heavy jaw. Baason, his hand on the hilt of his short sword, strutted backwards and forwards in the full light of the fire, looking very warlike and reckless, the envy and admiration of Lakamba's retainers, who stood in groups or flitted about noiselessly in the shadows of the courtyard. The messenger who had been sent to Omar came back and stood at a distance, waiting till somebody noticed him. Babalatchi beckoned him close. "What are his words?" asked Babalatchi. "He says Said Abdullah is welcome now," answered the man. Lakamba was speaking low to Abdullah, who listened to him with deep interest. "We could have 80 men if there was need," he was saying. 80 men in 14 canoes. The only thing we want is gunpowder." "Ah, there will be no fighting," broke in Babalatchi. "The fear of your name will be enough, and the terror of your coming." "There may be powder too," muttered Abdallah with great nonchalance, "if only the ship enters the river safely." "If the heart is stout, the ship will be safe," said Babalatchi. "We will go now and see Omar el-Badavi and the white man I have here." Lakamba's dull eyes became animated suddenly. "Take care, Tuan Abdullah," he said. "Take care. The behaviour of that unclean white madman is furious in the extreme. He offered to strike—" "On my head, you are safe, O giver of alms," interrupted Babalatchi. Abdallah looked from one to the other, and the faintest flicker of a passing smile disturbed for a moment his grave composure. He turned to Babalatchi and said with decision, "Let us go." "This way, O uplifter of our hearts," rattled on Babalatchi with fussy deference. "Only a very few paces, and you shall behold Omar the brave, and a white man of great strength and cunning. This way." He made a sign for Lakamba to remain behind, and with respectful touches at the elbow steered Abdallah towards the gate at the upper end of the courtyard. As they walked on slowly, followed by the two Arabs, he kept on talking in a rapid undertone to the great man, who never looked at him once, although appearing to listen with flattering attention. When near the gate, Babalatchi moved forward and stopped, facing Abdallah, with his hand on the fastenings. "You shall see them both," he said. "All my words about them are true. When I saw him enslaved by the one of whom I spoke, I knew he would be soft in my hand like the mud of the river. At first he answered my talk with bad words of his own language after the manner of white men. Afterwards, when listening to the voice he loved, he hesitated. He hesitated for many days, too many. I, knowing him well, made Omar withdraw here with his household. Then this red-faced man raged for 3 days, like a black panther that is hungry. And this very evening, he came. I have him here. He is in the grasp of one with a merciless heart. I have him here," ended Babalatchi, exultingly tapping the upright of the gate with his hand. "That is good," murmured Abdallah. "And he shall guide your ship and lead in the fight, if fight there be," went on Babalatchi. "If there is any killing, let him be the slayer. You should give him arms, a short gun that fires many times." "Yes, by Allah," assented Abdallah with slow thoughtfulness. "And you will have to open your hand, O first amongst the generous," continued Babalatchi. "You will have to satisfy the rapacity of a white man, and also of one who is not a man, and therefore greedy of ornaments." "They shall be satisfied," said Abdallah, "but—" He hesitated, looking down on the ground and stroking his beard, while Babalatchi waited, anxious, with parted lips. After a short time he spoke again jerkily, in an indistinct whisper, so that Babalatchi had to turn his head to catch the words. "Yes, but Omar is the son of my father's uncle, and all belonging to him are of the faith, while that man is an unbeliever. It is most unseemly, very unseemly. He cannot live under my shadow, not that dog. Penitence. I take refuge with my God," he mumbled rapidly. "How can he live under my eyes with that woman who is of the faith? Scandal! Oh, abomination!" He finished with a rush and drew a long breath, then added dubiously, "And when that man has done all we want, what is to be done with him?" They stood close together, meditative and silent, their eyes roaming idly over the courtyard. The big bonfire burned brightly, and a wavering splash of light lay on the dark earth at their feet, while the lazy smoke wreathed itself slowly in gleaming coils amongst the black boughs of the trees. They could see Lakamba, who had returned to his place, sitting hunched up spiritlessly on the cushions, and saw Amin, who had got on his feet again and appeared to be talking to him with dignified animation. Men in 2s or 3s came out of the shadows into the light, strolling slowly, and passed again into the shadows, their faces turned to each other, their arms moving in restrained gestures. Baasoen, his head proudly thrown back, his ornaments, embroideries, and sword-hilt flashing in the light, circled steadily round the fire like a planet round the sun. A cool whiff of damp air came from the darkness of the riverside. It made Abdallah and Babalatchi shiver, and woke them up from their abstraction. "Open the gate and go first," said Abdallah. "There is no danger?" "On my life, no," answered Babalatchi, lifting the rattan ring. "He is all peace and content, like a thirsty man who has drunk water after many days." He swung the gate wide, made a few paces into the gloom of the enclosure, and retraced his steps suddenly. "He may be useful in many ways," he whispered to Abdallah, who had stopped short, seeing him come back. "Oh, sin, oh, temptation," sighed out Abdallah faintly. "Our refuge is with the Most High. Can I feed this infidel forever and forever?" he added impatiently. "No," breathed out Babalatchi. "No, not forever. Only while he serves your designs, O dispenser of Allah's gifts. When the time comes and your order—" He sidled closer to Abdallah and brushed with a delicate touch the hand that hung down listlessly, holding the prayer beads. "I am your slave and your offering," he murmured in a distinct and polite tone into Abdallah's ear. "When your wisdom speaks, there may be found a little poison that will not lie. Who knows?" End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Chapter 4. Babalatchi saw Abdallah pass through the low and narrow entrance into the darkness of Omar's hut, heard them exchange the usual greetings, and the distinguished visitor's grave voice asking, "There is no misfortune, please God, but the sight?" And then, becoming aware of the disapproving looks of the two Arabs who had accompanied Abdallah, he followed their example and fell back out of earshot. He did it unwillingly, although he did not ignore that what was going to happen in there was now absolutely beyond his control. He roamed irresolutely about for a while, and at last wandered with careless steps towards the fire, which had been moved from under the tree close to the hut and a little to windward of its entrance. He squatted on his heels and began playing pensively with live embers, as was his habit when engrossed in thought, withdrawing his hand sharply and shaking it above his head when he burnt his fingers in a fit of deeper abstraction. Sitting there, he could hear the murmur of the talk inside the hut, and he could distinguish the voices, but not the words. Abdallah spoke in deep tones, and now and then this flowing monotone was interrupted by a querulous exclamation, a weak moan, or a plaintive quaver of the old man. Yes, it was annoying not to be able to make out what they were saying, thought Babalatchi, as he sat gazing fixedly at the unsteady glow of the fire. But it will be all right. All will be right. Abdallah inspired him with confidence. He came up fully to his expectation. From the very first moment when he set eyes on him, he felt sure that this man, whom he had known by reputation only, was very resolute. Perhaps too resolute. Perhaps he would want to grasp too much later on. A shadow flitted over Babalatchi's face. On the eve of the accomplishment of his desires, he felt the bitter taste of that drop of doubt which is mixed with the sweetness of every success. When, hearing footsteps on the veranda of the big house, he lifted his head, the shadow had passed away, and on his face there was an expression of watchful alertness. Willems was coming down the plankway into the courtyard. The light within trickled through the cracks of the badly joined walls of the house, and in the illuminated doorway appeared the moving form of Aisa. She also passed into the night outside and disappeared from view. Babalatchi wondered where she had got to, and for the moment forgot the approach of Willems. The voice of the white man speaking roughly above his head made him jump to his feet as if impelled upwards by a powerful spring. "Where's Abdallah?" Babalatchi waved his hand towards the hut and stood listening intently. The voices within had ceased, then recommenced again. He shot an oblique glance at Willems, whose indistinct form towered above the glow of dying embers. "Make up this fire," said Willems abruptly. "I want to see your face." With obliging alacrity, Babalatchi put some dry brushwood on the coals from a handy pile, keeping all the time a watchful eye on Willems. When he straightened himself up, his hand wandered almost involuntarily towards his left side to feel the handle of a kriss amongst the folds of his sarong, but he tried to look unconcerned under the angry stare. "You are in good health, please God?" he murmured. "Yes," answered Willems, with an unexpected loudness that caused Babalatchi to start nervously. "Yes, health. You—" He made a long stride and dropped both his hands on the Malay's shoulders. In the powerful grip, Babalatchi swayed to and fro limply, but his face was as peaceful as when he sat a little while ago dreaming by the fire. With a final vicious jerk, Willems let go suddenly, and turning away on his heel, stretched his hands over the fire. Babalatchi stumbled backwards, recovered himself, and wriggled his shoulders laboriously. He clicked deprecatingly. After a short silence, he went on with accentuated admiration. "What a man it is! What a strong man! A man like that," he concluded in a tone of meditative wonder, "a man like that could upset mountains. Mountains!" He gazed hopefully for a while at Willem's broad shoulders, and continued, addressing the inimical back in a low and persuasive voice. "But why be angry with me? With me who think only of your good? Did I not give her refuge in my own house? Yes, Tuan, this is my own house. I will let you have it without any recompense, because she must have a shelter. Therefore you and she shall live here. Who can know a woman's mind? And such a woman! If she wanted to go away from that other place, who am I to say no? I am Omar's servant. I say, gladden my heart by taking my house. Did I say right?" "I'll tell you something," said Willems, without changing his position. "If she takes a fancy to go away from this place, it is you who shall suffer. I will wring your neck." "When the heart is full of love, there is no room in it for justice," recommenced Babalatchi, with unmoved and persistent softness. "Why slay me? You know, Tuan, what she wants. A splendid destiny is her desire, as of all women. You have been wronged and cast out by your people. She knows that. But you are brave, you are strong, you are a man. And, Tuan, I am older than you. You are in her hand. Such is the fate of strong men. And she is of noble birth, and cannot live like a slave. You know her, and you are in her hand. You are like a snared bird, because of your strength. And remember, I am a man that has seen much. Submit, Tuan, submit, or else." He drawled out the last words in a hesitating manner, and broke off his sentence. Still stretching his hands in turn towards the blaze, and without moving his head, Willems gave a short, lugubrious laugh, and asked, "Or else what?" "She may go away again. Who knows?" finished Babalatchi in a gentle and insinuating tone. This time Willems spun round sharply. Babalatchi stepped back. "If she does, it will be the worse for you," said Willems in a menacing voice. "It will be your doing, and I—" Babalatchi spoke from beyond the circle of light with calm disdain. "Ah, yes, I have heard it before. If she goes, then I die. Good. Will that bring her back, do you think, Tuan? If it is my doing, it shall be well done, O white man, and who knows, you will have to live without her." Willems gasped and started back like a confident wayfarer who, pursuing a path he thinks safe, should see just in time a bottomless chasm under his feet. Babalatchi came into the light and approached Willems sideways, with his head thrown back and a little to one side, so as to bring his only eye to bear full on the countenance of the tall white man. "You threaten me," said Willems indistinctly. "I, Tuan?" exclaimed Babalatchi, with a slight suspicion of irony in the affected surprise of his tone. "I, Tuan? Who spoke of death? Was it I? No, I spoke of life only of life, of a long life for a lonely man." They stood with the fire between them, both silent, both aware, each in his own way, of the importance of the passing minutes. Babalatchi's fatalism gave him only an insignificant relief in his suspense, because no fatalism can kill the thought of the future, the desire of success, the pain of waiting for the disclosure of the immutable decrees of heaven. Fatalism is born of the fear of failure, for we all believe that we carry success in our own hands, and we suspect that our hands are weak. Babalatchi looked at Willems and congratulated himself upon his ability to manage that white man. There was a pilot for Abdullah, a victim to appease Lingard's anger in case of any mishap. He would take good care to put him forward in everything. In any case, let the white men fight it out amongst themselves. They were fools. He hated them, the strong fools, and knew that for his righteous wisdom was reserved the safe triumph. Willems measured dismally the depths of his degradation. He, a white man, the admired of white men, was held up by those miserable savages whose tool he was about to become. He felt for them all the hate of his race, of his morality, of his intelligence. He looked upon himself with dismay and pity. She had him. He had heard of such things. He had heard of women who... He would never believe such stories. Yet they were true. But his own captivity seemed more complete, terrible and final, without the hope of any redemption. He wondered at the wickedness of Providence that had made him what he was, that, worse still, permitted such a creature as Almayer to live. He had done his duty by going to him. Why did he not understand? All men were fools. He gave him his chance. The fellow did not see it. It was hard, very hard on himself, Willems. He wanted to take her from amongst her own people. That's why he had condescended to go to Almayer. He examined himself. With a sinking heart he thought that really he could not, somehow, live without her. It was terrible and sweet. He remembered the first days, her appearance, her face, her smile, her eyes, her words. A savage woman. Yet he perceived that he could think of nothing else but of the 3 days of their separation, of the few hours since their reunion. Very well. If he could not take her away, then he would go to her. He had, for a moment, a wicked pleasure in the thought that what he had done could not be undone. He had given himself up. He felt proud of it. He was ready to face anything, do anything. He cared for nothing, for nobody. He thought himself very fearless, but as a matter of fact he was only drunk with the poison of passionate memories. He stretched his hands over the fire, looked round and called out, "Annise!" She must have been near, for she appeared at once within the light of the fire. The upper part of her body was wrapped up in the thick folds of a head covering which was pulled down over her brow, and one end of it, thrown across from shoulder to shoulder, hid the lower part of her face. Only her eyes were visible, sombre and gleaming like a starry night. Willems, looking at this strange, muffled figure, felt exasperated, amazed, and helpless. The ex-confidential clerk of the rich Hudig would hug to his breast settled conceptions of respectable conduct. He sought refuge within his ideas of propriety from the dismal mangroves, from the darkness of the forests, and of the heathen souls of the savages that were his masters. She looked like an animated package of cheap cotton goods. It made him furious. She had disguised herself so because a man of her race was near. He told her not to do it, and she did not obey. Would his ideas ever change so as to agree with her own notions of what was becoming, proper, and respectable? He was really afraid they would, in time. It seemed to him awful. She would never change. This manifestation of her sense of proprieties was another sign of their hopeless diversity, something like another step downwards for him. She was too different from him. He was so civilized. It struck him suddenly that they had nothing in common, not a thought, not a feeling. He could not make it clear to her the simplest motive of any act of his, and he could not live without her. The courageous man who stood facing Babalatchi gasped unexpectedly with a gasp that was half a groan. This little matter of her veiling herself against his wish acted upon him like a disclosure of some great disaster. It increased his contempt for himself, as the slave of a passion he had always derided, as the man unable to assert his will. This will, all his sensations, his personality, all this seemed to be lost in the abominable desire, in the priceless promise of that woman. He was not, of course, able to discern clearly the cause of his misery, but there are none so ignorant as not to know suffering, none so simple as not to feel and suffer from the shock of warring impulses. The ignorant must feel and suffer from their complexity as well as the wisest, but to them the pain of struggle and defeat appears strange, mysterious, remediable, and unjust. He stood watching her, watching himself. He tingled with rage from head to foot, as if he had been struck in the face. Suddenly he laughed, but his laugh was like a distorted echo of some insincere mirth very far away. From the other side of the fire, Babalatchi spoke hurriedly. "Here is Tuan Abdullah." End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Chapter 5. Directly on stepping outside Omar's hut, Abdullah caught sight of Willems. He expected, of course, to see a white man, but not that white man, whom he knew so well. Everybody who traded in the islands and who had any dealings with Hudig knew Willems. For the last 2 years of his stay in Makassar, the confidential clerk had been managing all the local trade of the house, under the very slight supervision only on the part of the master. So everybody knew Willems, Abdullah amongst others, but he was ignorant of Willem's disgrace. As a matter of fact, the thing had been kept very quiet, so quiet that a good many people in Makassar were expecting Willem's return there, supposing him to be absent on some confidential mission. Abdullah, in his surprise, hesitated on the threshold. He had prepared himself to see some seaman, some old officer of Lingard's, a common man, perhaps difficult to deal with, but still no match for him. Instead, he saw himself confronted by an individual whose reputation for sagacity in business was well known to him. How did he get here, and why? Abdullah, recovering from his surprise, advanced in a dignified manner towards the fire, keeping his eyes fixed steadily on Willems. When within 2 paces from Willems, he stopped and lifted his right hand in grave salutation. Willems nodded slightly and spoke after a while. "We know each other, Tuan Abdullah," he said, with an assumption of easy indifference. "We have traded together," answered Abdullah solemnly, "but it was far from here." "And we may trade here also," said Willems. "The place does not matter. It is the open mind and the true heart that are required in business." "Very true. My heart is as open as my mind. I will tell you why I am here." "What need is there? In leaving home one learns life. You travel. Travelling is victory. You shall return with much wisdom." "I shall never return," interrupted Willems. "I have done with my people. I am a man without brothers. Injustice destroys fidelity." Abdullah expressed his surprise by elevating his eyebrows. At the same time he made a vague gesture with his arm that could be taken as an equivalent of an approving and conciliating "just so." Till then the Arab had not taken any notice of Aissa, who stood by the fire, but now she spoke in the interval of silence following Willem's declaration. In a voice that was much deadened by her wrappings, she addressed Abdullah in a few words of greeting, calling him a kinsman. Abdullah glanced at her swiftly for a second, and then, with perfect good breeding, fixed his eyes on the ground. She put out towards him her hand, covered with the corner of her face veil, and he took it, pressed it twice, and, dropping it, turned towards Willems. She looked at the 2 men searchingly, then backed away, and seemed to melt suddenly into the night. "I know what you came for, Tuan Abdullah," said Willems. "I have been told by that man there." He nodded towards Babalatchi, then went on slowly. "It will be a difficult thing." "Allah makes everything easy," interjected Babalatchi piously from a distance. The two men turned quickly and stood looking at him thoughtfully, as if in deep consideration of the truth of that proposition. Under their sustained gaze, Babalatchi experienced an unwanted feeling of shyness and dared not approach nearer. At last Willems moved slightly. Abdallah followed readily, and they both walked down the courtyard, their voices dying away in the darkness. Soon they were heard returning, and the voices grew distinct as their forms came out of the gloom. By the fire they wheeled again, and Babalatchi caught a few words. Willems was saying, "I've been at sea with him many years when young. I have used my knowledge to observe the way into the river when coming in this time." Abdallah assented in general terms. "In the variety of knowledge there is safety," he said, and then they passed out of earshot. Babalatchi ran to the tree and took up his position in the solid blackness under its branches, leaning against the trunk. There he was about midway between the fire and the other limit of the two men's walk. They passed him close. Abdallah slim, very straight, his head high and his hands hanging before him and twisting mechanically the string of beads. Willems tall, broad, looking bigger and stronger in contrast to the slight white figure by the side of which he strolled carelessly, taking one step to the other's two, his big arms in constant motion as he gesticulated vehemently, bending forward to look Abdallah in the face. They passed and repassed close to Babalatchi some half a dozen times, and whenever they were between him and the fire he could see them plain enough. Sometimes they would stop short, Willems speaking emphatically, Abdallah listening with rigid attention. Then, when the other had ceased, bending his head slightly as if consenting to some demand or admitting some statement. Now and then Babalatchi caught a word here and there, a fragment of a sentence, a loud exclamation. Impelled by curiosity, he crept to the very edge of the black shadow under the tree. They were nearing him, and he heard Willems say, "You will pay that money as soon as I come on board. That I must have." He could not catch Abdallah's reply. When they went past again, Willems was saying, "My life is in your hand anyway. The boat that brings me on board your ship shall take the money to Omar. You must have it ready in a sealed bag." Again they were out of hearing, but instead of coming back they stopped by the fire facing each other. Willems moved his arm, shook his hand on high, talking all the time, then brought it down jerkily, stamped his foot. A short period of immobility ensued. Babalatchi, gazing intently, saw Abdallah's lips move almost imperceptibly. Suddenly Willems seized the Arab's passive hand and shook it. Babalatchi drew the long breath of relieved suspense. The conference was over. All well, apparently. He ventured now to approach the two men, who saw him and waited in silence. Willems had retired within himself already, and wore a look of grim indifference. Abdallah moved away a step or two. Babalatchi looked at him inquisitively. "I go now," said Abdallah, "and we shall wait for you outside the river, Tuan Willems, till the second sunset. You have only one word, I know." "Only one word," repeated Willems. Abdallah and Babalatchi walked together down the enclosure, leaving the white man alone by the fire. The two Arabs who had come with Abdallah preceded them and passed at once through the little gate into the light and the murmur of voices of the principal courtyard, but Babalatchi and Abdallah stopped on this side of it. Abdallah said, "It is well. We have spoken of many things." He consents. "When?" asked Babalatchi eagerly. "On the second day from this. I have promised everything. I mean to keep much." "Your hand is always open, O most generous amongst believers. You will not forget your servant who called you here. Have I not spoken the truth? She has made roast meat of his heart." With a horizontal sweep of his arm, Abdallah seemed to push away that last statement, and said slowly, with much meaning, "He must be perfectly safe, do you understand? Perfectly safe, as if he was amongst his own people, till—" "Till when?" whispered Babalatchi. "Till I speak," said Abdallah. "As to Omar—" He hesitated for a moment, then went on very low. "He is very old." "Ay, old and sick," murmured Babalatchi with sudden melancholy. "He wanted me to kill that white man. He begged me to have him killed at once," said Abdallah contemptuously, moving again towards the gate. "He is impatient, like those who feel death near them," exclaimed Babalatchi apologetically. "Omar shall dwell with me," went on Abdallah, But no matter. Remember, the white man must be safe." "He lives in your shadow," answered Babalatchi solemnly. "It is enough." He touched his forehead and fell back to let Abdallah go first. And now they are back in the courtyard, wherefrom, at their appearance, listlessness vanishes, and all the faces become alert and interested once more. Lakamba approaches his guest, but looks at Babalatchi, who reassures him by a confident nod. Lakamba clumsily attempts a smile, and looking with natural and ineradicable sulkiness from under his eyebrows at the man whom he wants to honour, asks whether he would condescend to visit the place of sitting down and take food. Or perhaps he would prefer to give himself up to repose. The house is his, and what is in it, and those many men that stand afar watching the interview are his. Sayyid Abdallah presses his host's hand to his breast and informs him in a confidential murmur that his habits are ascetic and his temperament inclines to melancholy. No rest, no food, no use whatever for those many men who are his. Sayyid Abdallah is impatient to be gone. Lakamba is sorrowful but polite in his hesitating, gloomy way. Tuan Abdullah must have fresh boatmen, and many to shorten the dark and fatiguing road. "Ayah, there, boats!" And by the riverside indistinct forms leap into noisy and disorderly activity. There are cries, orders, banter, abuse. Torches blaze, sending out much more smoke than light, and in their red glare Babalatchi comes up to say that the boats are ready. Through that lurid glare Sayyid Abdallah, in his long white gown, seems to glide fantastically, like a dignified apparition attended by two inferior shades, and stands for a moment at the landing-place to take leave of his host and ally, whom he loves. Sayyid Abdallah says so distinctly before embarking, and takes his seat in the middle of the canoe under a small canopy of blue calico stretched on 4 sticks. Before and behind Sayyid Abdallah, the men squatting by the gunwales hold high the blades of their paddles in readiness for a dip, all together. "Ready?" "Not yet." "Hold on all." Sayyid Abdallah speaks again, while Lakamba and Babalatchi stand close on the bank to hear his words. His words are encouraging. Before the sun rises for the second time they shall meet, and Sayyid Abdallah's ship shall float on the waters of this river at last. Lakamba and Babalatchi have no doubt, if Allah wills. They are in the hands of the compassionate, no doubt. And so is Sayyid Abdallah, the greatest trader who does not know what the word failure means. And so is the white man, the smartest businessman in the islands, who is lying now by Omar's fire with his head on Aissa's lap, while Sayyid Abdallah flies down the muddy river with current and paddles between the sombre walls of the sleeping forest, on his way to the clear and open sea where the Lord of the Isles, formerly of Greenock but condemned, sold and registered now as of Penang, waits for its owner, and swings erratically at anchor in the currents of the capricious tide under the crumbling red cliffs of Tanjong Mirror. For some time Lakamba, Siamine and Bahassoen looked silently into the humid darkness which had swallowed the big canoe that carried Abdallah and his unvarying good fortune. Then the two guests broke into a talk expressive of their joyful anticipations. The venerable Siamine, as became his advanced age, found his delight in speculation as to the activities of a rather remote future. He would buy prows, he would send expeditions up the river, he would enlarge his trade, and backed by Abdallah's capital he would grow rich in a very few years. Very few. Meantime it would be a good thing to interview Almayer tomorrow, and profiting by the last day of the hated man's prosperity, obtain some goods from him on credit. Siamine thought it could be done by skilful wheedling. After all, that son of Satan was a fool, and the thing was worth doing, because the coming revolution would wipe all debts out. Siamine did not mind imparting that idea to his companions with much senile chuckling, while they strolled together from the riverside towards the residence. The bull-necked Lakamba, listening with pouted lips, without the sign of a smile, without a gleam in his dull bloodshot eyes, shuffled slowly across the courtyard between his two guests. But suddenly Barsoen broke in upon the old man's prattle with the generous enthusiasm of his youth. Trading was very good, but was the change that would make them happy effected yet? The white man should be despoiled with a strong hand. He grew excited, spoke very loud, and his further discourse, delivered with his hand on the hilt of his sword, dealt incoherently with the honourable topics of throat-cutting, fire-raising, and with the far-famed valour of his ancestors. Babalatchi remained behind, alone with the greatness of his conceptions. The sagacious statesman of Sambir sent a scornful glance after his noble protector and his noble protector's friends, and then stood meditating about that future which to the others seemed so assured. Not so to Babalatchi, who paid the penalty of his wisdom by a vague sense of insecurity that kept sleep at arm's length from his tired body. When he thought at last of leaving the waterside, it was only to strike a path for himself and to creep along the fences, avoiding the middle of the courtyard, where small fires glimmered and winked as though the sinister darkness there had reflected the stars of the serene heaven. He slunk past the wicket gate of Omar's enclosure and crept on patiently along the light bamboo palisade till he was stopped by the angle where it joined the heavy stockade of Lakamba's private ground. Standing there, he could look over the fence and see Omar's hut and the fire before its door. He could also see the shadow of two human beings sitting between him and the red glow, a man and a woman. The sight seemed to inspire the careworn sage with a frivolous desire to sing. It could hardly be called a song. It was more in the nature of a recitative without any rhythm, delivered rapidly but distinctly in a croaking and unsteady voice. And if Babalatchi considered it a song, then it was a song with a purpose, and perhaps for that reason artistically defective. It had all the imperfections of unskilful improvisation, and its subject was gruesome. It told a tale of shipwreck and of thirst, and of one brother killing another for the sake of a gourd of water. A repulsive story, which might have had a purpose, but possessed no moral whatsoever. Yet it must have pleased Babalatchi, for he repeated it twice, the second time even in louder tones than at first, causing a disturbance amongst the white rice birds and the wild fruit pigeons which roosted on the boughs of the big tree growing in Omar's compound. There was, in the thick foliage above the singer's head, a confused beating of wings, sleepy remarks in bird language, a sharp stir of leaves. The forms by the fire moved. The shadow of the woman altered its shape, and Babalatchi's song was cut short abruptly by a fit of soft and persistent coughing. He did not try to resume his efforts after that interruption, but went away stealthily to seek, if not sleep, then at least repose. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 2, Chapter 6. As soon as Abdullah and his companions had left the enclosure, Aissa approached Willems and stood by his side. He took no notice of her expectant attitude till she touched him gently, when he turned furiously upon her and, tearing off her face veil, trampled upon it as though it had been a mortal enemy. She looked at him with the faint smile of patient curiosity, with the puzzled interest of ignorance watching the running of a complicated piece of machinery. After he had exhausted his rage, he stood again, severe and unbending, looking down at the fire, but the touch of her fingers at the nape of his neck effaced instantly the hard lines around his mouth. His eyes wavered uneasily. His lips trembled slightly. Starting with the unresistant rapidity of a particle of iron, which, quiescent one moment, leaps in the next to a powerful magnet, he moved forward, caught her in his arms, and pressed her violently to his breast. He released her as suddenly, and she stumbled a little, stepped back, breathed quickly through her parted lips, and said in a tone of pleased reproof, "Oh, fool man, if you had killed me in your strong arms, what would you have done?" "You want to live. and run away from me again, he said gently. Tell me, do you? She moved towards him with very short steps, her head a little on one side, hand on hips, with a slight balancing of her body, an approach more tantalizing than an escape. He looked on, eager, charmed. She spoke, jestingly. What am I to say to a man who has been away 3 days from me? 3, she repeated, holding up playfully 3 fingers before Willem's eyes. He snatched at the hand, but she was on her guard and whisked it behind her back. No, she said, I cannot be caught, but I will come. I am coming myself, because I like. Do not move. Do not touch me with your mighty hands, O child. As she spoke, she made a step nearer, then another. Willems did not stir. Pressing against him, she stood on tiptoe to look into his eyes, and her own seemed to grow bigger, glistening and tender, appealing and promising. With that look she drew the man's soul away from him through his immobile pupils, and from Willem's features the spark of reason vanished under her gaze, and was replaced by an appearance of physical well-being, an ecstasy of the senses which had taken possession of his rigid body, an ecstasy that drove out regrets, hesitation and doubt, and proclaimed its terrible work by an appalling aspect of idiotic beatitude. He never stirred a limb, hardly breathed, but stood in stiff immobility, absorbing the delight of her close contact by every pore. Closer, closer, he murmured. Slowly she raised her arms, put them over his shoulders, and clasping her hands at the back of his neck, swung off the full length of her arms. Her head fell back, the eyelids dropped slightly, and her thick hair hung straight down, a mass of ebony touched by the red gleams of the fire. He stood unyielding under the strain, as solid and motionless as one of the big trees of the surrounding forests, and his eyes looked at the modelling of her chin, at the outline of her neck, at the swelling lines of her bosom, with the famished and concentrated expression of a starving man looking at food. She drew herself up to him and rubbed her head against his cheek slowly and gently. He sighed. She, with her hands still on his shoulders, glanced up at the placid stars and said, "The night is half gone. We shall finish it by this fire. By this fire you shall tell me all, your words and Saeed Abdallah's words, and listening to you I shall forget the 3 days because I am good. Tell me, am I good?" He said yes, dreamily, and she ran off towards the big house. When she came back, balancing a roll of fine mats on her head, he had replenished the fire and was ready to help her in arranging a couch on the side of it nearest to the hut. She sank down with a quick but gracefully controlled movement, and he threw himself full length with impatient haste, as if he wished to forestall somebody. She took his hand on her knees, and when he felt her hands touching his face, her fingers playing with his hair, he had an expression of being taken possession of. He experienced a sense of peace, of rest, of happiness, and of soothing delight. His hand strayed upwards about her neck, and he drew her down so as to have her face above his. Then he whispered, "I wish I could die like this now." She looked at him with her big, sombre eyes in which there was no responsive light. His thought was so remote from her understanding that she let the words pass by unnoticed, like the breath of the wind, like the flight of a cloud. Woman though she was, she could not comprehend in her simplicity the tremendous compliment of that speech, that whisper of deadly happiness, so sincere, so spontaneous, coming so straight from the heart, like every corruption. It was the voice of madness, of a delirious peace, of happiness that is infamous, cowardly, and so exquisite that the debased mind refuses to contemplate its termination. For to the victims of such happiness, the moment of its ceasing is the beginning afresh of that torture which is its price. With her brows slightly knitted in the determined preoccupation of her own desires, she said, "Now tell me all the words spoken between you and Saeed Abdallah." "Tell what? What words?" Her voice recalled back the consciousness that had departed under her touch, and he became aware of the passing minutes, every one of which was like a reproach. of those minutes that, falling slow, reluctant, irresistible into the past, marked his footsteps on the way to perdition. Not that he had any conviction about it, any notion of the possible ending on that painful road. It was an indistinct feeling, a threat of suffering, like the confused warning of coming disease, an inarticulate monition of evil made up of fear and pleasure, of resignation and of revolt. He was ashamed of his state of mind. After all, what was he afraid of? Were those scruples? Why that hesitation to think, to speak of what he intended doing? Scruples were for imbeciles. His clear duty was to make himself happy. Did he ever take an oath of fidelity to Lingard? No. Well then, he would not let any interest of that old fool stand between Willem's and Willem's happiness. Happiness? Was he not perchance on a false track? Happiness meant money, much money. At least he had always thought so, till he had experienced those new sensations which... Aissa's question, repeated impatiently, interrupted his musings, and looking up at her face shining above him in the dim light of the fire, he stretched his limbs luxuriously, and, obedient to her desire, he spoke slowly and hardly above his breath. She, with her head close to his lips, listened, absorbed, interested, in attentive immobility. The many noises of the great courtyard were hushed up gradually by the sleep that stilled all voices and closed all eyes. Then somebody droned out a song with a nasal drawl at the end of every verse. He stirred. She put her hand suddenly on his lips and sat upright. There was a feeble coughing, a rustle of leaves, and then a complete silence took possession of the land, a silence cold, mournful, profound, more like death than peace, more hard to bear than the fiercest tumult. As soon as he removed her hand, he hastened to speak, so insupportable to him was that stillness, perfect and absolute, in which his thoughts seemed to ring with the loudness of shouts. "Who is there making that noise?" he asked. "I do not know. He is gone now," she answered hastily. "Tell me, will you not return to your people? Not without me, not with me. Do you promise?" "I have promised already. I have no people of my own. Have I not told you that you are everybody to me?" "Ah, yes," she said slowly. "But I like to hear you say that again, every day and every night, whenever I ask, and never to be angry because I ask. I am afraid of white women who are shameless and have fierce eyes." She scanned his features close for a minute and added, "Are they very beautiful? They must be." "I do not know," he whispered thoughtfully. "And if I ever did know, looking at you, I have forgotten." "Forgotten? And for 3 days and 2 nights you have forgotten me also. Why? Why were you angry with me when I spoke at first of Tuan Abdullah, in the days when we lived beside the brook? You remembered somebody then, somebody in the land whence you came. Your tongue is false. You are white indeed, and your heart is full of deception. I know it. And yet I cannot help believing you when you talk of your love for me. But I am afraid." He felt flattered and annoyed by her vehemence, and said, "Well, I'm with you now. I did come back, and it was you that went away." "When you have helped Abdallah against the Rajah Laut, who is the first of white men, I shall not be afraid any more," she whispered. "You must believe what I say when I tell you that there never was another woman, that there is nothing for me to regret, and nothing but my enemies to remember." "Where do you come from?" she said, impulsive and inconsequent, in a passionate whisper. "What is that land beyond the great sea from which you come? A land of lies and of evil, from which nothing but misfortune ever comes to us. You are not white. Did you not at first ask me to go there with you? That is why I went away." "I shall never ask you again." "And there is no woman waiting for you there?" "No," said Willems firmly. She bent over him. Her lips hovered above his face, and her long hair brushed his cheeks. "You taught me the love of your people, which is of the devil," she murmured, and bending still lower, she said faintly, "Like this?" "Yes, like this," he answered very low, in a voice that trembled slightly with eagerness, and she pressed suddenly her lips to his while he closed his eyes in an ecstasy of delight. There was a long interval of silence. She stroked his head with gentle touches, and he lay dreamily, perfectly happy but for the annoyance of an indistinct vision of a well-known figure, a man going away from him and diminishing in a long perspective of fantastic trees, whose every leaf was an eye looking after that man, who walked away growing smaller, but never getting out of sight for all his steady progress. He felt a desire to see him vanish, a hurried impatience of his disappearance, and he watched for it with a careful and irksome effort. There was something familiar about that figure. Why, himself. He gave a sudden start and opened his eyes, quivering with the emotion of that quick return from so far, of finding himself back by the fire with the rapidity of a flash of lightning. It had been half a dream. He had slumbered in her arms for a few seconds. Only the beginning of a dream. Nothing more. But it was some time before he recovered from the shock of seeing himself go away so deliberately, so definitely, so unguardedly, and going away where? Now, if he had not woken up in time, he would never have come back again from there, from whatever place he was going to. He felt indignant. It was like an evasion, like a prisoner breaking his parole, that thing slinking off stealthily while he slept. He was very indignant, and was also astonished at the absurdity of his own emotions. She felt him tremble, and, murmuring tender words, pressed his head to her breast. Again he felt very peaceful, with a peace that was as complete as the silence round them. He muttered, "You are tired, Aisa." She answered so low that it was like a sigh shaped into faint words. "I shall watch your sleep, O child." He lay very quiet and listened to the beating of her heart. That sound, light, rapid, persistent and steady, her very life beating against his cheek, gave him a clear perception of secure ownership, strengthened his belief in his possession of that human being, was like an assurance of the vague felicity of the future. There were no regrets, no doubts, no hesitation now. Had there ever been? All that seemed far away, ages ago, as unreal and pale as the fading memory of some delirium. All the anguish, suffering, strife of the past few days, the humiliation and anger of his downfall, all that was an infamous nightmare, a thing born in sleep and to be forgotten and leave no trace. And true life was this dreamy immobility with his head against her heart that beat so steadily. He was broad awake now, with that tingling wakefulness of the tired body which succeeds to the few refreshing seconds of irresistible sleep, and his wide-open eyes looked absently at the doorway of Omar's hut. The reed walls glistened in the light of the fire, the smoke of which, thin and blue, drifted slanting in a succession of rings and spirals across the doorway, whose empty blackness seemed to him impenetrable and enigmatical, like a curtain hiding vast spaces full of unexpected surprises. This was only his fancy, but it was absorbing enough to make him accept the sudden appearance of a head coming out of the gloom as part of his idle fantasy, or as the beginning of another short dream, of another vagary of his overtired brain. A face with drooping eyelids, old, thin and yellow, above the scattered white of a long beard that touched the earth. A head without a body, only a foot above the ground, turning slightly from side to side on the edge of the circle of light, as if to catch the radiating heat of the fire on either cheek in succession. He watched it in passive amazement, growing distinct, as if coming nearer to him, and the confused outlines of a body crawling on all fours came out, creeping inch by inch towards the fire, with a silent and all but imperceptible movement. He was astounded at the appearance of that blind head dragging that crippled body behind, without a sound, without a change in the composure of the sightless face, which was plain one second, blurred the next in the play of the light that drew it to itself steadily. a mute face with a kriss between its lips. This was no dream. Omar's face. But why? What was he after? He was too indolent in the happy languor of the moment to answer the question. It darted through his brain and passed out, leaving him free to listen again to the beating of her heart, to that precious and delicate sound which filled the quiet immensity of the night. Glancing upwards, he saw the motionless head of the woman looking down at him in a tender gleam of liquid white between the long eyelashes, whose shadow rested on the soft curve of her cheek. And under the caress of that look, the uneasy wonder and the obscure fear of that apparition, crouching and creeping in turns towards the fire that was its guide, were lost, were drowned in the quietude of all his senses, as pain is drowned in the flood of drowsy serenity that follows upon a dose of opium. He altered the position of his head by ever so little, and now could see easily that apparition which he had seen a minute before and had nearly forgotten already. It had moved closer, gliding and noiseless like the shadow of some nightmare, and now it was there, very near, motionless and still, as if listening, one hand and one knee advanced, the neck stretched out, and the head turned full towards the fire. He could see the emaciated face, the skin shiny over the prominent bones, the black shadows of the hollow temples and sunken cheeks, and the two patches of blackness over the eyes, over those eyes that were dead and could not see. What was the impulse which drove out this blind cripple into the night to creep and crawl towards that fire? He looked at him, fascinated, but the face, with its shifting lights and shadows, let out nothing, closed and impenetrable like a walled door. Omar raised himself to a kneeling posture and sank on his heels, with his hands hanging down before him. Willems, looking out of his dreamy numbness, could see plainly the kriss between the thin lips, a bar across the face, the handle on one side where the polished wood caught a red gleam from the fire, and the thin line of the blade running to a dull black point on the other. He felt an inward shock, which left his body passive in Aissa's embrace, but filled his breast with a tumult of powerless fear. And he perceived suddenly that it was his own death that was groping towards him, that it was the hate of himself and the hate of her love for him which drove this helpless wreck of a once brilliant and resolute pirate to attempt a desperate deed that would be the glorious and supreme consolation of an unhappy old age. And while he looked, paralysed with dread, at the father who had resumed his cautious advance, blind like fate, persistent like destiny, he listened with greedy eagerness to the heart of the daughter beating light, rapid and steady against his head. He was in the grip of horrible fear, of a fear whose cold hand robs its victims of all will and of all power, of all wish to escape, to resist or to move, which destroys hope and despair alike, and holds the empty and useless carcass as if in a vice under the coming stroke. It was not the fear of death. He had faced danger before. It was not even the fear of that particular form of death. It was not the fear of the end, for he knew that the end would not come then. A movement, a leap, a shout would save him from the feeble hand of the blind old man, from that hand that even now was, with cautious sweeps along the ground, feeling for his body in the darkness. It was the unreasoning fear of this glimpse into the unknown things, into those motives, impulses, desires he had ignored, but that had lived in the breasts of despised men close by his side, and were revealed to him for a second, to be hidden again behind the black mists of doubt and deception. It was not death that frightened him. It was the horror of bewildered life, where he could understand nothing and nobody round him, where he could guide, control, comprehend nothing and no one, not even himself. He felt a touch on his side. That contact, lighter than the caress of a mother's hand on the cheek of a sleeping child, had for him the force of a crushing blow.
Omar had crept close, and now, kneeling above him, held the kriss in one hand while the other skimmed over his jacket up towards his breast in gentle touches. But the blind face, still turned to the heat of the fire, was set and immovable in its aspect of stony indifference to things it could not hope to see. With an effort, Willems took his eyes off the death-like mask and turned them up to Aissa's head. She sat motionless, as if she had been part of the sleeping earth. Then suddenly he saw her big sombre eyes open out wide in a piercing stare, and felt the convulsive pressure of her hands pinning his arms along his body. A second dragged itself out, slow and bitter like a day of mourning, a second full of regret and grief for that faith in her which took its flight from the shattered ruins of his trust. She was holding him. She, too. He felt her heart give a great leap. His head slipped down on her knees. He closed his eyes, and there was nothing. It was as if she had died, as though her heart had leapt out into the night, abandoning him, defenceless and alone, in an empty world. His head struck the ground heavily as she flung him aside in her sudden rush. He lay as if stunned, face up, and daring not move, did not see the struggle, but heard the piercing shriek of mad fear, her low, angry words, another shriek dying out in a moan. When he got up at last, he looked at Aissa kneeling over her father. He saw her bent back in the effort of holding him down, Omar's contorted limbs, a hand thrown above her head, and her quick movement grasping the wrist. He made an impulsive step forward, but she turned a wild face to him and called out over her shoulder, "Keep back! Do not come near! Do not!" And he stopped short, his arms hanging lifelessly by his side, as if those words had changed him into stone. She was afraid of his possible violence, but in the unsettling of all his convictions he was struck with the frightful thought that she preferred to kill her father all by herself, and the last stage of their struggle, at which he looked as though a red fog had filled his eyes, loomed up with an unnatural ferocity, with a sinister meaning, like something monstrous and depraved, forcing its complicity upon him under the cover of that awful night. He was horrified and grateful, drawn irresistibly to her, and ready to run away. He could not move at first, then he did not want to stir. He wanted to see what would happen. He saw her lift with a tremendous effort the apparently lifeless body into the hut, and remained standing after they disappeared, with a vivid image in his eyes of that head swaying on her shoulder, the lower jaw hanging down, collapsed, passive, meaningless, like the head of a corpse. Then, after a while, he heard her voice speaking inside, harshly, with an agitated abruptness of tone, and in answer there were groans and broken murmurs of exhaustion. She spoke louder. He heard her saying violently, "No, no, never!" And again a plaintive murmur of entreaty, as of someone begging for a supreme favour with a last breath. Then she said, "Never! I would sooner strike it into my own heart." She came out, stood panting for a short moment in the doorway, and then stepped into the firelight. Behind her, through the darkness, came the sound of words calling the vengeance of heaven on her head, rising higher, shrill, strained, repeating the curse over and over again, till the voice cracked in a passionate shriek that died out into hoarse muttering, ending with a deep and prolonged sigh. She stood facing Willems, one hand behind her back, the other raised in a gesture compelling attention, and she listened in that attitude till all was still inside the hut. Then she made another step forward, and her hand dropped slowly. "Nothing but misfortune," she whispered absently to herself. "Nothing but misfortune to us who are not white." The anger and excitement died out of her face, and she looked straight at Willems with an intense and mournful gaze. He recovered his senses and his power of speech with a sudden start. "Aissa," he exclaimed, and the words broke out through his lips with hurried nervousness. "Aissa, how can I live here? Trust me, believe in me, let us go away from here. Go very far away, very far, you and I."
He did not stop to ask himself whether he could escape, and how, and where. He was carried away by the flood of hate, disgust, and contempt of a white man for that blood which is not his blood, for that race which is not his race, for the brown skins, for the hearts false like the sea, blacker than night. This feeling of repulsion overmastered his reason in a clear conviction of the impossibility for him to live with her people. He urged her passionately to fly with him, because out of all that abhorred crowd he wanted this one woman, but wanted her away from them, away from that race of slaves and cutthroats from which she sprang. He wanted her for himself, far from everybody, in some safe and dumb solitude. As he spoke, his anger and contempt rose, his hate became almost fear, and his desire of her grew immense, burning, illogical, and merciless, crying to him through all his senses, louder than his hate, stronger than his fear, deeper than his contempt, irresistible and certain, like death itself. Standing at a little distance just within the light, but on the threshold of that darkness from which she had come, she listened, one hand still behind her back, the other arm stretched out with the hand half open, as if to catch the fleeting words that rang around her, passionate, menacing, imploring, but all tinged with the anguish of his suffering, all hurried by the impatience that gnawed his breast. And while she listened, she felt a slowing down of her heartbeats as the meaning of his appeal grew clearer before her indignant eyes, as she saw with rage and pain the edifice of her love, her own work, crumble slowly to pieces, destroyed by that man's fears, by that man's falseness. Her memory recalled the days by the brook when she had listened to other words, to other thoughts, to promises and to pleadings for other things which came from that man's lips at the bidding of her look or her smile, at the nod of her head, at the whisper of her lips. Was there then in his heart something else than her image, other desires than the desire of her love, other fears than the fear of losing her? How could that be? Had she grown ugly or old in a moment? She was appalled, surprised, and angry with the anger of unexpected humiliation, and her eyes looked fixedly, sombre and steady, at that man born in the land of violence and of evil, wherefrom nothing but misfortune comes to those who are not white. Instead of thinking of her caresses, instead of forgetting all the world in her embrace, he was thinking yet of his people, of that people that steals every land, masters every sea, that knows no mercy and no truth, knows nothing but its own strength. O man of strong arm and of false heart! Go with him to a far country, be lost in the throng of cold eyes and false hearts, lose him there? Never. He was mad, mad with fear. But he should not escape her. She would keep him here, a slave and a master, here where he was alone with her, where he must live with her or die. She had a right to his love which was of her making, to the love that was in him now, while he spoke those words without sense. She must put between him and the other white men a barrier of hate. He must not only stay, but he must keep his promise to Abdallah, the fulfilment of which would make her safe. Aisa, let us go. With you by my side I would attack them with my naked hands. Or no, tomorrow we shall be outside, on board Abdallah's ship. You shall come with me, and then I could... If the ship went ashore by some chance, then we could steal a canoe and escape in the confusion. You are not afraid of the sea that would give me freedom. He was approaching her gradually with extended arms, while he pleaded ardently in incoherent words that ran over and tripped each other in the extreme eagerness of his speech. She stepped back, keeping her distance, her eyes on his face, watching on it the play of his doubts and of his hopes with a piercing gaze that seemed to search out the innermost recesses of his thought, and it was as if she had drawn slowly the darkness round her, wrapping herself in its undulating folds that made her indistinct and vague. He followed her step by step till at last they both stopped, facing each other under the big tree of the enclosure.
The solitary exile of the forests, great, motionless, and solemn in his abandonment, left alone by the life of ages that had been pushed away from him by those pygmies that crept at his foot, towered high and straight above their heads. He seemed to look on, dispassionate and imposing in his lonely greatness, spreading his branches wide in a gesture of lofty protection, as if to hide them in the sombre shelter of innumerable leaves, as if moved by the disdainful compassion of the strong, by the scornful pity of an aged giant, to screen this struggle of two human hearts from the cold scrutiny of glittering stars. The last cry of his appeal to her mercy rose loud, vibrated under the sombre canopy, darted among the boughs, startling the white birds that slept wing to wing, and died without an echo, strangled in the dense mass of unstirring leaves. He could not see her face, but he heard her sighs and the distracted murmur of indistinct words. Then, as he listened, holding his breath, she exclaimed suddenly, "Have you not heard him? He has cursed me because I love you. You brought me suffering and strife, and his curse. And now you want to take me far away where I would lose you, lose my life, because your love is my life now. What else is there? Do not move!" she cried violently as he stirred a little. "Do not speak! Take this! Sleep in peace!" He saw a shadowy movement of her arm. Something whizzed past and struck the ground behind him, close to the fire. Instinctively he turned round to look at it. A kriss without its sheath lay by the embers, a sinuous dark object, looking like something that had been alive and was now crushed, dead, and very inoffensive. A black, wavy outline, very distinct and still in the dull red glow. Without thinking, he moved to pick it up, stooping with the sad and humble movement of a beggar gathering the alms flung into the dust of the roadside. Was this the answer to his pleading, to the hot and living words that came from his heart? Was this the answer thrown at him like an insult, that thing made of wood and iron, insignificant and venomous, fragile and deadly? He held it by the blade and looked at the handle stupidly for a moment before he let it fall again at his feet, and when he turned round he faced only the night immense, profound and quiet, a sea of darkness in which she had disappeared without leaving a trace. He moved forward with uncertain steps, putting out both his hands before him with the anguish of a man blinded suddenly. "Aisa!" he cried. "Come to me at once!" He peered and listened, but saw nothing, heard nothing. After a while the solid blackness seemed to wave before his eyes like a curtain, disclosing movements but hiding forms, and he heard light and hurried footsteps, then the short clatter of the gate leading to Lakamba's private enclosure. He sprang forward and brought up against the rough timber in time to hear the words, "Quick, quick!" and the sound of the wooden bar dropped on the other side, securing the gate. With his arms thrown up, the palms against the paling, he slid down in a heap on the ground. "Aisa!" he said pleadingly, pressing his lips to a chink between the stakes. "Aisa, do you hear me? Come back. I will do what you want, give you all you desire, if I have to set the whole Sambir on fire and put that fire out with blood. Only come back, now, at once. Are you there? Do you hear me, Aisa?" On the other side there were startled whispers of feminine voices, a frightened little laugh suddenly interrupted, some woman's admiring murmur, "This is brave talk." Then, after a short silence, Aisa cried, "Sleep in peace, for the time of your going is near. Now I am afraid of you, afraid of your fear. When you return with Tuan Abdullah you shall be great. You will find me here, and there will be nothing but love. Nothing else, always, till we die." He listened to the shuffle of footsteps going away and staggered to his feet, mute with the excess of his passionate anger against that being so savage and so charming, loathing her, himself, everybody he had ever known. The earth, the sky, the very air he drew into his oppressed chest, loathing it because it made him live, loathing her because she made him suffer. But he could not leave that gate through which he had passed. He wandered a little way off, then swerved round, came back and fell down again by the stockade, only to rise suddenly in another attempt to break away from the spell that held him, that brought him back there, dumb, obedient and furious. And under the immobilized gesture of lofty protection in the branches outspread wide above his head, under the high branches where white birds slept wing to wing in the shelter of countless leaves, he tossed like a grain of dust in a whirlwind, sinking and rising round and round, always near that gate. All through the languid stillness of that night he fought with the impalpable. He fought with the shadows, with the darkness, with the silence. He fought without a sound, striking futile blows, dashing from side to side, obstinate, hopeless, and always beaten back, like a man bewitched within the invisible sweep of a magic circle. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 1 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Chapter 1. Yes, cat, dog, anything that can scratch or bite, as long as it is harmful enough and mangy enough. A sick tiger would make you happy, of all things. A half-dead tiger that you could weep over and palm upon some poor devil in your power to tend and nurse for you. Never mind the consequences to the poor devil. Let him be mangled or eaten up, of course. You haven't any pity to spare for the victims of your infernal charity. Not you. Your tender heart bleeds only for what is poisonous and deadly. I curse the day when you set your benevolent eyes on him. I curse it. Now then, growled Lingard in his moustache. Ormar, who had talked himself up to the choking point, drew a long breath and went on. Yes, it has been always so, always, as far back as I can remember. Don't you recollect? What about that half-starved dog you brought on board in Bangkok in your arms? In your arms, by... It went mad next day and bit the sarang. You don't mean to say you have forgotten? The best sarang you ever had. You said so yourself while you were helping us to lash him down to the chain cable just before he died in his fits. Now, didn't you? 2 wives and ever so many children the man left. That was your doing. And when you went out of your way and risked your ship to rescue some Chinaman from a waterlogged junk in Formosa Straits, that was also a clever piece of business, wasn't it? Those damned Chinamen rose on you before 48 hours. They were cutthroats, those poor fishermen. You knew they were cutthroats before you made up your mind to run down on a lee shore in a gale of wind to save them. A mad trick. If they hadn't been scoundrels, hopeless scoundrels, you would not have put your ship in jeopardy for them, I know. You would not have risked the lives of your crew, that crew you loved so, and your own life. Wasn't that foolish? And besides, you were not honest. Suppose you had been drowned. I would have been in a pretty mess then, left alone here with that adopted daughter of yours. Your duty was to myself first. I married that girl because you promised to make my fortune. You know you did. And then 3 months afterwards you go and do that mad trick for a lot of Chinamen, too. Chinamen! You have no morality. I might have been ruined for the sake of those murderous scoundrels that, after all, had to be driven overboard after killing ever so many of your crew, of your beloved crew. Do you call that honest? Oh, well, muttered Lingard, chewing nervously the stump of his cheroot that had gone out, and looking at Almayer, who stamped wildly about the veranda, much as a shepherd might look at a pet sheep in his obedient flock turning unexpectedly upon him in engaged revolt. He seemed disconcerted, contemptuously angry, yet somewhat amused, and also a little hurt, as if at some bitter jest at his own expense. Almayer stopped suddenly, and crossing his arms on his breast, bent his body forward and went on speaking.
I might have been left then in an awkward hole, all on account of your absurd disregard for your safety. Yet I bore no grudge. I knew your weaknesses. But now, when I think of it, now we are ruined. Ruined! Ruined! My poor little Nina, ruined! He slapped his thighs smartly, walked with small steps this way and that, seized a chair, planted it with a bang before Lingard, and sat down staring at the old seaman with haggard eyes. Lingard, returning his stare steadily, dived slowly into various pockets, fished out at last a box of matches, and proceeded to light his cheroot carefully, rolling it round and round between his lips, without taking his gaze for a moment off the distressed Almayer. Then, from behind a cloud of tobacco smoke, he said calmly, "If you had been in trouble as often as I have, my boy, you wouldn't carry on so. I've been ruined more than once. Well, here I am." "Yes, here you are," interrupted Almayer. "Much good it is to me. Had you been here a month ago, it would have been of some use. But now you might as well be 1,000 miles off." "You scold me like a drunken fishwife," said Lingard serenely. He got up and moved slowly to the front rail of the veranda. The floor shook, and the whole house vibrated under his heavy step. For a moment he stood with his back to Almayer, looking out on the river and forest of the east bank, then turned round and gazed mildly down upon him. "It's very lonely this morning here, eh?" he said. Almayer lifted up his head. "Ah, you notice it, don't you? I should think it is lonely. Yes, Captain Lingard, your day is over in Sambir. Only a month ago this veranda would have been full of people coming to greet you. Fellows would be coming up those steps grinning and salaaming to you and to me. But our day is over. And not by my fault either. You can't say that. It's all the doing of that pet rascal of yours. Ah, he is a beauty. You should have seen him leading that hellish crowd. You would have been proud of your old favourite." "Smart fellow, that," muttered Lingard thoughtfully. Almayer jumped up with a shriek. "And that's all you have to say? Smart fellow? Oh, Lord!" "Don't make a show of yourself. Sit down. Let's talk quietly. I want to know all about it. So he led? He was the soul of the whole thing. He piloted Abdullah's ship in. He ordered everything and everybody," said Almayer, who sat down again with a resigned air. "When did it happen exactly?" "On the 16th I heard the first rumours of Abdullah's ship being in the river, a thing I refused to believe at first. Next day I could not doubt any more. There was a great council held openly in Lakamba's place, where almost everybody in Sambir attended. On the 18th the Lord of the Isles was anchored in Sambir Reach, abreast of my house. Let's see, 6 weeks today exactly. And all that happened like this, all of a sudden. You never heard anything, no warning, nothing? Never had an idea that something was up? Come on, Almayer." "Heard? Yes, I used to hear something every day, mostly lies. Is there anything else in Sambir?" "You might not have believed them," observed Lingard. "In fact, you ought not to have believed everything that was told to you, as if you had been a green hand on his first voyage." Almayer moved in his chair uneasily. "That scoundrel came here one day," he said. "He had been away from the house for a couple of months, living with that woman. I only heard about him now and then from Patalolo's people when they came over. Well, one day, about noon, he appeared in this courtyard as if he had been jerked up from hell, where he belongs." Lingard took his cheroot out, and with his mouth full of white smoke that oozed out through his parted lips, listened attentive. After a short pause, Almayer went on, looking at the floor moodily. "I must say he looked awful. Had a bad bout of the ague, probably. The left shore is very unhealthy. Strange that only the breadth of the river—" He dropped off into deep thoughtfulness, as if he had forgotten his grievances in a bitter meditation upon the unsanitary condition of the virgin forest on the left bank. Lingard took this opportunity to expel the smoke in a mighty expiration, and threw the stump of his cheroot over his shoulder. "Go on," he said after a while. "He came to see you?" "But it wasn't unhealthy enough to finish him, worse luck," went on Almayer, rousing himself. "And, as I said, he turned up here with his brazen impudence. He bullied me, he threatened me vaguely. He wanted to scare me, to blackmail me. Me, and by heaven, he said you would approve. You! Can you conceive such impudence? I couldn't exactly make out what he was driving at. Had I known, I would have approved him, yes, with a bang on the head. But how could I guess that he knew enough to pilot a ship through the entrance you always said was so difficult? And after all, that was the only danger. I could deal with anybody here. But then Abdullah came. That bark of his is armed. He carries 12 brass 6-pounders and about 30 men. Desperate beggars, Sumatra men from Delhi and Akin. Fight all day and ask for more in the evening. That kind. I know, said Lingard impatiently. Of course, then, they were cheeky as much as you please after he anchored abreast of our jetty. Willems brought her up himself in the best berth. I could see him from this verandah standing forward together with the half-caste master, and that woman was there too, close to him. I heard they took her on board off Lacumba's place. Willems said he would not go higher without her, stormed and raged, frightened them, I believe. Abdullah had to interfere. She came off alone in a canoe, and no sooner on deck than she fell at his feet before all hands, embraced his knees, wept, raved, begged his pardon. Why, I wonder? Everybody in Sambir is talking of it. They never heard tell or saw anything like it. I have all this from Ali, who goes about in the settlement and brings me the news. I had better know what is going on, hadn't I? From what I can make out, he and that woman, are looked upon as something mysterious, beyond comprehension. Some think them mad. They live alone with an old woman in a house outside Lacumba's campong, and are greatly respected, or feared, I should say, rather. At least he is. He is very violent. She knows nobody, sees nobody, will speak to nobody but him. Never leaves him for a moment. It's the talk of the place. There are other rumours. From what I hear, I suspect that Lacumba and Abdullah are tired of him. There's also talk of him going away in the Lord of the Isles, when she leaves for the southward, as a kind of Abdullah's agent. At any rate, he must take the ship out. The half-caste is not equal to it as yet. Lingard, who had listened absorbed till then, began now to walk with measured steps. Almayer ceased talking and followed him with his eyes as he paced up and down with a quarter-deck swing, tormenting and twisting his long white beard, his face perplexed and thoughtful. "So he came to you first of all, did he?" asked Lingard without stopping. "Yes, I told you so. He did come. Came to extort money, goods, I don't know what else. Wanted to set up as a trader, the swine. I kicked his hat into the courtyard and he went after it, and that was the last of him till he showed up with Abdullah. How could I know that he could do harm in that way, or in any way at that? Any local rising I could put down easy with my own men and with Patalolo's help." "Oh, yes, Patalolo. No good, eh? Did you try him at all?" "Didn't I?" exclaimed Almayer. "I went to see him myself on the 12th. That was 4 days before Abdullah entered the river. In fact, same day Willems tried to get at me. I did feel a little uneasy then. Patalolo assured me that there was no human being that did not love me in Sambir, looked as wise as an owl, told me not to listen to the lies of wicked people from down the river. He was alluding to that man Bulangi, who lives up the sea reach, and who had sent me word that a strange ship was anchored outside, which, of course, I repeated to Patalolo. He would not believe me, kept on mumbling, no, 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 like an old parrot, his head all of a tremble, all beslobbered with betel-nut juice. I thought there was something queer about him, seemed so restless and as if in a hurry to get rid of me. Well, next day that one-eyed malefactor who lives with Lacumba, what's his name, Babalachi, put in an appearance here, came about midday, casually like, and stood there on this verandah chatting about one thing and another, asking when I expected you and so on. Then, incidentally, he mentioned that they, his master and himself, were very much bothered by a ferocious white man, my friend, who was hanging about that woman, Omar's daughter. Asked my advice, very deferential and proper. I told him the white man was not my friend and that they had better kick him out, whereupon he went away, salaaming and protesting his friendship and his master's goodwill. Of course, I know now the infernal nigger came to spy and to talk over some of my men. Anyway, 8 were missing at the evening muster. Then I took alarm. Did not dare to leave my house unguarded. You know what my wife is, don't you? And I did not care to take the child with me, it being late, so I sent a message to Patalolo to say that we ought to consult, that there were rumours and uneasiness in the settlement. Do you know what answer I got?" Lingard stopped short in his walk before Almayer, who went on after an impressive pause with growling animation. Ali brought it. The Rajah sends a friend's greetings and does not understand the message. That was all. Not a word more could Ali get out of him. I could see that Ali was pretty well scared. He hung about, arranging my hammock, one thing and another. Then just before going away he mentioned that the water gate of the Rajah's place was heavily barred, but that he could see only very few men about the courtyard. Finally he said, "There is darkness about our Rajah's house, but no sleep, only darkness and fear and the wailing of women." Cheerful, wasn't it? It made me feel cold down my back somehow. After Ali slipped away, I stood here by this table and listened to the shouting and drumming in the settlement. Racket enough for 20 weddings. It was a little past midnight then. Again Almayer stopped in his narrative with an abrupt shutting of lips, as if he had said all that there was to tell, and Lingard stood staring at him, pensive and silent. A big blue-bottle fly flew in recklessly into the cool veranda, and darted with loud buzzing between the two men. Lingard struck at it with his hat. The fly swerved, and Almayer dodged his head out of the way. Then Lingard aimed another ineffectual blow. Almayer jumped up and waved his arms about. The fly buzzed desperately, and the vibration of minute wings sounded in the peace of the early morning like a far-off string orchestra accompanying the hollow, determined stamping of the two men, who, with heads thrown back and arms gyrating on high, or again bending low with infuriated lunges, were intent upon killing the intruder. But suddenly the buzz died out in a thin thrill away in the open space of the courtyard, leaving Lingard and Almayer standing face to face in the fresh silence of the young day, looking very puzzled and idle, their arms hanging uselessly by their sides, like men disheartened by some portentous failure. "Look at that," muttered Lingard. "Got away after all." "Nuisance," said Almayer in the same tone. "Riverside is overrun with them. This house is badly placed. Mosquitoes and these big flies. Last week stung Nina. Been ill 4 days, poor child. I wonder what such damn things are made for." End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Chapter 2. After a long silence, during which Almayer had moved towards the table and sat down, his head between his hands, staring straight before him, Lingard, who had recommenced walking, cleared his throat and said, "What was it you were saying?" "Ah, yes, you should have seen this settlement that night. I don't think anybody went to bed. I walked down to the point and could see them. They had a big bonfire in the palm grove, and the talk went on there till the morning. When I came back here and sat in the dark veranda in this quiet house, I felt so frightfully lonely that I stole in and took the child out of her cot and brought her here into my hammock. If it hadn't been for her, I am sure I would have gone mad. I felt so utterly alone and helpless. Remember, I hadn't heard from you for 4 months. Didn't know whether you were alive or dead. Patalolo would have nothing to do with me. My own men were deserting me like rats to a sinking hulk. That was a black night for me, Captain Lingard. A black night as I sat here, not knowing what would happen next. They were so excited and rowdy that I really feared they would come and burn the house over my head. I went and brought my revolver, laid it loaded on the table. There were such awful yells now and then. Luckily the child slept through it, and seeing her so pretty and peaceful steadied me somehow. Couldn't believe there was any violence in this world, looking at her lying so quiet and so unconscious of what went on. But it was very hard. Everything was at an end. You must understand that on that night there was no government in Zambia, nothing to restrain those fellows. Patalolo had collapsed. I was abandoned by my own people, and all that lot could vent their spite on me if they wanted. They know no gratitude. How many times haven't I saved this settlement from starvation? Absolute starvation. Only 3 months ago I distributed again a lot of rice on credit. There was nothing to eat in this infernal place. They came begging on their knees. There isn't a man in Sambia, big or little, who is not in debt to Lingard and Company. Not one. You ought to be satisfied. You always said that was the right policy for us. Well, I carried it out. Ah, Captain Lingard, a policy like that should be backed by loaded rifles. You had them, exclaimed Lingard in the midst of his promenade, that went on more rapid as Almayer talked, the headlong tramp of a man hurrying on to do something violent. The verandah was full of dust, oppressive and choking, which rose under the old seaman's feet, and made Almayer cough again and again. Yes, I had 20, and not a finger to pull a trigger. It's easy to talk, he spluttered, his face very red. Lingard dropped into a chair and leaned back with one hand stretched out at length upon the table, the other thrown over the back of his seat. The dust settled, and the sun, surging above the forest, flooded the verandah with a clear light. Almayer got up and busied himself in lowering the split rattan screens that hung between the columns of the verandah. "Phew," said Lingard. "It'll be a hot day. That's right, my boy. Keep the sun out. We don't want to be roasted alive here." Almayer came back, sat down, and spoke very calmly. "In the morning I went across to see Patalolo. I took the child with me, of course. I found the water gate barred and had to walk round through the bushes. Patalolo received me lying on the floor, in the dark, all the shutters closed. I could get nothing out of him but lamentations and groans. He said, 'You must be dead.' That Lakamba was coming now, with Abdullah's guns, to kill everybody. Said he did not mind being killed, as he was an old man, but that the wish of his heart was to make a pilgrimage. He was tired of men's ingratitude. He had no heirs. He wanted to go to Mecca and die there. He would ask Abdullah to let him go. Then he abused Lakamba, between sobs, and you a little. You prevented him from asking for a flag that would have been respected. He was right there. And now when his enemies were strong, he was weak, and you were not there to help him. When I tried to put some heart into him, telling him he had 4 big guns, you know, the brass 6-pounders you left here last year, and that I would get powder, and that perhaps together we would make head against Lakamba, he simply howled at me. No matter which way he turned, he shrieked, the white men would be the death of him, while he wanted only to be a pilgrim and be at peace. My belief is," added Almayer after a short pause, and fixing a dull stare upon Lingard, "that the old fool saw this thing coming for a long time, and was not only too frightened to do anything himself, but actually too scared to let you or me know of his suspicions. Another of your particular pets. Well, you have a lucky hand, I must say." Lingard struck a sudden blow on the table with his clenched hand. There was a sharp crack of splitting wood. Almayer started up violently, then fell back in his chair and looked at the table. "There," he said moodily, "you don't know your own strength. This table is completely ruined, the only table I had been able to save from my wife. By and by I will have to eat squatting on the floor like a native." Lingard laughed heartily. "Well then, don't nag at me like a woman at a drunken husband." He became very serious after a while, and added, "If it hadn't been for the loss of the flash, I would have been here 3 months ago, and all would have been well. No use crying over that. Don't you be uneasy, Caspar. We will have everything shipshape here in a very short time." "What? You don't mean to expel Abdullah out of here by force? I tell you, you can't." "Not I," exclaimed Lingard. "That's all over, I'm afraid. Great pity. They will suffer for it. He will squeeze them. Great pity. Damn it, I feel so sorry for them. If I had the flash here, I would try force. Why not? However, the poor flash is gone, and there is an end of it. Poor old hooker. Hey, Almayer, you made a voyage or 2 with me. Wasn't she a sweet craft? Could make her do anything but talk. She was better than a wife to me. Never scolded, And to think that it should come to this, that I should leave her poor old bones sticking on a reef as though I'd been a damned fool of a southern-going man who must have half a mile of water under his keel to be safe. Well, It's only those who do nothing that make no mistakes, I suppose, but it's hard, hard." He nodded sadly, with his eyes on the ground. Almayer looked at him with growing indignation. "Upon my word, you are heartless," he burst out. "Perfectly heartless and selfish. It does not seem to strike you in all that in losing your ship, by your recklessness, I am sure, you ruin me, us and my little Nina. What's going to become of me and of her? That's what I want to know. You brought me here, made me your partner, and now, when everything is gone to the devil, through your fault, mind you, you talk about your ship. You can get another, but here, this trade, that's gone now, thanks to Willems, your dear Willems." "Never you mind about Willems, I will look after him," said Lingard severely. "And as to this trade, I will make your fortune yet, my boy, never fear. Have you got any cargo for the schooner that brought me here?" "The shed is full of rattans," answered Almayer, "and I have about 80 tons of gutter in the well. The last lot I ever will have, no doubt," he added bitterly. "So, after all, there was no robbery. You've lost nothing, actually. Well, then, you must— Hello, what's the matter? Here." "Robbery! No!" screamed Almayer, throwing up his hands. He fell back in the chair, and his face became purple. A little white foam appeared on his lips and trickled down his chin, while he lay back, showing the whites of his upturned eyes. When he came to himself, he saw Lingard standing over him with an empty water chatty in his hand. "You had a fit of some kind," said the old seaman with much concern. "What is it? You did give me a fright. So very sudden." Almayer, his hair all wet and stuck to his head as if he'd been diving, sat up and gasped. "Outrage! A fiendish outrage! Lingard put the chatty on the table and looked at him in attentive silence. Almayer passed his hand over his forehead and went on in an unsteady tone. "When I remember that, I lose all control," he said. "I told you he anchored Abdullah's ship abreast our jetty, but over to the other shore near the Rajah's place. The ship was surrounded with boats. From here it looked as if she had been landed on a raft. Every dugout in Sambir was there. Through my glass I could distinguish the faces of people on the poop. Abdallah, Willems, Lakamba, everybody. That old cringing scoundrel Saamin was there. I could see quite plain. There seemed to be much talk and discussion. Finally I saw a ship's boat lowered. Some Arabs got into her, and the boat went towards Patalolo's landing place. It seems they had been refused admittance, so they say. I think myself that the water gate was not unbarred quick enough to please the exalted messenger. At any rate, I saw the boat come back almost directly. I was looking on, rather interested, when I saw Willems and some more go forward, very busy about something there. That woman was also amongst them. Ah, that woman!" Almayer choked and seemed on the point of having a relapse, but by a violent effort regained a comparative composure. "All of a sudden," he continued, "bang! They fired a shot into Patalolo's gate, and before I had time to catch my breath, I was startled, you may believe, they sent another and burst the gate open, whereupon I believe they thought they had done enough for a while, and probably felt hungry, for a feast began aft. Abdallah sat amongst them like an idol, cross-legged, his hands on his lap. He's too great altogether to eat when others do, but he presided, you see. Willems kept on dodging about forward, aloof from the crowd, and looking at my house through the ship's long glass. I could not resist it. I shook my fist at him." "Just so," said Lingard gravely. "That was the thing to do, of course. If you can't fight a man, the best thing is to exasperate him." Almayer waved his hand in a superior manner and continued unmoved. "You may say what you like. You can't realize my feelings. He saw me, and with his eyes still at the small end of the glass, lifted his arm as if answering a hail. I thought my turn to be shot at would come next, after Patalolo, so I ran up the Union Jack to the flagstaff in the yard, and I had no other protection. There were only 3 men besides Ali that stuck to me, 3 cripples for that matter, too sick to get away. I would have fought single-handed, I think, I was that angry, but there was the child. What to do with her? Couldn't send her up the river with the mother. You know I can't trust my wife. I decided to keep very quiet, but to let nobody land on our shore. Private property, that, under a deed from Patalolo. I was within my right, wasn't I? The morning was very quiet. After they had a feed on board the bark with Abdullah, most of them went home. Only the big people remained. Towards 3 o'clock, Min crossed alone in a small canoe. I went down on our wharf with my gun to speak to him, but didn't let him land. The old hypocrite said Abdullah sent greetings and wished to talk with me on business. Would I come on board? I said no, I would not. Told him that Abdullah may write and I would answer, but no interview, neither on board his ship nor on shore. I also said that if anybody attempted to land within my fences, I would shoot, no matter whom. On that he lifted his hands to heaven, scandalized, and then paddled away pretty smartly, to report, I suppose. An hour or so afterwards I saw Willems land a boat party at the Rajah's. It was very quiet. Not a shot was fired, and there was hardly any shouting. They tumbled those brass guns you presented to Patalolo last year down the bank into the river. It's deep there, close to. The channel runs that way, you know. About 5, Willems went back on board, and I saw him join Abdullah by the wheel aft. He talked a lot, swinging his arms about, seemed to explain things, pointed at my house, then down the reach. Finally, just before sunset, they hove upon the cable and dredged the ship down nearly half a mile to the junction of the 2 branches of the river, where she is now, as you might have seen. Lingard nodded. That evening, after dark, I was informed, Abdullah landed for the first time in Sambir. He was entertained in Sarmin's house. I sent Ali to the settlement for news. He returned about 9 and reported that Patalolo was sitting on Abdullah's left hand before Sarmin's fire. There was a great council. Ali seemed to think that Patalolo was a prisoner, but he was wrong there. They did the trick very neatly. Before midnight everything was arranged as I can make out. Patalolo went back to his demolished stockade, escorted by a dozen boats with torches. It appears he begged Abdullah to let him have a passage in the Lord of the Isles to Penang. From there he would go to Mecca. The firing business was alluded to as a mistake. No doubt it was, in a sense. Patalolo never meant resisting. So, he is going as soon as the ship is ready for sea. He went on board next day with 3 women and half a dozen fellows as old as himself. By Abdullah's orders he was received with a salute of 7 guns, and he has been living on board ever since, 5 weeks. I doubt whether he will leave the river alive. At any rate, he won't live to reach Penang. Lakamba took over all his goods and gave him a draft on Abdullah's house payable in Penang. He's bound to die before he gets there, don't you see? He sat silent for a while in dejected meditation, then went on. Of course, there were several rows during the night. Various fellows took the opportunity of the unsettled state of affairs to pay off old scores and settle old grudges. I passed the night in that chair there, dozing uneasily. Now and then there would be a great tumult and yelling which would make me sit up, revolver in hand. However, nobody was killed. A few broken heads, that's all. Early in the morning Willems caused them to make a fresh move, which I must say surprised me not a little. As soon as there was daylight they busied themselves in setting up a flagpole on the space at the other end of the settlement, where Abdullah is having his house built now. Shortly after sunrise there was a great gathering at the flagpole. All went there. Willems was standing leaning against the mast, one arm over that woman's shoulders. They had brought an armchair for Patalolo, and Lakamba stood on the right hand of the old man, who made a speech. Everybody in Sambir was there, women, slaves, children, everybody. Then Patalolo speak. He said that by the mercy of the Most High he was going on a pilgrimage. The dearest wish of his heart was to be accomplished. Then, turning to Lakamba, he begged him to rule justly during his, Patalolo's, absence. There was a bit of play-acting there. Lakamba said he was unworthy of the honourable burden, and Patalolo insisted. Poor old fool, it must have been bitter to him. They made him actually entreat, that scoundrel. Fancy a man compelled to beg of a robber to despoil him. but the old Rajah was so frightened. Anyway, he did it, and Lacumber accepted at last. Then Willems made a speech to the crowd. Said that on his way to the west the Rajah, he meant Batalolo, would see the great white ruler in Batavia and obtain his protection for Zambia. Meantime, he went on, I, on Orang Blanda, and your friend, hoist the flag under the shadow of which there is safety. With that he ran up a Dutch flag to the masthead. It was made hurriedly during the night of cotton stuffs, and being heavy hung down the mast while the crowd stared. Ali told me there was a great sigh of surprise, but not a word was spoken till Lacumber advanced and proclaimed in a loud voice that during all that day everyone passing by the flagstaff must uncover his head and salaam before the emblem. "But hang it all," exclaimed Lingard, "Abdallah is British." Abdallah wasn't there at all, did not go on shore that day. Yet Ali, who has his wits about him, noticed that the space where the crowd stood was under the guns of the Lord of the Isles. They had put a quare warp ashore and gave the bark a cant in the current so as to bring the broadside to bear on the flagstaff. Clever, eh? But nobody dreamt of resistance. When they recovered from the surprise, there was a little quiet jeering, and Bayasoan abused Lacumber violently till one of Lacumber's men hit him on the head with a staff. Frightful crack, I'm told. Then they left off jeering. Meantime, Batalolo went away, and Lacumber sat in the chair at the foot of the flagstaff while the crowd surged round as if they could not make up their minds to go. Suddenly there was a great noise behind Lacumber's chair. It was that woman who went for Willems. Ali says she was like a wild beast, but he twisted her wrist and made her grovel in the dust. Nobody knows exactly what it was about. Some say it was about that flag. He carried her off, flung her into a canoe, and went on board Abdallah's ship. After that, Saamin was the first to salaam to the flag. Others followed suit. Before noon everything was quiet in the settlement, and Ali came back and told me all this. Almayer drew a long breath. Lingard stretched out his legs. "Go on," he said. Almayer seemed to struggle with himself. At last he spluttered out, "The hardest is to tell yet, the most unheard of thing, an outrage, a fiendish outrage." End of Part 3, Chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Chapter 3. "Well, let's know all about it, I can't imagine," began Lingard after waiting for some time in silence. "Can't imagine? I should think you couldn't," interrupted Almayer. "Why, you just listen. When Ali came back I felt a little easier in my mind. There was then some semblance of order in Zambia. I had the jack up since the morning and began to feel safer. Some of my men turned up in the afternoon. I did not ask any questions, set them to work as if nothing had happened. Towards the evening, it might have been 5 or half past, I was on our jetty with the child when I heard shouts at the far-off end of the settlement. At first I didn't take much notice. By and by Ali came to me and says, 'Master, give me the child, there is much trouble in the settlement.' So I gave him Nina and went in, took my revolver, and passed through the house into the back courtyard. As I came down the steps I saw all the serving girls clear out from the cooking shed, and I heard a big crowd howling on the other side of the dry ditch, which is the limit of our ground. Could not see them on account of the fringe of bushes along the ditch, but I knew that crowd was angry and after somebody. As I stood wondering, that Jim Meng, you know, the Chinaman who settled here a couple of years ago?" "He was my passenger. I brought him here," exclaimed Lingard. "A first-class Chinaman, that." "Did you? I'd forgotten. Well, that Jim Meng, he burst through the bush and fell into my arms, so to speak. He told me, panting, that they were after him because he wouldn't take off his hat to the flag. He was not so much scared, but he was very angry and indignant. Of course he had to run for it. There were some 50 men after him, Lacumber's friends, but he was full of fight. Said he was an Englishman and would not take off his hat to any flag but English. I tried to soothe him while the crowd was shouting on the other side of the ditch. I told him he must take one of my canoes and cross the river, stop on the other side for a couple of days. He wouldn't, not he. He was English, and he would fight the whole lot. Says he, "They are only black fellows. We white men," meaning me and himself, "can fight everybody in Zambia." He was mad with passion. The crowd quieted a little, and I thought I could shelter Jim-Eng without much risk, when all of a sudden I heard Willem's voice. He shouted to me in English, "Let 4 men enter your compound to get that Chinaman." I said nothing, told Jim-Eng to keep quiet too. Then, after a while, Willem shouts again, "Don't resist, Allmeyer. I give you good advice. I'm keeping this crowd back. Don't resist them." That beggar's voice enraged me. I could not help it. I cried to him, "You are a liar!" And just then Jim-Eng, who had flung off his jacket and had tucked up his trousers ready for a fight, just then that fellow, he snatches the revolver out of my hand and lets fly at them through the bush. There was a sharp cry, he must have hit somebody, and a great yell, and before I could wink twice they were over the ditch and through the bush and on top of us, simply rolled over us. There wasn't the slightest chance to resist. I was trampled underfoot, Jim-Eng got a dozen gashes about his body, and we were carried halfway up the yard in the first rush. My eyes and mouth were full of dust. I was on my back with 3 or 4 fellows sitting on me. I could hear Jim-Eng trying to shout not very far from me. Now and then they would throttle him, and he would gurgle. I could hardly breathe myself with 2 heavy fellows on my chest. Willems came up running and ordered them to raise me up, but to keep good hold. They led me into the veranda. I looked round, but did not see either Ali or the child. Felt easier, struggled a little. Oh, my God! Almayer's face was distorted with a passing spasm of rage. Lingard moved in his chair slightly. Allmeyer went on after a short pause. "They held me, shouting threats in my face. Willems took down my hammock and threw it to them. He pulled out a drawer of this table and found there was a palm and needle and some sail twine. We were making awnings for your brig, as you had asked me last voyage before you left. He knew, of course, where to look for what he wanted. By his order they laid me out on the floor, wrapped me in my hammock, and he started to stitch me in as if I had been a corpse, beginning at the feet. While he worked he laughed wickedly. I called him all the names I could think of. He told me to put their dirty paws over my mouth and nose. I was nearly choked. Whenever I moved they punched me in the ribs. He went on taking fresh needlefuls as he wanted them, and worked steadily, sewed me up to my throat. Then he rose, saying, "That'll do, let go." That woman had been standing by. They must have been reconciled. She clapped her hands. I lay on the floor like a bale of goods while he stared at me, and the woman shrieked with delight, like a bale of goods. There was a grin on every face, and the veranda was full of them. I wished myself dead. Upon my word, Captain Lingard, I did. I do now, whenever I think of it. Lingard's face expressed sympathetic indignation. Allmeyer dropped his head upon his arms on the table and spoke in that position in an indistinct and muffled voice, without looking up. Finally, by his direction, they flung me into the big rocking chair. I was sewed in so tight that I was stiff like a piece of wood. He was giving orders in a very loud voice, and that man Babalatchi saw that they were executed. They obeyed him implicitly. Meantime I lay there in the chair like a log, and that woman capered before me and made faces, snapped her fingers before my nose. Women are bad, ain't they? I never saw her before, as far as I know, never done anything to her, yet she was perfectly fiendish. Can you understand it? Now and then she would leave me alone to hang round his neck for a while, and then she would return before my chair and begin her exercises again. He looked on, indulgent. The perspiration ran down my face, got into my eyes. My arms were sewn in. I was blinded half the time. At times I could see better. She drags him before my chair. "I am like white women," she says, her arms round his neck. You should have seen the faces of the fellows in the veranda. They were scandalized and ashamed of themselves to see her behaviour. Suddenly she asks him, alluding to me, "When are you going to kill him?" Imagine how I felt. I must have swooned. I don't remember exactly. I fancy there was a row. He was angry. When I got my wits again, he was sitting close to me, and she was gone. I understood he sent her to my wife, who was hiding in the back room and never came out during this affair. Willem says to me, I fancy I can hear his voice, hoarse and dull. He says to me, "Not a hair on your head shall be touched." I made no sound. Then he goes on, "Please remark that the flag you have hoisted, which, by the way, is not yours, has been respected. Tell Captain Lingard so when you do see him. But," he says, "you've first fired at the crowd." "You are a liar, you blackguard," I shouted. He winced, I'm sure. It hurt him to see I was not frightened. "Anyways," he says, "a shot has been fired out of your compound and a man was hit. Still, all your property shall be respected on account of the Union Jack. Moreover, I have no quarrel with Captain Lingard, who is the senior partner in this business. As to you," he continued, "you will not forget this day, not if you live to be 100 years old, or I don't know your nature. You will keep the bitter taste of this humiliation to the last day of your life, and so your kindness to me shall be repaid. I shall remove all the powder you have. This coast is under the protection of the Netherlands, and you have no right to have any powder. There are the governor's orders in council to that effect, and you know it. Tell me where the key of the small storehouse is." I said not a word, and he waited a little, then rose, saying, "It's your own fault if there is any damage done." He ordered Babalatchi to have the lock of the office room forced, and went in, rummaged amongst my drawers, could not find the key. Then that woman Annise asked my wife, and she gave them the key. After a while they tumbled every barrel into the river, 8,300 weight. He superintended himself, and saw every barrel roll into the water. There were mutterings. Babalatchi was angry, and tried to expostulate, but he gave him a good shaking. I must say he was perfectly fearless with those fellows. Then he came back to the veranda, sat down by me again, and says, "We found your man Ali with your little daughter hiding in the bushes up the river. We brought them in. They're perfectly safe, of course. Let me congratulate you, Almayer, upon the cleverness of your child. She recognized me at once, and cried, 'Pig!' as naturally as you would yourself. Circumstances alter feelings. You should have seen how frightened your man Ali was, clapped his hands over her mouth. I think you spoil her, Almayer, but I'm not angry. Really, you look so ridiculous in this chair that I can't feel angry." I made a frantic effort to burst out of my hammock to get at that scoundrel's throat, but I only fell off and upset the chair over myself. He laughed and said only, "I leave you half of your revolver cartridges and take half myself. They will fit mine. We are both white men and should back each other up. I may want them." I shouted at him from under the chair, "You are a thief!" But he never looked, and went away, one hand round that woman's waist, the other on Babalatchi's shoulder, to whom he was talking, laying down the law about something or other. In less than 5 minutes there was nobody inside our fences. After a while Ali came to look for me and cut me free. I haven't seen Willem since, nor anybody else for that matter. I've been left alone. I offered $60 to the man who had been wounded, which he accepted. They released Jim Eng the next day when the flag had been hauled down. He sent 6 cases of opium to me for safekeeping, but has not left his house. I think he's safe enough now. Everything's very quiet. Towards the end of his narrative, Almayer lifted his head off the table, and now sat back in his chair and stared at the bamboo rafters of the roof above him. Lingard lolled in his seat with his legs stretched out. In the peaceful gloom of the veranda, with its lowered screens, they heard faint noises from the world outside in the blazing sunshine. A hail on the river, the answer from the shore, the creak of a pulley, sounds short, interrupted, as if lost suddenly in the brilliance of noonday. Lingard got up slowly, walked to the front rail, and, holding one of the screens aside, looked out in silence. Over the water and the empty courtyard came a distinct voice from a small schooner anchored abreast of the Lingard jetty. Sarang, take a pull at the main peak halyards. This gaff is down on the boom. There was a shrill pipe dying in the long-drawn cadence, the song of the men swinging on the rope. The voice said sharply, "That'll do." Another voice, the Sarang's probably, shouted, "Ikat!" And as Lingard dropped the blind and turned away, all was silent again, as if there had been nothing on the other side of the swaying screen, nothing but the light, brilliant, crude, heavy, lying on a dead land like a pole of fire. Lingard sat down again, facing Allmeyer, his elbow on the table in a thoughtful attitude. "Nice little schooner," muttered Allmeyer wearily. "Did you buy her?" "No," answered Lingard. "After I lost the Flash, we got to Palembang in our boats. I chartered her there for 6 months. From young Ford, you know. Belongs to him. He wanted a spell ashore, so I took charge myself. Of course, all Ford's people on board. Strangers to me. I had to go to Singapore about the insurance. Then I went to Macassar, of course. Had long passages, no wind. It was like a curse on me. I had lots of trouble with old Hudig. That delayed me much." "Ah, Hudig. Why with Hudig?" asked Allmeyer in a perfunctory manner. "Oh, about a woman," mumbled Lingard. Allmeyer looked at him with languid surprise. The old seaman had twisted his white beard into a point and now was busy giving his moustaches a fierce curl. His little red eyes, those eyes that had smarted under the salt sprays of every sea, that had looked unwinking to windward in the gales of all latitudes, now glared at Allmeyer from behind the lowered eyebrows like a pair of frightened wild beasts crouching in a bush. "Extraordinary. So like you. What can you have to do with Hudig's women?" "The old sinner," said Allmeyer negligently. "What are you talking about? Wife of a friend. I mean of a man I know." "Still, I don't see," interjected Allmeyer carelessly. "Of a man you know too. Well, very well." "I knew so many men before you made me bury myself in this hole," growled Allmeyer unamiably. "If she had anything to do with Hudig, that wife, then she can't be up to much. I would be sorry for the man," added Allmeyer, brightening up with the recollection of the scandalous tittle-tattle of the past, when he was a young man in the second capital of the islands, and so well informed. He laughed. Lingard's frown deepened. "Don't talk foolish. It's Willem's wife." Allmeyer grasped the sides of his seat, his eyes and mouth wide open. "What? Why?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "Willem's wife," repeated Lingard distinctly. "You ain't deaf, are you? The wife of Willem's." "Just so. As to why, there was a promise, and I did not know what had happened here." "What is it? You've been giving her money, I bet," cried Allmeyer. "Well, no," said Lingard deliberately, "although I suppose I shall have to." Allmeyer groaned. "The fact is," went on Lingard, speaking slowly and steadily, "the fact is that I have brought her here, to Zambia." "In heaven's name, why?" shouted Allmeyer, jumping up. The chair tilted and fell slowly over. He raised his clasped hands above his head and brought them down jerkily, separating his fingers with an effort, as if tearing them apart. Lingard nodded quickly, several times. "I have. Awkward, eh?" he said, with a puzzled look upwards. "Upon my word," said Allmeyer tearfully, "I can't understand you at all. What will you do next? Willem's wife?" "Wife and child. Small boy, you know. They're on board the schooner." Allmeyer looked at Lingard with sudden suspicion, then, turning away, busied himself in picking up the chair, sat down in it, turning his back to the old seaman, and tried to whistle, but gave up directly Lingard went on. "Fact is, the fellow got into trouble with Hudig, worked upon my feelings. I promised to arrange matters. I did, with much trouble. Hudig was angry with her for wishing to join her husband. Unprincipled old fellow. You know she's his daughter. Well, I said I would see her through it all right, help Willems to a fresh start and so on. I spoke to Craig in Palembang. He's getting on in years and wanted a manager or partner. I promised to guarantee Willem's good behaviour. We settled all that. Craig is an old crony of mine, been shipmates in the 40s. He's waiting for him now. A pretty mess. What do you think?" Almayer shrugged his shoulders. "That woman broke with Hoodig on my assurance that all would be well," went on Lingard with growing dismay. "She did. Proper thing, of course. Wife, husband, together, as it should be. Smart fellow, impossible scoundrel. Jolly old go. Oh, damn." Almayer laughed spitefully. "How delighted he will be," he said softly. "You will make 2 people happy. 2 at least." He laughed again, while Lingard looked at his shaking shoulders in consternation. "I'm jammed on a lee shore this time, if ever I was," muttered Lingard. "Send her back, quick," suggested Almayer, stifling another laugh. "What are you sniggering at?" growled Lingard angrily. "I'll work it all clear yet. Meantime, you must receive her into this house." "My house!" cried Almayer, turning round. "It's mine too, a little, isn't it?" said Lingard. "Don't argue," he shouted as Almayer opened his mouth. "Obey orders and hold your tongue." "Oh, if you take it in that tone," mumbled Almayer sulkily with a gesture of assent. "You're so aggravating too, my boy," said the old seaman with unexpected placidity. "You must give me my time to turn round. I can't keep her on board all the time. I must tell her something. Say, for instance, that he has gone up the river, expected back every day. That's it. Do you hear? You must put her on that tack and dodge her along easy while I take the kinks out of the situation." "By God," he exclaimed mournfully after a short pause, "life is foul. Foul like a lee forebrace on a dirty night. And yet one must see it clear for running before going below, for good. Now you attend to what I said," he added sharply, "if you don't want to quarrel with me, my boy." "I don't want to quarrel with you," murmured Almayer with unwilling deference. "Only I wish I could understand you. I know you're my best friend, Captain Lingard, only upon my word I can't make you out sometimes. I wish I could." Lingard burst into a loud laugh, which ended shortly in a deep sigh. He closed his eyes, tilting his head over the back of his armchair, and on his face, baked by the unclouded suns of many hard years, there appeared for a moment a weariness and a look of age which startled Almayer like an unexpected disclosure of evil. "I'm done up," said Lingard gently. "Perfectly done up. All night on deck getting that schooner up the river, then talking with you. Seems to me I could go to sleep on a clothesline. I should like to eat something, though. Just see about that, Caspar." Almayer clapped his hands, and receiving no response, was going to call, when in the central passage of the house, behind the red curtain of the doorway opening upon the veranda, they heard a child's imperious voice speaking shrilly. "Take me up at once. I want to be carried into the veranda. I shall be very angry. Take me up." A man's voice answered, subdued in humble remonstrance. The faces of Almayer and Lingard brightened at once. The old seaman called out, "Bring the child! Lekas!" "You'll see how she has grown," exclaimed Almayer in a jubilant tone. Through the curtained doorway Ali appeared with little Nina Almayer in his arms. The child had one arm round his neck, and with the other she hugged a ripe pomelo nearly as big as her own head. Her little pink sleeveless robe had half slipped off her shoulders, but the long black hair that framed her olive face, in which the big black eyes looked out in childish solemnity, fell in luxurious profusion over her shoulders, all round her and over Ali's arms, like a close-meshed and delicate net of silken threads. Lingard got up to meet Ali, and as soon as she caught sight of the old seaman, she dropped the fruit and put out both her hands with a cry of delight. He took her from the Malay, and she laid hold of his moustaches with an affectionate goodwill that brought unaccustomed tears into his little red eyes. "Not so hard, little one, not so hard," he murmured, pressing with an enormous hand that covered it entirely the child's head to his face. "Pick up my pomelo, O Rajah of the sea," she said, speaking in a high-pitched, clear voice with great volubility. "There, under the table. I want it quick, quick. You have been away fighting with many men. Ali says so. You are a mighty fighter. Ali says so. On the great sea, far away, away, away." She waved her hand, staring with dreamy vacancy, while Lingard looked at her, and squatting down, groped under the table after the pomelo. "Where did she get these notions?" said Lingard, getting up cautiously to Ollmeier, who had been giving orders to Ali. "She is always with the men. Many a time I've found her with her fingers in their rice dish of an evening. She does not care for her mother, though, I'm glad to say. How pretty she is, and so sharp. My very image." Lingard had put the child on the table, and both men stood looking at her with radiant faces. "A perfect little woman," whispered Lingard. "Yes, my dear boy, we shall make her somebody. You'll see." "Very little chance of that now," remarked Ollmeier sadly. "You do not know," exclaimed Lingard, taking up the child again and beginning to walk up and down the veranda. "I have my plans. I have. Listen." And he began to explain to the interested Ollmeier his plans for the future. He would interview Abdallah and Dacumba. There must be some understanding with those fellows now they had the upper hand. Here he interrupted himself to swear freely, while the child, who had been diligently fumbling about his neck, had found his whistle and blew a loud blast now and then close to his ear, which made him wince and laugh as he put her hands down, scolding her lovingly. Yes, that would be easily settled. He was a man to be reckoned with yet. Nobody knew that better than Ollmeier. Very well. Then he must patiently try and keep some little trade together. It would be all right. But the great thing, and here Lingard spoke lower, bringing himself to a sudden standstill before the entranced Ollmeier, the great thing would be the gold hunt up the river. He, Lingard, would devote himself to it. He had been in the interior before. There were immense deposits of alluvial gold there. Fabulous, he felt sure. Had seen places. Dangerous work? Of course. But what a reward. He would explore and find. Not a shadow of doubt. Hang the danger. They would first get as much as they could for themselves. Keep the thing quiet. Then, after a time, form a company, in Batavia or in England. Yes, in England. Much better. Splendid. Why, of course. And that baby would be the richest woman in the world. He, Lingard, would not perhaps see it, although he felt good for many years yet, but Ollmeier would. Here was something to live for yet, eh? But the richest woman in the world had been for the last 5 minutes shouting shrilly, "Raja Laut! Raja Laut! Hey, give ear!" while the old seaman had been speaking louder, unconsciously, to make his deep bass heard above the impatient clamour. He stopped now and said tenderly, "What is it, little woman?" "I am not a little woman. I am a white child, Anak Bhuti, a white child. And the white men are my brothers. Father says so, and Ali says so too. Ali knows as much as father, everything." Ollmeier almost danced with paternal delight. I taught her, he repeated, laughing with tears in his eyes. "Isn't she sharp?" "I am the slave of the white child," said Lingard with playful solemnity. "What is the order?" "I want a house," she warbled with great eagerness. "I want a house, and another house on the roof, and another on the roof, high, high like the places where they dwell, my brothers, in the land where the sun sleeps." "To the westward," exclaimed Ollmeier under his breath. "She remembers everything. She wants you to build a house of cards. You did, last time you were here." Lingard sat down with the child on his knees, and Ollmeier pulled out violently one drawer after another, looking for the cards, as if the fate of the world depended upon his haste. He produced a dirty double pack, which was only used during Lingard's visit to Zambia, when he would sometimes play, of an evening, with Ollmeier, a game which he called Chinese Bezique. It bored Ollmeier, but the old seaman delighted in it, considering it a remarkable product of Chinese genius, a race for which he had an unaccountable liking and admiration. "Now we will get on, my little pearl," he said, putting together with extreme precaution 2 cards that looked absurdly flimsy between his big fingers. Little Nina watched him with intense seriousness as he went on erecting the ground floor, while he continued to speak to Ollmeier with his head over his shoulder, so as not to endanger the structure with his breath. "I know what I'm talking about. Been in California in 49, not that I made much. Then in Victoria in the early days. I know all about it, trust me. Moreover, a blind man could— Be quiet, little sister, or you will knock this affair down. My hand pretty steady yet, eh, Caspar? Now, delight of my heart, we shall put a third house on top of these two. Keep very quiet. As I was saying, you've only got to stoop and gather handfuls of gold, dust, there. Now, here we are, 3 houses on top of one another. Grand. He leant back in his chair, one hand on the child's head, which he smoothed mechanically, and gesticulated with the other, speaking to Almayer. Once on the spot, there would be only the trouble to pick up the stuff. Then we shall all go to Europe. The child must be educated. We shall be rich. Rich is no name for it. Down in Devonshire, where I belong, there was a fellow who built a house near Teignmouth which had as many windows as a 3-decker has ports. Made all his money somewhere out here in the good old days. People around said he'd been a pirate. We boys— I was a boy in a Brixham trawler then— certainly believed that. He went about in a bath chair in his grounds, had a glass eye. "Higher, higher!" called out Nina, pulling the old seaman's beard. "You do worry me, don't you?" said Lingard gently, giving her a tender kiss. "What, one more house on top of all these? Well, I will try." The child watched him breathlessly. When the difficult feat was accomplished, she clapped her hands, looked on steadily, and after a while gave a great sigh of content. "Oh, look out!" shouted Almayer. The structure collapsed suddenly before the child's light breath. Lingard looked discomposed for a moment. Almayer laughed, but the little girl began to cry. "Take her," said the old seaman abruptly. Then, after Almayer went away with the crying child, he remained sitting by the table, looking gloomily at the heap of cards. "Damn this Willems," he muttered to himself. "But I will do it yet." He got up and with an angry push of his hand swept the cards off the table. Then he fell back in his chair. "Tired as a dog," he sighed, closing his eyes. End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 3, Chapter 4. Consciously or unconsciously, men are proud of their firmness, steadfastness of purpose, directness of aim. They go straight towards their desire, to the accomplishment of virtue, sometimes of crime, in an uplifting persuasion of their firmness. They walk the road of life, the road fenced in by their tastes, prejudices, disdains, or enthusiasms, generally honest, invariably stupid, and are proud of never losing their way. If they do stop, it is to look for a moment over the hedges that make them safe, to look at the misty valleys, at the distant peaks, at cliffs and morasses, at the dark forests and the hazy plains where other human beings grope their days painfully away, stumbling over the bones of the wise, over the unburied remains of their predecessors who died alone, in gloom or in sunshine, halfway from anywhere. The man of purpose does not understand, and goes on, full of contempt. He never loses his way. He knows where he is going, and what he wants. Travelling on, he achieves great length without any breadth, and battered, besmirched, and weary, he touches the goal at last. He grasps the reward of his perseverance, of his virtue, of his healthy optimism, an untruthful tombstone over a dark and soon forgotten grave. Lingard had never hesitated in his life. Why should he? He had been a most successful trader, and a man lucky in his fights, skilful in navigation, undeniably first in seamanship in those seas. He knew it. Had he not heard the voice of common consent? The voice of the world that respected him so much, the whole world to him. For to us the limits of the universe are strictly defined by those we know. There is nothing for us outside the babble of praise and blame on familiar lips, and beyond our last acquaintance there lies only a vast chaos, a chaos of laughter and tears which concerns us not, laughter and tears, unpleasant, wicked, morbid, contemptible, because heard imperfectly by ears rebellious to strange sounds. To Lingard, simple himself, all things were simple. He seldom read. Books were not much in his way, and he had to work hard navigating, trading, and also, in obedience to his benevolent instincts, shaping stray lives he found here and there under his busy hand. He remembered the Sunday school teachings of his native village, and the discourses of the black-coated gentlemen connected with the mission to fishermen and seamen, whose yawl-rigged boat, darting through rain-squalls amongst the coasters wind-bound in Falmouth Bay, was part of those precious pictures of his youthful days that lingered in his memory. "As clever a sky pilot as you could wish to see," he would say with conviction, "and the best man to handle a boat in any weather I ever did meet." Such were the agencies that had roughly shaped his young soul before he went away to see the world in a southern-going ship. Before he went, ignorant and happy, heavy of hand, pure in heart, profane in speech, to give himself up to the great sea that took his life and gave him his fortune. When thinking of his rise in the world, commander of ships, then ship-owner, then a man of much capital, respected wherever he went, Lingard, in a word, the Rajah lout, he was amazed and awed by his fate, that seemed to his ill-informed mind the most wondrous known in the annals of men. His experience appeared to him immense and conclusive, teaching him the lesson of the simplicity of life. In life, as in seamanship, there were only two ways of doing a thing, the right way and the wrong way. Common sense and experience taught a man the way that was right. The other was for lubbers and fools, and led in seamanship to loss of spars and sails or shipwreck. In life, to loss of money and consideration, or to an unlucky knock on the head. He did not consider it his duty to be angry with rascals. He was only angry with things he could not understand. But for the weakness of humanity he could find a contemptuous tolerance. It being manifest that he was wise and lucky, otherwise how could he have been as successful in life as he had been? He had an inclination to set right the lives of other people, just as he could hardly refrain, in defiance of nautical etiquette, from interfering with his chief officer when the crew was sending up a new topmast, or generally when busy about what he called a heavy job. He was meddlesome with perfect modesty. If he knew a thing or two, there was no merit in it. "Hard knocks taught me wisdom, my boy," he used to say, "and you had better take the advice of a man who has been a fool in his time. Have another." And my boy, as a rule, took the cool drink, the advice, and the consequent help which Lingard felt himself bound in honour to give, so as to back up his opinion like an honest man. Captain Tom went sailing from island to island, appearing unexpectedly in various localities, beaming, noisy, anecdotal, commendatory or comminatory, but always welcome. It was only since his return to Sambia that the old seaman had, for the first time, known doubt and unhappiness. The loss of the Flash, planted firmly and forever on a ledge of rock at the north end of Gaspar Straits in the uncertain light of a cloudy morning, shook him considerably, and the amazing news which he heard on his arrival in Sambia were not made to soothe his feelings. A good many years ago, prompted by his love of adventure, he, with infinite trouble, had found out and surveyed, for his own benefit only, the entrances to that river, where, he had heard through native report, a new settlement of Malays was forming. No doubt he thought at the time mostly of personal gain, but, received with hearty friendliness by Patalolo, he soon came to like the ruler and the people, offered his counsel and his help, and, knowing nothing of Arcadia, he dreamed of Arcadian happiness for that little corner of the world which he loved to think all his own. His deep-seated and immovable conviction that only he, Lingard, knew what was good for them, was characteristic of him, and after all not so very far wrong. He would make them happy whether or no, he said, and he meant it. His trade brought prosperity to the young state, and the fear of his heavy hand secured its internal peace for many years. He looked proudly upon his work. With every passing year he loved more the land, the people, the muddy river that, if he could help it, would carry no other craft but the Flash on its unclean and friendly surface. As he slowly warped his vessel upstream, he would scan with knowing looks the riverside clearings and pronounce solemn judgment upon the prospects of the season's rice crop. He knew every settler on the banks between the sea and Zambia. He knew their wives, their children. He knew every individual of the multicoloured groups that, standing on the flimsy platforms of tiny reed dwellings built over the water, waved their hands and shouted shrilly, "O Kapalaya, hi!" while the Flash swept slowly through the populated reach to enter the lonely stretches of sparkling brown water bordered by the dense and silent forest, whose big trees nodded their outspread boughs gently in the faint warm breeze, as if in sign of tender but melancholy welcome. He loved it all, the landscape of brown golds and brilliant emeralds under the dome of hot sapphire, the whispering big trees, the loquacious nipa palms that rattled their leaves volubly in the night breeze, as if in haste to tell him all the secrets of the great forest behind them. He loved the heavy scents of blossoms and black earth, that breath of life and of death which lingered over his brig in the damp air of tepid and peaceful nights. He loved the narrow and sombre creeks, strangers to sunshine, black, smooth, tortuous, like byways of despair. He liked even the troops of sorrowful-faced monkeys that profaned the quiet spots with capricious gambols and insane gestures of inhuman madness. He loved everything there, animated or inanimated, the very mud of the riverside, the very alligators, enormous and stolid, basking on it with impertinent unconcern. Their size was a source of pride to him. "Immense fellows, make 2 of them palambang reptiles, I tell you, old man," he would shout, poking some crony of his playfully in the ribs. "I tell you, big as you are, they could swallow you in one gulp, hat, boots and all, magnificent beggars. Wouldn't you like to see them? Wouldn't you? Ha ha ha!" His thunderous laughter filled the veranda, rolled over the hotel garden, overflowed into the street, paralysing for a short moment the noiseless traffic of bare brown feet, and its loud reverberations would even startle the landlord's tame bird, a shameless miner, into a momentary propriety of behaviour under the nearest chair. In the big billiard room, perspiring men in thin cotton singlets would stop the game, listen, cue in hand for a while through the open windows, then nod their moist faces at each other sagaciously and whisper, "The old fellow's talking about his river." His river. The whispers of curious men, the mystery of the thing, were to Lingard a source of never-ending delight. The common talk of ignorance exaggerated the profit of his queer monopoly, and although strictly truthful in general, he liked on that matter to mislead speculation still further by boasts full of cold raillery. His river. By it he was not only rich, he was interesting. This secret of his, which made him different to the other traders of those seas, gave intimate satisfaction to that desire for singularity which he shared with the rest of mankind, without being aware of its presence within his breast. It was the greater part of his happiness, but he only knew it after its loss, so unforeseen, so sudden, and so cruel. After his conversation with Almayer, he went on board the schooner, sent Joanna on shore, and shut himself up in his cabin, feeling very unwell. He made the most of his indisposition to Almayer, who came to visit him twice a day. It was an excuse for doing nothing just yet. He wanted to think. He was very angry. Angry with himself, with Willems. Angry at what Willems had done, and also angry at what he had left undone. The scoundrel was not complete. The conception was perfect, but the execution unaccountably fell short. Why, he ought to have cut Almayer's throat and burnt the place to ashes, then cleared out, got out of his way, of him, Lingard, yet he didn't. Was it impudence, contempt, or what? He felt hurt at the implied disrespect of his power, and the incomplete rascality of the proceeding disturbed him exceedingly. There was something short, something wanting, something that would have given him a free hand in the work of retribution. The obvious, the right thing to do was to shoot Willems. Yet how could he? Had the fellow resisted, showed fight, or ran away, had he shown any consciousness of harm done, it would have been more possible, more natural. But no, the fellow actually had sent him a message, wanted to see him. What for? The thing could not be explained. An unexampled, cold-blooded treachery, awful, incomprehensible. Why did he do it? Why? Why? The old seaman, in the stuffy solitude of his little cabin on board the schooner, groaned out many times that question, striking with an open palm his perplexed forehead. During his 4 days of seclusion he had received 2 messages from the outer world, from that world of Sambir which had, so suddenly and so finally, slipped from his grasp. One, a few words from Willems written on a torn-out page of a small notebook. The other, a communication from Abdallah, caligraphed carefully on a large sheet of flimsy paper and delivered to him in a green silk wrapper. The first he could not understand. It said, "Come and see me. I am not afraid. Are you? W." He tore it up angrily, but before the small bits of dirty paper had the time to flutter down and settle on the floor, the anger was gone and was replaced by a sentiment that induced him to go on his knees, pick up the fragments of the torn message, piece it together on the top of his chronometer box, and contemplate it long and thoughtfully, as if he had hoped to read the answer of the horrible riddle in the very form of the letters that went to make up that fresh insult. Abdallah's letter he read carefully and rammed it into his pocket, also with anger, but with anger that ended in a half-resigned, half-amused smile. He would never give in as long as there was a chance. "It's generally the safest way to stick to the ship as long as she will swim," was one of his favourite sayings. The safest and the right way. To abandon a craft because it leaks is easy, but poor work, poor work. Yet he was intelligent enough to know when he was beaten, and to accept the situation like a man, without repining. When Almayer came on board that afternoon, he handed him the letter without comment. Almayer read it, returned it in silence, and, leaning over the taffrail, the 2 men were on deck, looked down for some time at the play of the eddies round the schooner's rudder. At last he said, without looking up, "That's a decent enough letter. Abdallah gives him up to you. I told you they were getting sick of him. What are you going to do?" Lingard cleared his throat, shuffled his feet, opened his mouth with great determination, but said nothing for a while. At last he murmured, "I'll be hanged if I know just yet." "I wish you would do something soon." "What's the hurry?" interrupted Lingard. "He can't get away. As it stands, he is at my mercy as far as I can see." "Yes," said Almayer reflectively, "and very little mercy he deserves too. Abdallah's meaning, as I can make it out amongst all those compliments, is, 'Get rid for me of that white man, and we shall live in peace and share the trade.'" "You believe that?" asked Lingard contemptuously. "Not altogether," answered Almayer. "No doubt we will share the trade for a time, till he can grab the lot. Well, what are you going to do?" He looked up as he spoke, and was surprised to see Lingard's discomposed face. "You ain't well. Pain anywhere?" he asked with real solicitude. "I have been queer, these last few days, but no pain." He struck his broad chest several times, cleared his throat with a powerful ahem, and repeated, "No pain. Good for a few years yet, but I'm bothered with all this, I can tell you." "You must take care of yourself," said Almayer. Then, after a pause, he added, "You will see Abdallah, won't you?" "I don't know. Not yet. There's plenty of time," said Lingard impatiently. "I wish you would do something," urged Almayer moodily. "You know, that woman is a perfect nuisance to me, she and her brat. Yelps all day, and the children don't get on together. Yesterday the little devil wanted to fight with my Nina, scratched her face too. A perfect savage, like his honourable papa. Yes, really, she worries about her husband and whimpers from morning to night. When she isn't weeping, she's furious with me. Yesterday she tormented me to tell her when he would be back, and cried because he was engaged in such dangerous work. I said something about it being all right, no necessity to make a fool of herself, when she turned upon me like a wild cat, called me a brute,
selfish, heartless, raved about her beloved Peter risking his life for my benefit while I did not care. Said I took advantage of his generous good nature to get him to do dangerous work, my work, that he was worth 20 of the likes of me, that she would tell you, open your eyes as to the kind of man I was, and so on. That's what I've got to put up with for your sake. You really might consider me a little. I haven't robbed anybody, went on Almayer, with an attempt at bitter irony, or sold my best friend, but still you ought to have some pity on me. It's like living in a hot fever. She's out of her wits. You make my house a refuge for scoundrels and lunatics. It isn't fair. Upon my word, it isn't. When she's in her tantrum, she's ridiculously ugly, and screeches so it sets my teeth on edge. Thank God my wife got a fit of the sulks and cleared out of the house. Lives in a riverside hut since that affair, you know. But this Willem's wife by herself is almost more than I can bear, and I ask myself, why should I? You're exacting and no mistake. This morning I thought she was going to claw me. Only think, she wanted to go prancing about the settlement. She might have heard something there, so I told her she mustn't. It wasn't safe outside our fence, as I said. Thereupon she rushes at me with her 10 nails up to my eyes. "You miserable man," she yells, "even this place is not safe, and you've sent him up this awful river where he may lose his head. If he dies before forgiving me, heaven will punish you for your crime." My crime? I ask myself sometimes whether I am dreaming. It will make me ill, all this. I've lost my appetite already. He flung his hat on deck and laid hold of his hair despairingly. Lingard looked at him with concern. "What did she mean by it?" he muttered thoughtfully. "Mean? She's crazy, I tell you, and I will be very soon if this lasts." "Just a little patience, Caspar," pleaded Lingard. "A day or so more." Relieved or tired by his violent outburst, Almayer calmed down, picked up his hat, and, leaning against the bulwark, commenced to fan himself with it. "Days do pass," he said resignedly, "but that kind of thing makes a man old before his time. What is there to think about? I can't imagine. Abdallah says plainly that if you undertake to pilot his ship out and instruct the half-caste, he will drop Willems like a hot potato and be your friend ever after. I believe him perfectly as to Willems. It's so natural. As to being your friend, that's a lie, of course, but we need not bother about that just yet. You just say yes to Abdallah, and then whatever happens to Willems will be nobody's business." He interrupted himself and remained silent for a while, glaring about with set teeth and dilated nostrils. "You leave it to me. I'll see to it that something happens to him," he said at last with calm ferocity. Lingard smiled faintly. "The fellow isn't worth a shot. Not the trouble of it," he whispered, as if to himself. Almayer fired up suddenly. "That's what you think," he cried. "You haven't been sewn up in your hammock to be made a laughing-stock of before a parcel of savages. Why, I daren't look anybody here in the face while that scoundrel is alive. I will settle him." "I don't think you will," growled Lingard. "Do you think I am afraid of him?" "Bless you, no," said Lingard with alacrity. "Afraid, not you. I know you. I don't doubt your courage. It's your head, my boy. Your head that I—" "That's it," said the aggrieved Almayer. "Go on. Why don't you call me a fool at once?" "Because I don't want to," burst out Lingard with nervous irritability. "If I wanted to call you a fool, I would do so without asking your leave." He began to walk athwart the narrow quarter-deck, kicking rope's ends out of his way and growling to himself. "Delicate gentleman, what next? I've done man's work before you could toddle. Understand? Say what I like." "Well, well," said Almayer with affected resignation. "There's no talking to you these last few days." He put on his hat, strolled to the gangway and stopped, one foot on the little inside ladder, as if hesitating, came back and planted himself in Lingard's way, compelling him to stand still and listen. "Of course you will do what you like. You never take advice, I know that. But let me tell you that it wouldn't be honest to let that fellow get away from here. If you do nothing, that scoundrel will leave in Abdallah's ship for shore. Abdallah will make use of him to hurt you and others elsewhere. Willems knows too much about your affairs. He will cause you lots of trouble. You mark my words, lots of trouble. To you and to others, perhaps.
Think of that, Captain Lingard. That's all I've got to say. Now, I must go back on shore. There's lots of work. We will begin loading this schooner tomorrow morning, first thing. All the bundles are ready. If you should want me for anything, hoist some kind of flag on the mainmast. At night 2 shots will fetch me." Then he added in a friendly tone, "Won't you come and dine in the house tonight? It can't be good for you to stew on board like that day after day." Lingard did not answer. The image evoked by Almayer, the picture of Willems ranging over the islands and disturbing the harmony of the universe by robbery, treachery, and violence, held him silent, entranced, painfully spellbound. Almayer, after waiting for a little while, moved reluctantly towards the gangway, lingered there, then sighed and got over the side, going down step by step. His head disappeared slowly below the rail. Lingard, who had been staring at him absently, started suddenly, ran to the side, and looking over, called out, "Hey, Caspar, hold on a bit." Almayer signed to his boatman to cease paddling and turned his head towards the schooner. The boat drifted back slowly abreast of Lingard, nearly alongside. "Look here," said Lingard, looking down. "I want a good canoe with 4 men, today." "Do you want it now?" asked Almayer. "No. Catch this rope. Oh, you clumsy devil." "No, Caspar," went on Lingard after the bowman had got hold of the end of the brace he had thrown down into the canoe. "No, Caspar, the sun is too much for me, and it would be better to keep my affairs quiet too. Send the canoe, 4 good paddlers, mind, and your canvas chair for me to sit in. Send it about sunset, do you hear?" "All right, father," said Almayer cheerfully. "I will send Ali for a steersman and the best men I've got. Anything else?" "No, my lad, only don't let them be late." "I suppose it's no use asking where you're going," said Almayer tentatively, "because if it is to see Abdallah, I'm not going to see Abdallah, not today. Now be off with you." He watched the canoe dart away shoreward, waved his hand in response to Almayer's nod, and walked to the taffrail, smoothing out Abdallah's letter, which he had pulled out of his pocket. He read it over carefully, crumpled it up slowly, smiling the while, and closing his fingers firmly over the crackling paper as though he had hold there of Abdallah's throat. Halfway to his pocket he changed his mind, and, flinging the ball overboard, looked at it thoughtfully as it spun round in the eddies for a moment, before the current bore it away downstream towards the sea. End of Part 3, Chapter 4. Part 4, Chapter 1 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 4, Chapter 1. The night was very dark. For the first time in many months the east coast slept unseen by the stars under a veil of motionless cloud, that, driven before the first breath of the rainy monsoon, had drifted slowly from the eastward all the afternoon, pursuing the declining sun with its masses of black and grey that seemed to chase the light with wicked intent and with an ominous and gloomy steadiness, as though conscious of the message of violence and turmoil they carried. At the sun's disappearance below the western horizon, the immense cloud, in quickened motion, grappled with the glow of retreating light, and rolling down to the clear and jagged outline of the distant mountains, hung arrested above the steaming forests, hanging low, silent and menacing over the unstirring tree-tops, withholding the blessing of rain, nursing the wrath of its thunder, undecided, as if brooding over its own power for good or for evil. Babalatchi, coming out of the red and smoky light of his little bamboo house, glanced upward, drew in a long breath of the warm and stagnant air, and stood for a moment with his good eye closed tightly, as if intimidated by the unwonted and deep silence of Lakamba's courtyard. When he opened his eye, he had recovered his sight so far that he could distinguish the various degrees of formless blackness which marked the places of trees, of abandoned houses, of riverside bushes, on the dark background of the night. The careworn sage walked cautiously down the deserted courtyard to the waterside, and stood on the bank, listening to the voice of the invisible river that flowed at his feet, listening to the soft whispers, to the deep murmurs, to the sudden gurgles and the short hisses of the swift current racing along the bank through the hot darkness. He stood with his face turned to the river, and it seemed to him that he could breathe easier with the knowledge of the clear vast space before him. Then, after a while, he leaned heavily forward on his staff, his chin fell on his breast, and a deep sigh was his answer to the selfish discourse of the river that hurried on unceasing and fast, regardless of joy or sorrow, of suffering and of strife, of failures and triumphs that lived on its banks. The brown water was there, ready to carry friends or enemies, to nurse love or hate on its submissive and heartless bosom, to help or to hinder, to save life or give death. The great and rapid river, a deliverance, a prison, a refuge, or a grave. Perchance such thoughts as these caused Babalatchi to send another mournful sigh into the trailing mists of the unconcerned Pantai. The barbarous politician had forgotten the recent success of his plottings in the melancholy contemplation of a sorrow that made the night blacker, the clammy heat more oppressive, the still air more heavy, the dumb solitude more significant of torment than of peace. He had spent the night before by the side of the dying Omar, and now, after 24 hours, his memory persisted in returning to that low and sombre reed hut from which the fierce spirit of the incomparably accomplished pirate took its flight, to learn too late in a worse world the error of its earthly ways. The mind of the savage statesman, chastened by bereavement, felt for a moment the weight of his loneliness with keen perception, worthy even of a sensibility exasperated by all the refinements of tender sentiment that a glorious civilization brings in its train, among other blessings and virtues, into this excellent world. For the space of about 30 seconds, a half-naked, beetle-chewing pessimist stood upon the bank of the tropical river, on the edge of the still and immense forests, a man angry, powerless, empty-handed, with a cry of bitter discontent ready on his lips, a cry that, had it come out, would have rung through the virgin solitudes of the woods, as true, as great, as profound as any philosophical shriek that ever came from the depths of an easy-chair to disturb the impure wilderness of chimneys and roofs. For half a minute, and no more, did Babalatchi face the gods in the sublime privilege of his revolt, and then the one-eyed puller of wires became himself again, full of care and wisdom and far-reaching plans, and a victim to the tormenting superstitions of his race. The night, no matter how quiet, is never perfectly silent to attentive ears, and now Babalatchi fancied he could detect in it other noises than those caused by the ripples and eddies of the river. He turned his head sharply to the right and to the left in succession, and then spun round quickly in a startled and watchful manner, as if he had expected to see the blind ghost of his departed leader wandering in the obscurity of the empty courtyard behind his back. Nothing there. Yet he had heard a noise, a strange noise, no doubt a ghostly voice of a complaining and angry spirit. He listened. Not a sound. Reassured, Babalatchi made a few paces towards his house, when a very human noise, that of hoarse coughing, reached him from the river. He stopped, listened attentively, but now without any sign of emotion, and moving briskly back to the waterside, stood expectant with parted lips, trying to pierce with his eye the wavering curtain of mist that hung low over the water. He could see nothing, yet some people in a canoe must have been very near, for he heard words spoken in an ordinary tone. "Do you think this is the place, Ali? I can see nothing." "It must be near here, Tuan," answered another voice. "Shall we try the bank?" "No, let her drift a little. If you go poking into the bank in the dark, you might stove the canoe on some log. We must be careful." "Let drift. Let drift. This does seem to be a clearing of some sort. We may see a light by and by from some house or other. In Lacampus Kampong there are many houses, eh?" "A great number, Tuan. I do not see any light." "Nor I," grumbled the first voice again, this time nearly abreast of the silent Babalatchi, who looked uneasily towards his own house, the doorway of which glowed with the dim light of a torch burning within. The house stood end on to the river, and its doorway faced downstream, so Babalatchi reasoned rapidly that the strangers on the river could not see the light from the position their boat was in at the moment. He could not make up his mind to call out to them, and while he hesitated he heard the voices again, but now some way below the landing place where he stood. "Nothing. This cannot be it. Let them give way, Ali. Dayong, there!" That order was followed by the splash of paddles, then a sudden cry. "I see a light! I see it! Now I know where to land, Tuan!" There was more splashing as the canoe was paddled sharply round and came back upstream close to the bank. "Call out," said very near a deep voice, which Babalatchi felt sure must belong to a white man. "Call out, and somebody may come with a torch. I can't see anything." The loud hail that succeeded these words was emitted nearly under the silent listener's nose. Babalatchi, to preserve appearances, ran with long but noiseless strides halfway up the courtyard, and only then shouted in answer, and kept on shouting as he walked slowly back again towards the river bank. He saw there an indistinct shape of a boat, not quite alongside the landing place. "Who speaks on the river?" asked Babalatchi, throwing a tone of surprise into his question. "A white man," answered Lingard from the canoe. "Is there not one torch in rich Lakamba's kampong to light a guest on this landing?" "There are no torches and no men. I am alone here," said Babalatchi with some hesitation. "Alone?" exclaimed Lingard. "Who are you?" "Only a servant of Lakamba, but land, Tuan Putti, and see my face. Here is my hand. No, here, by your mercy. Ada, now you are safe." "And you are alone here?" said Lingard, moving with precaution a few steps into the courtyard. "How dark it is," he muttered to himself. "One would think the world had been painted black." "Yes, alone. What more did you say, Tuan? I did not understand your talk." "It is nothing. I expected to find here... But where are they all?" "What matters where they are?" said Babalatchi gloomily. "Have you come to see my people? The last departed on a long journey, and I am alone. Tomorrow I go too." "I came to see a white man," said Lingard, walking on slowly. "He is not gone, is he?" "No," said Babalatchi at his elbow. "A man with a red skin and hard eyes," he went on musingly, "whose hand is strong and whose heart is foolish and weak. A white man indeed, but still a man." They were now at the foot of the short ladder which led to the split bamboo platform surrounding Babalatchi's habitation. The faint light from the doorway fell down upon the two men's faces as they stood looking at each other curiously. "Is he there?" asked Lingard in a low voice, with a wave of his hand upwards. Babalatchi, staring hard at his long-expected visitor, did not answer at once. "No, not there," he said at last, placing his foot on the lowest rung and looking back. "Not there, Tuan, yet not very far. Will you sit down in my dwelling? There may be rice and fish and clear water, not from the river, but from a spring." "I am not hungry," interrupted Lingard curtly, "and I did not come here to sit in your dwelling. Lead me to the white man who expects me. I have no time to lose." "The night is long, Tuan," went on Babalatchi softly, "and there are other nights and other days. Long, very long. How much time it takes for a man to die! Oh, Raja Laut!" Lingard started. "You know me?" he exclaimed. "I have seen your face and felt your hand before, many years ago," said Babalatchi, holding on halfway up the ladder and bending down from above to peer into Lingard's upturned face. "You do not remember, but I have not forgotten. There are many men like me. There is only one Raja Laut." He climbed with sudden agility the last few steps and stood on the platform waving his hand invitingly to Lingard, who followed after a short moment of indecision. The elastic bamboo floor of the hut bent under the heavy weight of the old seaman, who, standing within the threshold, tried to look into the smoky gloom of the low dwelling. Under the torch, thrust into the cleft of a stick, fastened at a right angle to the middle stay of the ridge-pole, lay a red patch of light, showing a few shabby mats and a corner of a big wooden chest, the rest of which was lost in shadow. In the obscurity of the more remote parts of the house, a lance head, A brass tray hung on the wall. The long barrel of a gun, leaning against the chest, caught the stray rays of the smoky illumination in trembling gleams that wavered, disappeared, reappeared, went out, came back, as if engaged in a doubtful struggle with the darkness that, lying in wait in distant corners, seemed to dart out viciously towards its feeble enemy. The vast space under the high pitch of the roof was filled with a thick cloud of smoke, whose underside, level like a ceiling, reflected the light of the swaying dull flame, while at the top it oozed out through the imperfect thatch of dried palm leaves. An indescribable and complicated smell, made up of the exhalation of damp earth below, of the taint of dried fish, and of the effluvia of rotting vegetation matter, pervaded the place, and caused Lingard to sniff strongly as he strode over, sat on the chest, and, leaning his elbows on his knees, took his head between his hands and stared at the doorway thoughtfully. Babalatchi moved about in the shadows, whispering to an indistinct form or two that flitted about at the far end of the hut. Without stirring, Lingard glanced sideways and caught sight of muffled-up human shapes that hovered for a moment near the edge of light and retreated suddenly back into the darkness. Babalatchi approached and sat at Lingard's feet on a rolled-up bundle of mats. "Will you eat rice and drink sangir?" he said. "I have waked up my household." "My friend," said Lingard without looking at him, "when I come to see Lakamba or any of Lakamba's servants, I am never hungry and never thirsty. Thou, Savi, never. Do you think I am devoid of reason, that there is nothing there?" He sat up, and fixing abruptly his eyes on Babalatchi, tapped his own forehead significantly. "How can you talk like that, Tuan?" exclaimed Babalatchi in a horrified tone. "I talk as I think. I have lived many years," said Lingard, stretching his arm negligently to take up the gun, which he began to examine knowingly, cocking it and easing down the hammer several times. "This is good. Mataram make. Old too," he went on. "Aye," broke in Babalatchi eagerly. "I got it when I was young. I was an Aru trader, a man with a big stomach and a loud voice, and brave, very brave. When we came up with his prow in the grey morning, he stood aft shouting to his men and fired this gun at us once. Only once." He paused, laughed softly, and went on in a low, dreamy voice. "In the grey morning we came up, 40 silent men and a swift Zulu prow, and when the sun was so high," here he held up his hand about 3 feet apart, "when the sun was only so high, Tuan, our work was done, and there was a feast ready for the fishes of the sea." "Aye, aye," muttered Lingard, nodding his head slowly. "I see. You should not let it get rusty like this," he added. He let the gun fall between his knees, and, moving back on his seat, leant his head against the wall of the hut, crossing his arms on his breast. "A good gun," went on Babalatchi. "Carry far and true. Better than this. There." With the tips of his fingers he touched gently the butt of a revolver peeping out of the right pocket of Lingard's white jacket. "Take your hand off that," said Lingard sharply, but in a good-humoured tone and without making the slightest movement. Babalatchi smiled and hitched his seat a little further off. For some time they sat in silence. Lingard, with his head tilted back, looked downwards with lowered eyelids at Babalatchi, who was tracing invisible lines with his finger on the mat between his feet. Outside they could hear Ali and the other boatmen chattering and laughing round the fire they had lighted in the big and deserted courtyard. "Well, what about that white man?" said Lingard quietly. It seemed as if Babalatchi had not heard the question. He went on tracing elaborate patterns on the floor for a good while. Lingard waited, motionless. At last the Malay lifted his head. "Aye, the white man, I know," he murmured absently. "This white man or another." "Tuan," he said aloud with unexpected animation, "you are a man of the sea?" "You know me. Why ask?" said Lingard in a low tone. "Yes, a man of the sea, even as we are. A true orang laut," went on Babalatchi thoughtfully. "Not like the rest of the white men." "I am like other whites, and do not wish to speak many words when the truth is short. I came here to see the white man that helped Lakamba against Patalolo, who is my friend. Show me where that white man lives. I want him to hear my talk." "Talk only? Tuan? Why hurry? The night is long and death is swift, as you ought to know, you who have dealt it to so many of my people. Many years ago I have faced you arms in hand. Do you not remember? It was in Karamata, far from here." "I cannot remember every vagabond that came in my way," protested Lingard seriously. "Aye, aye," continued Babalatchi, unmoved and dreamy. "Many years ago. Then always," and looking up suddenly at Lingard's beard, he flourished his fingers below his own beardless chin. "Then always was like gold in sunlight. Now it is like the foam of an angry sea." Maybe, said Lingard patiently, paying the involuntary tribute of a faint sigh to the memories of the past evoked by Babalatchi's words. He had been living with Malays so long and so close that the extreme deliberation and deviousness of their mental proceedings had ceased to irritate him much. Tonight, perhaps, he was less prone to impatience than ever. He was disposed, if not to listen to Babalatchi, then to let him talk. It was evident to him that the man had something to say, and he hoped that from that talk a ray of light would shoot through the thick blackness of inexplicable treachery to show him clearly, if only for a second, the man upon whom he would have to execute the verdict of justice. Justice only. Nothing was further from his thoughts than such a useless thing as revenge. Justice only. It was his duty that justice should be done, and by his own hand. He did not like to think how. To him, as to Babalatchi, it seemed that the night would be long enough for the work he had to do. But he did not define to himself the nature of the work, and he sat very still and willingly dilatory under the fearsome oppression of his call. What was the good to think about it? It was inevitable, and its time was near. Yet he could not command his memories that came crowding round him in that evil-smelling hut, while Babalatchi talked on in a flowing monotone, nothing of him moving but the lips in the artificially animated face. Lingard, like an anchored ship that had broken her sheer, darted about here and there on the rapid tide of his recollections. The subdued sound of soft words rang around him, but his thoughts were lost, now in the contemplation of the past sweetness and strife of Karamata days, now in the uneasy wonder at the failure of his judgment, at the fatal blindness of accident that had caused him, many years ago, to rescue a half-starved runaway from a Dutch ship in Samarang Roads. How he had liked the man, his assurance, his push, his desire to get on, his conceited good humour and his selfish eloquence. He had liked his very faults, those faults that had so many, to him, sympathetic sides. And he had always dealt fairly by him from the very beginning, and he would deal fairly by him now, to the very end. This last thought darkened Lingard's features with a responsive and menacing frown. The doer of justice sat with compressed lips and a heavy heart, while in the calm darkness outside the silent world seemed to be waiting breathlessly for that justice he held in his hand, in his strong hand, ready to strike, reluctant to move. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Part 4, Chapter 2 of An Outcast of the Islands by Joseph Conrad. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Peter Dann. Part 4, Chapter 2. Babalatchi ceased speaking. Lingard shifted his feet a little, uncrossed his arms, and shook his head slowly. The narrative of the events in Sambir, related from the point of view of the astute statesman, the sense of which had been caught here and there by his inattentive ears, had been yet like a thread to guide him out of the sombre labyrinth of his thoughts, and now he had come to the end of it, out of the tangled past into the pressing necessities of the present. With the palms of his hands on his knees, his elbows squared out, he looked down on Babalatchi, who sat in a stiff attitude, inexpressive and mute as a talking doll, the mechanism of which had at length run down. You people did all this, said Lingard at last, and you will be sorry for it before the dry wind begins to blow again. Abdullah's voice will bring the Dutch rule here. Babalatchi waved his hand towards the dark doorway. There are forests there. Lakamba rules the land now. Tell me, Tuan, do you think the big trees know the name of the ruler? No. They are born, they grow, they live, and they die, yet know not, feel not. It is their land. Even a big tree may be killed by a small axe, said Lingard dryly. And remember, my one-eyed friend, that axes are made by white hands. You will soon find that out, since you have hoisted the flag of the Dutch. Aye, wa, said Babalatchi slowly. It is written that the earth belongs to those who have fair skins and heart but foolish hearts. The farther away is the master, the easier it is for the slave, Tuan. You were too near. Your voice rang in our ears always. Now it is not going to be so. The great Rajah in Batavia is strong, but he may be deceived. He must speak very loud to be heard here. But if we have need to shout, then he must hear the many voices that call for protection. He is but a white man. If I ever spoke to Patalolo like an elder brother, it was for your good, for the good of all, said Lingard with great earnestness. This is a white man's talk, exclaimed Babalatchi with bitter exultation. I know you. That is how you all talk while you load your guns and sharpen your swords. And when you are ready, then to those who are weak you say, Obey me and be happy, or die. You are strange, you white men. You think it is only your wisdom and your virtue and your happiness that are true. You are stronger than the wild beasts, but not so wise. A black tiger knows when he is not hungry. You do not. He knows the difference between himself and those that can speak. You do not understand the difference between yourselves and us, who are men. You are wise and great, and you shall always be fools. He threw up both his hands, stirring the sleeping cloud of smoke that hung above his head, and brought the open palms on the flimsy floor on each side of his outstretched legs. The whole hut shook. Lingard looked at the excited statesman curiously. Appa, what's the matter? He murmured soothingly. Whom did I kill here? Where are my guns? What have I done? What have I eaten up? Babalatchi calmed down and spoke with studied courtesy. You, Tuan, are of the sea and more like what we are. Therefore I speak to you all the words that are in my heart. Only once has the sea been stronger than the Rajah of the sea. You know it, do you? Said Lingard with pained sharpness. Aye, we have heard about your ship, and some rejoiced. Not I. Amongst the whites who are devils, you are a man. Terima kasih, I give you thanks, said Lingard gravely. Babalatchi looked down with a bashful smile, but his face became saddened directly, and when he spoke again it was in a mournful tone. Had you come a day sooner, Tuan, you would have seen an enemy die. You would have seen him die poor, blind, unhappy, with no son to dig his grave and speak of his wisdom and courage. Yes, you would have seen the man that fought you in Karamata many years ago die alone, but for one friend. A great sight to you. Not to me, answered Lingard. I did not even remember him till you spoke his name just now. You do not understand us. We fight, we vanquish, and we forget. True, said Babalatchi with polite irony. You whites are so great that you disdain to remember your enemies. No, he went on in the same tone. You have so much mercy for us that there is no room for any remembrance. Oh, you are great and good. But it is in my mind that amongst yourselves you know how to remember. Is it not so, Tuan? Lingard said nothing. His shoulders moved imperceptibly. He laid his gun across his knees and stared at the flintlock absently. Yes, went on Babalatchi, falling again into a mournful mood. Yes, he died in darkness. I sat by his side and held his hand, but he could not see the face of him who watched the faint breath on his lips. She whom he had cursed because of the white man was there too, and wept with covered face. The white man walked about the courtyard, making many noises. Now and then he would come to the doorway and glare at us who mourned. He stared with wicked eyes, and then I was glad that he who was dying was blind. This is true talk. I was glad, for a white man's eyes are not good to see when the devil that lives within is looking out through them. Devil, eh? Said Lingard, half aloud to himself, as if struck with the obviousness of some novel idea. Babalatchi went on. At the first hour of the morning he sat up, he so weak, and said plainly some words that were not meant for human ears. I held his hand tightly, but it was time for the leader of brave men to go amongst the faithful who are happy. They of my household brought a white sheet, and I began to dig a grave in the hut in which he died. She mourned aloud. The white man came to the doorway and shouted. He was angry with her, because she beat her breast and tore her hair and mourned with shrill cries, as a woman should. Do you understand what I say, Tuan? That white man came inside the hut with great fury and took her by the shoulder and dragged her out. Yes, Tuan. I saw Omar dead, and I saw her at the feet of that white dog who has deceived me. I saw his grey face like the cold mist of the morning. I saw his pale eyes looking down at Omar's daughter, beating her head on the ground at his feet. At the feet of him who is Abdallah's slave. Yes, he lives by Abdallah's will. That is why I held my hand while I saw all this. I held my hand because we are now under the flag of the Orang Blanda, and Abdallah can speak into the ears of the great. We must not have any trouble with white men. Abdallah has spoken, and I must obey. That's it, is it? Growled Lingard in his moustache. Then in Malay, it seems that you are angry, O Babalatchi. No, I am not angry, Tuan, answered Babalatchi, descending from the insecure heights of his indignation into the insincere depths of safe humility. I am not angry. What am I to be angry? I am only an orang laut, and I have fled before your people many times. Servant of this one, protected of another, I have given my counsel here and there for a handful of rice. What am I to be angry with a white man? What is anger without the power to strike? But you whites have taken all, the land, the sea, and the power to strike. And there is nothing left for us in the islands but your white men's justice, your great justice that knows not anger. He got up and stood for a moment in the doorway, sniffing the hot air of the courtyard, then turned back and leaned against the stay of the ridgepole, facing Lingard, who kept his seat on the chest. The torch, consumed nearly to the end, burned noisily. Small explosions took place in the heart of the flame, driving through its smoky blaze strings of hard round puffs of white smoke no bigger than peas, which rolled out of doors in the faint draught that came from invisible cracks of the bamboo walls. The pungent taint of unclean things below and about the hut grew heavier, weighing down Lingard's resolution and his thoughts in an irresistible numbness of the brain. He thought drowsily of himself and of that man who wanted to see him, who waited to see him, who waited, night and day, waited. A spiteful but vaporous idea floated through his brain that such waiting could not be very pleasant to the fellow. Well, let him wait. He would see him soon enough. And for how long? 5 seconds? 5 minutes? Say nothing? Say something? What? No, just give him time to take one good look, and then... Suddenly Babalatchi began to speak in a soft voice. Lingard blinked, cleared his throat, sat up straight. You know all now, Tuan. Lakamba dwells in the stockaded house of Patalolo. Abdallah has begun to build godowns of plank and stone, and now that Omar is dead, I myself shall depart from this place and live with Lakamba and speak in his ear. I have served many. The best of them all sleep in the ground in a white sheet, with nothing to mark his grave but the ashes of the hut in which he died. Yes, Tuan, the white man destroyed it himself. With a blazing brand in his hand, he strode around, shouting to me to come out, shouting to me who was throwing earth from the body of a great leader. Yes, swearing to me by the name of your God and ours that he would burn me and her in there if we did not make haste. Aye, the white men are very masterful and wise. I dragged her out quickly. Oh, damn it, exclaimed Lingard, then went on in Malay, speaking earnestly. Listen, that man is not like other white men. You know he is not. He is not a man at all. He is... I don't know. Babalatchi lifted his hand deprecatingly. His eye twinkled, and his red-stained big lips, parted by an expressionless grin, uncovered a stumpy row of black teeth filed evenly to the gums. Aye, aye, not like you, he said, increasing the softness of his tones as he neared the object uppermost in his mind during that much-desired interview. Not like you, Tuan, who are like ourselves, only wiser and stronger. Yet he also is full of great cunning, and speaks of you without any respect, after the manner of white men when they talk of one another. Lingard leapt in his seat as if he had been prodded. He speaks? What does he say? He shouted. Nay, Tuan, protested the composed Babalatchi. What matters his talk if he is not a man? I am nothing before you. Why should I repeat words of one white man about another? He did boast to Abdallah of having learned much from your wisdom in years past. Other words I have forgotten. Indeed, Tuan, I have. Lingard cut short Babalatchi's protestations by a contemptuous wave of the hand, and reseated himself with dignity. I shall go, said Babalatchi, and the white man will remain here, alone with the spirit of the dead, and with her who has been the delight of his heart. He, being white, cannot hear the voice of those that died. Tell me, Tuan, he went on, looking at Lingard with curiosity, tell me, Tuan, do you white people ever hear the voices of the invisible ones? We do not, answered Lingard, because those we cannot see do not speak. Never speak, and never complain with sounds that are not words, exclaimed Babalatchi doubtingly. It may be so, or your ears are dull. We Malays hear many sounds near the places where men are buried. Tonight I heard. Yes, even I have heard. I do not want to hear any more, he added nervously. Perhaps I was wrong when There are things I regret. The trouble was heavy in his heart when he died. Sometimes I think I was wrong, but I do not want to hear the complaint of invisible lips. Therefore I go, Tuan. Let the unquiet spirit speak to his enemy, the white man who knows not fear or love or mercy, knows nothing but contempt and violence. I have been wrong. I have. I. He stood for a while, with his elbow in the palm of his left hand, the fingers of the other over his lips, as if to stifle the expression of inconvenient remorse. Then, after glancing at the torch, burnt out nearly to its end, he moved towards the wall by the chest, fumbled about there, and suddenly flung open a large shutter of ataps woven in a light framework of sticks. Lingard swung his legs quickly round the corner of his seat. "Hello," he said, surprised. The cloud of smoke stirred, and a slow wisp curled out through the new opening. The torch flickered, hissed, and went out, the glowing end falling on the mat, whence Babalatchi snatched it up and tossed it outside through the open square. It described a vanishing curve of red light, and lay below, shining feebly in the vast darkness. Babalatchi remained with his arms stretched out into the empty night. "There," he said, "you can see the white man's courtyard, Tuan, and his house." "I can see nothing," answered Lingard, putting his head through the shutter-hole. "It's too dark." "Wait, Tuan," urged Babalatchi. "You have been looking long at the burning torch. You will soon see. Mind the gun, Tuan. It is loaded." "There is no flint in it. You could not find a firestone for 100 miles round this spot," said Lingard testily. "Foolish thing to load that gun." "I have a stone. I had it from a man wise and pious that lives in Menengkaba. A very pious man, very good fire. He spoke words over that stone that makes its sparks good. And the gun is good, carries straight and far. Would carry from here to the door of the white man's house, I believe, Tuan. Dida Appa, never mind your gun, muttered Lingard, peering into the formless darkness. Is that the house, that black thing over there? He asked. Yes, answered Babalatchi, that is his house. He lives there by the will of Abdallah, and shall live there still. From where you stand, Tuan, you can look over the fence and across the courtyard straight at the door from which he comes out every morning, looking like a man that has seen Jahannam in his sleep. Lingard drew his head in. Babalatchi touched his shoulder with a groping hand. Wait a little, Tuan. Sit still. The morning is not far off now, a morning without sun after a night without stars. But there will be light enough to see the man who said not many days ago that he alone has made you less than a child in Zambia. He felt a slight tremor under his hand, but took it off directly and began feeling all over the lid of the chest behind Lingard's back for the gun. What are you at? Said Lingard impatiently. You do worry about that rotten gun. You'd better get a light. A light? I tell you, Tuan, that the light of heaven is very near, said Babalatchi, who had now obtained possession of the object of his solicitude, and grasping it strongly by its long barrel, grounded the stock at his feet. Perhaps it is near, said Lingard, leaning both his elbows on the lower crosspiece of the primitive window and looking out. It is very black outside yet, he remarked carelessly. Babalatchi fidgeted about. It is not good for you to sit where you may be seen, he muttered. Why not? Asked Lingard. The white man sleeps, it is true, exclaimed Babalatchi softly. Yet he may come out early, and he has arms. Ah, he has arms, said Lingard. Yes, a short gun that fires many times, like yours here. Abdallah had to give it to him. Lingard heard Babalatchi's words, but made no movement. To the old adventurer, the idea that firearms could be dangerous in other hands than his own did not occur readily, and certainly not in connection with Willems. He was so busy with the thoughts about what he considered his own sacred duty that he could not give any consideration to the probable actions of the man of whom he thought, as one may think of an executed criminal, with wondering indignation tempered by scornful pity. While he sat staring into the darkness, that every minute grew thinner before his pensive eyes like a dispersing mist, Willems appeared to him as a figure belonging already wholly to the past, a figure that could come in no way into his life again. He had made up his mind, and the thing was as well as done. In his weary thoughts he had closed this fatal, inexplicable and horrible episode in his life. The worst had happened. The coming days would see the retribution. He had removed an enemy once or twice before out of his path. He had paid off some very heavy scores a good many times. Captain Tom had been a good friend to many, but it was generally understood, from Honolulu round about to Diego Suarez, that Captain Tom's enmity was rather more than any man single-handed could easily manage. He would not, as he often said, hurt a fly as long as the fly left him alone. Yet a man does not live for years beyond the pale of civilized laws without evolving for himself some queer notions of justice. Nobody of those he knew had ever cared to point out to him the errors of his conceptions. It was not worth anybody's while to run counter to Lingard's ideas of the fitness of things. That fact was acquired to the floating wisdom of the South Seas, of the Eastern Archipelago, and was nowhere better understood than in out-of-the-way nooks of the world, in those nooks which he filled, unresisted and masterful, with the echoes of his noisy presence. There is not much use in arguing with a man who boasts of never having regretted a single action of his life, whose answers to a mild criticism is a good-natured shout, "You know nothing about it, I would do it again, yes, sir." His associates and his acquaintances accepted him, his opinions, his actions, like things preordained and unchangeable, looked upon his many-sided manifestations with passive wonder, not unmixed with that admiration which is only the rightful due of a successful man. But nobody had ever seen him in the mood he was in now. Nobody had seen Lingard doubtful and giving way to doubt, unable to make up his mind and unwilling to act. Lingard timid and hesitating one minute, angry yet inactive the next. Lingard puzzled, in a word, because confronted with a situation that discomposed him by its unprovoked malevolence, by its ghastly injustice, that to his rough but unsophisticated palate tasted distinctly of sulphurous fumes from the deepest hell. The smooth darkness filling the shutter-hole grew paler and became blotchy with ill-defined shapes, as if a new universe was being evolved out of sombre chaos. Then outlines came out, defining forms without any details, indicating here a tree, there a bush, a black belt of forest far off, the straight lines of a house, the ridge of a high roof nearby. Inside the hut, Babalatchi, who lately had been only a persuasive voice, became a human shape, leaning its chin imprudently on the muzzle of a gun and rolling an uneasy eye over the reappearing world. The day came rapidly, dismal and oppressed by the fog of the river and by the heavy vapours of the sky. A day without colour and without sunshine, incomplete, disappointing and sad. Babalatchi twitched gently Lingard's sleeve, and when the old seaman had lifted up his head interrogatively, he stretched out an arm and a pointing forefinger towards Willem's house, now plainly visible to the right and beyond the big trees of the courtyard. "Look, Dann," he said. "He lives there. That is the door, his door. Through it he will appear soon, with his hair in disorder and his mouth full of curses. That is so. He is a white man and never satisfied. It is in my mind he is angry, even in his sleep. A dangerous man. As Dann may observe," he went on obsequiously, "his door faces this opening, where you condescend to sit, which is concealed from all eyes. Faces it straight and not far. Observe, Dann, not at all far." Yes, I can see. I shall see him when he wakes." "No doubt, Dann. When he wakes, if you remain here, he cannot see you. I shall withdraw quickly and prepare my canoe myself. I am only a poor man and must go to Sambir to greet Lakamba when he opens his eyes. I must bow before Abdullah, who has strength, even more strength than you. Now, if you remain here, you shall easily behold the man who boasted to Abdallah that he had been your friend, even while he prepared to fight those who called you protector. Yes, he plotted with Abdullah for that cursed flag. Lakamba was blind then, and I was deceived. But you, Dann, remember, he deceived you more. Of that he boasted before all men." He leaned his gun quietly against the wall close to the window and said softly, "Shall I go now, Dann? Be careful of the gun. I have put the firestone in, the firestone of the wise man, which never fails." Lingard's eyes were fastened on the distant doorway. Across his line of sight, in the grey emptiness of the courtyard, a big fruit pigeon flapped languidly towards the forest with a loud booming cry, like the note of a deep gong. A brilliant bird, looking in the gloom of threatening day as black as a crow. A serried flock of white rice-birds rose above the trees with a faint scream and hovered, swaying in a disordered mass that suddenly scattered in all directions, as if burst asunder by a silent explosion. Behind his back, Lingard heard a shuffle of feet, women leaving the hut. In the other courtyard, a voice was heard complaining of cold, and coming, very feeble but exceedingly distinct, out of the vast silence of the abandoned house and clearings. Babalatchi coughed discreetly. From under the house the thumping of wooden pestles husking the rice started with unexpected abruptness. The weak but clear voice in the yard again urged, "Blow up the embers, oh brother." Another voice answered, drawling and modulated, thin, sing-song, "Do it yourself, oh shivering pig." And the drawl of the last word stopped short, as if the man had fallen into a deep hole. Babalatchi coughed again a little impatiently and said in a confidential tone, "Do you think it is time for me to go, Dann? Will you take care of my gun, Dann? I am a man that knows how to obey, even obey Abdallah, who has deceived me. Nevertheless, this gun carries far and true, if you would want to know, Dann. And I have put in a double measure of powder and 3 slugs. Yes, Dann. Now perhaps I go?" When Babalatchi commenced speaking, Lingard turned slowly round and gazed upon him with the dull and unwilling look of a sick man waking to another day of suffering. As the astute statesman proceeded, Lingard's eyebrows came close, his eyes became animated, and a big vein stood out on his forehead, accentuating a lowering frown. When speaking his last words, Babalatchi faltered, then stopped, confused, before the steady gaze of the old seaman. Lingard rose. His face cleared, and he looked down at the anxious Babalatchi with sudden benevolence. "So, that's what you were after," he said, laying a heavy hand on Babalatchi's yielding shoulder. "You thought I came here to murder him, eh? Speak, you faithful dog of an Arab trader." "And what else, Dann?" shrieked Babalatchi, exasperated into sincerity. "What else, Dann? Remember what he has done. He poisoned our ears with his talk about you. You are a man. If you did not come to kill Dann, then either I am a fool or—" He paused, struck his naked breast with his open palm, and finished in a discouraged whisper, "Or, Dann, you are." Lingard looked down at him with scornful serenity. After his long and painful gropings amongst the obscure abominations of Willem's conduct, the logical, if tortuous, evolutions of Babalatchi's diplomatic mind were to him welcome as daylight. There was something at last he could understand, the clear effect of a simple cause. He felt indulgent towards the disappointed sage. "So you are angry with your friend, O one-eyed one," he said slowly, nodding his fierce countenance close to Babalatchi's discomfited face. "It seems to me that you must have had much to do with what happened in Zambia lately, eh? You son of a burnt father." "May I perish under your hand, O Rajah of the Sea, if my words are not true," said Babalatchi with reckless excitement. "You are here in the midst of your enemies. He is the greatest. Abdallah would do nothing without him, and I could do nothing without Abdallah. Strike me, so that you strike all." "Who are you?" exclaimed Lingard contemptuously. "Who are you to dare call yourself my enemy? Dirt, nothing. Go out first," he went on severely. "Lakas, quick, march out." He pushed Babalatchi through the doorway and followed him down the short ladder into the courtyard. The boatmen, squatting over the fire, turned their slow eyes with apparent difficulty towards the 2 men, then, unconcerned, huddled close together again, stretching forlornly their hands over the embers. The women stopped in their work, and with uplifted pestles flashed quick and curious glances from the gloom under the house. "Is that the way?" asked Lingard, with a nod towards the little wicket gate of Willem's enclosure. "If you seek death, that is surely the way," answered Babalatchi in a dispassionate voice, as if he had exhausted all the emotions. "He lives there, he who destroyed your friends, who hastened Omar's death, who plotted with Abdallah first against you, then against me. I have been like a child. Oh, shame! But go, Dann, go there." "I go where I like," said Lingard emphatically, "and you may go to the devil. I do not want you any more. The islands of these seas shall sink before I, Rajah Laut, serve the will of any of your people. Da? But I will tell you this. I do not care what you do with him after today. And I say that because I am merciful." "Dida, I do nothing," said Babalatchi, shaking his head with bitter apathy. "I am in Abdallah's hand, and care not, even as you do. No, no," he added, turning away. "I have learned much wisdom this morning. There are no men anywhere. You whites are cruel to your friends and merciful to your enemies, which is the work of fools." He went away towards the riverside, and without once looking back, disappeared in the low bank of mist that lay over the water and the shore. Lingard followed him with his eyes thoughtfully. After a while he roused himself and called out to his boatman, "Aye, out there! After you have eaten rice, wait for me with your paddles in your hands. You hear?" "Ada, Dann," answered Ali through the smoke of the morning fire that was spreading itself, low and gentle, over the courtyard. "We hear." Lingard opened slowly the little wicket gate, made a few steps into the empty enclosure, and stopped. He had felt about his head the short breath of a puff of wind that passed him, made every leaf of the big tree shiver, and died out in a hardly perceptible tremor of branches and twigs. Instinctively he glanced upwards with a seaman's impulse. Above him, under the grey, motionless waste of a stormy sky, drifted low black vapours in stretching bars, in shapeless patches, in sinuous wisps and tormented spirals. Over the courtyard and the house floated a round, sombre and lingering cloud, dragging behind a tail of tangled and filmy streamers, like the dishevelled hair of a mourning woman. End of Part 4, Chapter 2.